Hello, my chicklets. Thank you for stopping by. Today is going to be our last story by Nad98 for the month. This is honestly one of my favorite stories, and I really hope you all enjoy it. Before we get into the story, I do want to do a few housekeeping things. First of all, thank you so much to The Real Pumpkin, who did all of the artwork for this story. It looks absolutely amazing. Thank you, Nad, for allowing me to read all of these stories over the course of the month. It has been absolutely fantastic. If anyone would like to request stories, please remember that there is a link in my description. The link for Nad's profile as well as The Real Pumpkin's profile is also in that description. And if you would like for me to write you a story or for me to give you an audio of your story, you can also commission me on Ko-fi, which again, that link is in the description. I am so thankful that all of you have been here with me through this month, and I'm so excited that I got the chance to do it. We will be returning to our regular schedule of only posts on Wednesday starting next month, because I did find that posting twice a month was still a little bit hard for me. Again, thank you all for being with me. Let me read to you Never Met You by Nad98. Chapter 1, Green and Blue. Good morning, Your Majesty. Good morning, Royal Advisor Cellier, the farrier greeted as Logan and Janice passed by his side. Logan greeted him back as Janice simply bowed his head and wordlessly continued to scan the area for potential threats. They were at the outer courtyard of the castle, close to the stables, where the weavers, tailors, and blacksmiths had their businesses. The gates were guarded, and all the people Janice could spot were regulars within the space. He felt Logan's eyes on the back of his head as he kept looking around. He knew that Logan did think he was too cautious, that at a sunny summer day like this morning, nothing bad would happen, that no one would dare to harm him under broad daylight. And Janice would admit that the chances of that were indeed rather slim, but they weren't zero, and that was all the reason Janice needed to stay on edge, especially since the last meeting with King George of Reagan had not went down well. The king of their neighboring country had never been too fond of them since Logan had taken the throne 9 years ago. The idea of a commoner leading a country and being lifted into a status of royalty when the actual heir was still alive and able to rule had been outrageous to him, as it had been to many others, but Janice worried most about King George, since he did have an army under his command, which rivaled their own in strength and people. George is a bold man, but not foolish, Janice. Logan suddenly pulled Janice out of his thoughts. They had walked away from the farrier and were now out of earshot from the workers around, which was why Logan dared to address his advisor and friend so casually. Janice glanced up to Logan, who was looking around with a gentle smile resting on his lips. Beside him, Logan had the most convincing, some dare say even more convincing, neutral smile which was almost always sitting on his lips. It was so hard to see behind that ever-present mask that Janice sometimes forgot that it was just that, a very well-made mask. With a grunt, Janice went back to observe the scene and said just as quietly, "I am aware, but he got his advisors too. Some of them might be stupid enough to advise him to strike first, Logan. And you know they don't like you. They never did, because you are smarter and kinder than them and succeeded brilliantly, despite your huge disadvantages." Logan hummed, and they shared a look. Huge disadvantages was an understatement. The way Logan had had to fight for his space among his own peers in school, the academy, and later at the council and eventually in court, when Roman had announced him as acting regent. Yet Logan would not complain about the hardship he had ever been through. He knew that despite his qualifications and hard work, it was the generosity Roman showed him, as well as the unwavering support of Janice, which eventually enabled him to be who he was today. And he was very grateful for that. Mellowly, Logan began to slow down his steps and walked off the road as he saw a carriage approach from the other side of the court. Janice followed right away, and the two politely greeted a few weavers who were bowing their heads as they passed by. "I know that I am not untouchable," Logan said, his voice still low, as he watched a little boy dart off the group of weavers and look around. "And I am aware what happened to King Aeneas and King Rhea. You are worried that history is going to repeat itself, and cautious because of it, and I appreciate that." "Oh, really? Is that why you refuse to take guards with you, even though I say you should?" Janice said back in a calm but clearly passive-aggressive tone. "We are still within the castle's outer courtyard. The probability that someone infiltrates this palace is very low. Also, there are no guards in particular I would trust to protect me more efficiently than I can do so myself, and I will not argue about this with you." Janice turned to glare at Logan as a loud shout rang through the air. For Janice, it went down too fast to register, but Logan had been watching and was almost jumping into action. The little boy who had been with the Weavers had walked back and was looking for something at the edge of the road as he suddenly spotted what he had been looking for and ran to the middle of the street. Just in the very same moment, the horse in front of the carriage got startled and bolted forward. One of the Weavers was screaming, and Janice had grabbed Logan instinctively as he caught a glimpse of the horse storming towards them. Logan felt very faint all of a sudden. The boy could never get away in time, Logan thought, and already saw the horse stampede over the little human in front of his inner eye, and the boy didn't even know it yet. He didn't even see it coming. Someone rushed in front of the horse, grabbed the boy, jumped out of harm's way precisely as the horse would have collided with the boy. And just like that, a bundle of the someone holding the little boy tightly against their chest rolled over the street directly in front of Janice's and Logan's feet. The carriage driver and a blacksmith ran by to catch the horse, and suddenly a pair of guards from the closest gate had been alarmed and were now approaching the scene as well. Logan was frozen in motion, staring down at the boy and the someone, a man with dark hair, a simple cream-colored tunic, brown pants, and worn-out shoes. A moment passed, and another one. The man looked up and directly met Logan's gaze. Logan stopped breathing and grabbed onto Janice's shoulder to keep himself from collapsing onto the floor as his legs gave in. The man saw Logan stumble and noticed the shocked look in Janice's face as he held onto him. Hastily, the man lowered his gaze and tried to get back on his feet and retreat from Logan, when a sudden sob stopped him. In his arms, the little boy had begun to quietly whimper. Hey there. That was quite an adventure so early in the morning, huh?" The man soothed as he sat up and cradled the boy in his arms and adjusted him so he could see his face. The boy looked no older than 5, with copper curls and tanned skin, had tears streaking on his face, and the man softly wiped them away and then booped his nose. That managed to make the boy giggle a little, and he sniffed his nose and wiped his eyes. The man smiled broadly and hefted himself into a standing position without letting go of the boy, nor losing his balance. The boy giggled again as the movement shook him a little, and the man ruffled through his hair. "That's better, little soldier," the man praised, and the boy looked almost completely happy again. "Now, what is your name?" "I'm Patton," Patton exclaimed proudly, and the man smiled softly. "That's a wonderful name, Patton. Can you tell me where your parents or guardians are? I'm sure they're already very worried about you." Patton's demeanor deflated. He looked away from the man for a moment and began to look around. The man followed suit and scanned the area. One of the Weaver women came walking towards him to Patton, and he was not certain if it was his mother, but she certainly looked concerned. "Is that—" the man began, but Patton wiggled in his arms so that he let him down. "That's Miss Anoa'i," Patton said quietly without looking back up to the man, and he pointed to Miss Anoa'i. "She takes me from the orphanage in the morning so I can help in the weaving mill." Miss Anoa'i finally reached them and put a hand on Patton's head before she bowed to Logan. Hastily, the man turned around once more, stepped backwards, and bowed as well while biting his lips. "I am deeply sorry, Your Majesty. He is still young and quite careless. Please be patient with him," Miss Anoa'i said, shaking while pulling Patton closer to her legs. Logan had recovered in the meantime, and was standing without leaning against Janice anymore. He observed her with a frown, and let his eyes flicker over to the man who had yet again seemed to be tempted to look up in his eyes, but finally he let his gaze drift to Patton. The boy looked up to him, eyes big and brown. While his slim frame was slightly shaking, Miss Anoa'i quickly pressed down Patton's head to stop him from staring at the king. Quickly, Logan checked if the horse had been caught and looked to see if anyone else had been hurt. Then he exchanged a look with Janice as he found everything to be in order. He nodded at his royal advisor and folded his hands behind his back. A step and another, a warmer smile than usual on his face, and a click of his tongue. "You and he may look up, Miss Anheli. This was not his fault, nor has anyone been hurt. You need not ask for forgiveness of me, as there is nothing to forgive," Logan said, and watched Patton's head tilting upwards towards him. "Thank you, Your Majesty, Mr. King, sir," Patton said with a big smile. Logan had to suppress a snort and gently shook his head. His eyes still felt unusually watery, and Patton was far too adorable to process. Logan really needed to get a grip on himself and took a deep breath before he decided to speak once more. "You are welcome, Patton. Also, referring to me as Sir will suffice." "Yes, sir, will suffice." This time, Logan actually did snort and pulled his hand in front of his mouth to hide it. Patton seemed to be very content at that reaction, and Logan heard himself talking without thinking much. "You have quite the sense of humor, Patton. Try to keep it. It might serve you well in the future, and please, Patton." Logan got on one knee before him and looked at him intently to all the bystanders' surprise. "Try to watch the road more carefully the next time you want to cross it. There are not always quick men around to get you out of the way. Do you understand that?" Patton nodded shyly with a grin, and Logan got back up on his feet. Yet again his head was a little dizzy, but he could overplay it easily as he excused Miss Anheli and let her and Patton go back to their way to work in the weaving mills. He next turned toward Janice, who raised his eyebrow at him, which he replied to with a faint shrug. "Sir, what are you doing within the outer courtyard? Where is your permit?" Both Logan and Janice turned around to see the man from before stand on the middle of the street, surrounded by the two guards who had approached before. Quickly, Logan and Janice exchanged a glance and silently walked towards the scene, not yet interfering. The man held up his hands defensively after shoving something into his pocket of his pants and said, "I was going to leave. I didn't mean to." "Where is your permit, sir?" the guard insisted. "I don't have one. I didn't mean any harm. I really was going to leave just now, but then there was Patton, and I had to help him, and otherwise I would already be out of your way, so—" "Since you have no permit, we will have to take you into custody," the guard said, and took the man by the arm. Watching the panic in his eyes arise, Janice quickly looked over to Logan, and as he saw his approval, finally intervened. "You are acting prematurely," Janice said, and both guards immediately straightened up at his words. "First, I wish to have a word with this man. Let us take the conversation to your station." Both guards saluted, and the man bowed his head again as they brought him towards the little station next to the gate. Logan walked silently beside Janice and sat down on the chair he was offered while the guards positioned themselves outside of the door as Janice ordered them to do so. Janice and the man were standing in front of each other. Closely, Janice observed him. He had a straight posture and was well nourished. His hair was clean, the mustache groomed, and his clothes, while simple, seemed to be rather new and clean as well. He seemed nervous. Nothing unusual in the presence of the king. Was spying over to Logan, which was a little weird, maybe. "What is your name?" Janice asked. The man looked up and opened his mouth. He coughed, and his hands rushed up to his throat. Confused, he furrowed his brow for a moment until a thought seemed to dawn on him, and something bitter bled into his expression. He met Janice's eye steadily and said, "I'm afraid I cannot share it, sir." "Why?" "I don't think I'll be able to explain it, sir. Please do not worry about it, though. I am no danger to you or the king. I will be gone soon, and you won't have to deal with me anymore," the man said, with more confidence than most people ever could muster in Janice's presence. Odd. He spoke the truth. Janice had no doubt that the man believed what he said. His magical eye confirmed as much. "Where would you go to?" Both Janice and the man looked to Logan. Calmly, he had crossed his legs and was looking at the man intently. Janice immediately looked for the reaction in the stranger's face and found a deep and submissive expression on his face. The man looked suddenly so vulnerable, so shaky, yet he did not seem to be distressed in the slightest. "I do not know, Your Majesty. I don't really have a place to go to anymore," he answered. Logan hummed. With a nod, he scratched his chin and threw a look to Janice. "What do you do for a living, if I may ask?" Janice squinted his eyes at Logan before he looked over to the man, who grew more uncomfortable by the minute. The man gulped and kneaded his hands before he looked back to Logan. "I have worked in an administrative position, but, well, I can't do that anymore. Someone got me away from it, and I will find something else, I think." Sharp, unmatching eyes were positioned on the man, and he uneasily put his weight from one foot to the other. Logan's gaze was glued on him, and Janice imagined to see a faint flush appear on the man's cheeks. "I did not see you when the horse got loose. You reacted with remarkable speed," Logan noted, and the man gave a curt nod. "You saved Patton's life without second thought today. You did not ask for repayment and even consoled the boy when he was crying. You addressed him before me even, as you prioritized his safety over mine in that moment." "I meant no offense. Please forgive me, Your Majesty," the man said, panicked. Logan only shook his head and began to smile, and to Janice's surprise, honestly smile. "None taken. I was not implying that you did wrong. I was implying that you reacted and decided very astutely." Logan's smile turned into a smirk as the man's face grew more confused and Janice's lips were pressed into a thin line. "You might not know it, but Royal Advisor Seller has insisted I get a personal guard for my own safety, and I had yet to find someone to fit that position, since I am well trained in defense and more than capable to hold myself in an ambush. If I get a personal guard, I want somebody who is perceptive, fast, and has a focused mind in agitated situations. Otherwise, a guard would not be of much use, would it now?" The man nodded, and Janice's look turned into a glare. "You are not trained in the usage with any weapon, I assume?" "I had a bit of training in fencing, but do know my way with most swords. I'm self-taught, though," the man explained, but stopped as Logan raised his hand and stood up from his chair. If it was even possible, the man straightened his back even more as Logan walked up to him and observed him closely. This time, the man did not seem to grow as nervous and simply watched Logan's eyes darting all over him. Something about it amused Janice, but he could not point out what it was. "You are a citizen of Thenia, correct?" Logan began. "Yes, I am, Your Majesty," the man confirmed. "Do you like living in Thenia?" Logan's voice was strong and even, the voice he used when he spoke as the king. "I adore living here, Your Majesty." The man spoke the truth. "What are you willing to do for Thenia, then? There is no wrong answer here." "I'd fight for its people and for you, Your Majesty. If need be, I would lay down my life for it." "Have you decided on the color of your robe at the announcement ceremony?" Janice asked as he and walked down the hall towards the throne room where was supposed to listen to the pleas of a few low-ranking nobles. Rolled his eyes at the question, and Janice rose his eyebrows at his antics. He knew exactly how felt about the royal traditions and all those tedious formalities he had to go through before he would finally be legally announced after reaching legal age 3 months ago. But Janice also knew how important it was to follow protocol right now. The situation with Reagan was tense at the moment, and Sisette was, as well as Kanan, could go on another side. With a solid and orderly coronation ceremony, they could probably defuse the situation a bit and possibly gain a few allies along the way. But yet here he stood by his side, trying to get the stubborn man to do what was his necessary duty as the, sadly, did not like those chores, and more often than not was too straightforward with his answers, too indecent with his word choice, and certainly too honest to live the life of a political figure. The only thing that spoke for him was the fact that his people adored him. They adored how he listened, how he insisted in investing more money in infrastructure, education, and health services, and how he spoke up in front of cruel nobles which he had sworn to strip of their titles as soon as he was allowed to do so without sitting together with his council. And Janice hated to admit it, but all those qualities were why he as well loved as their... It most certainly made him a target for many, many royals, but it also made his people strong and hopeful, and Janice was sure that that could become their advantage one day. Though today was not that day. Janice mused and was about to grab hand and pull him along as he realized that he was no longer standing next to him. Quickly he turned around to see where he had lost him, and found him standing about 7 feet behind. He was staring at a gaggle of councilmen and women who were walking towards the conference hall, and Janice walked back to his side. As didn't react, Janice followed his eye line and found it at the other end of a rather tall man with glasses and a top bun. He had dark hair and was around Janice's age and rather new to the court. Janice remembered now that he finally recognized the brilliant but stuck-up military man. "What are you staring at?" Janice said, trying to be as neutral as possible. Barely reacted, and asked with an unusual thin voice, "Who is he? I haven't seen him in a meeting before, and he can't be a noble from Thenia. I've met them all by now." Janice raised his eyebrows. That reaction was quite peculiar. Certainly he observed eyes and how they followed the young man with the glasses. There was something in behavior that reminded Janice awfully of Roman when he had asked Janice to practice the correct way to address the different guests of the last spring ball. There was the same flutter in as it had been in Roman's, Janice pieced together. Sadly, that realization came a little too late, as at once began to march away just towards the man he had been staring at, and Janice was too late to stop what was coming next, which was the gaggle of councilmen and women stopping in their step and bowing their heads as they approached them, barely acknowledged them, only to focus on the new man. With a smirk spreading over his lips, he titled his head as the man in question still looked down towards the floor, as he was ought to by the rules of the court. "I have not seen you here before. You may tell me your name and position," said amused. The man in question furrowed his brows as he stared down to the floor and took a step closer to him, as he remained silent, and then it happened. The man stepped back as well and frowned at the movement. "My name is Logan," Logan began, but was cut off by, "Why did you step back? Am I that intimidating?" Logan's eyebrow twitched and saw his temptation to look up, but Logan remained looking at the floor. "My name is Logan Rain. I am the new military advisor, recommended by General Lashore, and I have moved back to keep the 6 feet distance as the court protocol demands." A beat of silence, a barking laughter. Logan still stared at the floor. "Advisor Rain?" The hand was suddenly on Logan's shoulder, and he felt himself freeze up. "I quite frankly do not give a fuck about the protocol and will not fault you for standing too close to me or looking me in the eyes. I appreciate a straightforward approach to life, and since you are one of my advisors, I would not want you to be inhibited by regulations which keep you from being up front with me." As ended, Logan lifted his eyes and looked down to him. His lips were drawn in a straight line, and could see that he had a stark blue and dark brown eye. A bit lost, just stared at him, and almost flinched when Logan suddenly straightened his back, and decidedly, but not roughly, lifted his hand from his shoulder, and then folded his hands behind his back. "Then I will be frank," Logan said, as mouth fell open. "I have to attend my first meeting, and you have a hearing with the Baron and Baroness of the northeastern regions of Thenia. Conclusively, neither of us has the time for chit-chat, since it is both of our duties to keep this country and its people safe, and I would hope you take your job as seriously as I do." Simply gaped, and Janice felt a heart attack and a migraine threatening his mental and physical well-being. Which tone-deaf idiot would risk his position because said he appreciated honesty? "Of course I do, Advisor Rain. You may leave to your meeting." Janice was good at hiding his emotions. He was quite excellent at it, really. But that surprised and smitten and oh-so-gentle tone of voice had him staring at his... and then at the miraculous military advisor, who simply bowed his head and began walking towards the conference hall. Subsequently, turned as well to the throne room and left his royal advisor and the rest of the council members standing there in utter disbelief. Janice blinked. Maybe Logan did not choose as blindly as he had assumed in the first moment. A look from Logan was shot in his direction, and he mulled the idea of this man as Logan's personal guard over in his head. Sternly, he looked him over, trying to think of all possible dangers this man could bring along. He hadn't lied a single time, so Janice knew he was indeed a citizen of Thenia, and indeed willing to die for Logan if the situation called for it. Yet, he had lost his job and his home, and also could not tell them his name, which was quite odd, or potentially very dangerous, despite him claiming otherwise, if Janice's hunch was right. "I will have to assess your abilities, and will ask you more questions about your background, if you were to consider that position," Janice said slowly, and watched him stare at him in shock. "You would let me, a total stranger, stay near His Majesty?" the man blurted. Janice raised his eyebrows and smirked. It was good to know that his reputation preceded him. "You seem to be aware of my weariness and my protectiveness of our ruler, stranger. Whatever you heard, whatever you think could be a rumor, it is one. I'm 1,000,000 times worse, and I do not trust you," Janice said, and walked in between Logan and the man. "Yet I do trust His Majesty's choices, and I will make sure that he is safe and protected. This is why you will get a chance to prove yourself, and this is not a chance you will easily get." The man looked at Janice, letting him see right through all of his thoughts. There was an apprehension of the question and assessment he would have to go through, bitterness because he had to accept as he would otherwise be thrown into custody for not having a permit to enter, and intimidation from Janice's steely stare alone. Yet Janice found a tiny spark of appreciation in the man's eyes for the chance Janice was offering him. Maybe he was a good fit after all. "I am honored in that case to get this chance, Royal Advisor Cellier," the man said and bowed his head. Janice nodded simply and told the guards to come in and bring him to the empty quarter next to the stables. They were to bring him food and clothing, as well as guard him until the next day so they could test him. Then Janice and Logan went back on their morning routine, both being notably quieter than usual. Logan had trouble to forget the man, as well as little Patton, who had almost seen the end of his life today. If the situation with Reagan would get worse, the boy would not be the only one who would have to face death sooner than later, and Logan hoped it would not come that far. Janice, on the other hand, was even more on edge than before. One wrong move, and Logan could have tried to help Patton, which could have injured him badly, or even worse, killed him. He was not going to point that out to Logan. No, that would not be helpful in the situation. But he still, after all those years, Logan looked at him and saw a servant, a soldier, a protector. And while that was admirable, and led to the people trusting him deeply as their king, it made Logan an easier target. Maybe this stranger could help Janice keep Logan safe, and hopefully, he really was no danger to the people, or more importantly, to Logan. Chapter 2. First Steps. "You may stop," Janice said as the man fell back into a defensive stance to fight off yet another soldier. The soldiers retreated, and the man looked over to Janice, his gaze filled with anticipation and a considerable amount of exhaustion. Janice had had him fight for a good hour, After letting him unload the flower carriage, cleaning the stables, and run the training course of the military recruits, he had been up since 5 in the morning, and between the chores he had questioned him about his past. The man, he had still not given him his name, not even an initial, was in his early 30s, born and lived all his life in Thenia, and knew far too much about their political situation for a usual commoner. Janice had also let the man run a background check over the stranger, but there was no one who seemed to know or even recognize him in the slightest, which was very weird considering how memorable and eccentric the man spoke and presented himself. After Janice had gotten him to talk a little more, with a wave of his hand, Janice motioned for him to come closer. With light steps, not showing how much his legs must be aching, and the straightest posture Janice had ever seen, the man walked towards him and halted right before him with a curious look. "Yes, you may speak," Janice said without thinking why he knew that the man wanted to say something. He wiggled his eyebrows, shimmying his shoulders, and said, "What's next, Chief? Want to see me sweat and bleed some more? I can lose some layers if you'd like." "Yes, because you have so many layers to lose," Janice deadpanned, looking at the tunic with no sign of an undershirt beneath it and the loose pants the man was wearing. The man snickered and let the wooden staff he had been fighting with rest on the ground as he held himself upright with it. The view was oddly endearing, even though Janice was a little annoyed. The mysteries around the odd man were really intriguing him at this point, but he had no way to find out more. It was not that the man did not want to cooperate, he simply couldn't. Several times Janice had asked him personal things, and he had tried to answer, just to begin to cough and hold his throat again, which most likely meant that this man was cursed, which should have been enough, which should have meant that Janice would send him on his way and not truly consider Logan's silly request of making this man the king's personal guard. And yet, Janice was looking at the odd man once more and let himself consider it. The picture of Patton cradled in the man's arms reappeared in Janice's mind, and he decided to dig one last time in the man's past for now. "You were well-versed in calming the boy. Did you work with children in the past? Or how does it come that you know exactly what to do with him?" Janice asked, hoping that this was vague enough so that the man could answer it. The man's grin disappeared, and he straightened up again. Alerted, Janice watched as he, for the first time, didn't meet his gaze and looked down to the side. He was biting his lips and clenching and unclenching his fists before he stretched his fingers and looked back at Janice again. His voice was rather raw as he said, "I didn't work with children, but I was a child once too, and I've seen some shit as a kid. I've been through trauma, and I remember how hard it was as a kid to deal with it, so I tried to help him the way I wished someone would have helped me." Janice gulped, something twisted in his stomach as he forced his expression to remain neutral and told him, "I apologize that I had you revisit those memories, and for the record, I am sorry you had to go through this alone. You might not know it, but despite my untrusting nature, I do believe that every person deserves support in their times of need." The man faintly smiled. "I did know, and thank you for your compassion, but I wasn't alone. I had my..." Today was a mournful anniversary for Thenia. It had been a year since the assassination of the king and queen, and Janice was walking towards the Crown Prince Roman's quarters since he had rang the bell for him. He needed to get there quickly. Roman was not one to send for him, or for anybody, for that matter. The Crown Prince had been reclusive and antisocial during the year of mourning, and had not spoken a single word with anybody since that day. Janice had tried to get him help, had asked to help him with it, but denied him. He insisted to give Roman space and leave him be, despite it breaking his heart. Janice frowned, was suffering under his silence. Roman was the only blood family he had left, and his previously so sunny and loud personality was lacking immensely within the castle walls. As the royal advisor, Janice knew he had to get Roman back to health again, since Psyche would otherwise decline even more. This first year, as a child, had been so hard on him, and he needed some semblance of hope. He needed it soon. Janice forced a neutral expression on his face before he knocked on the door and waited for the small bell to chime once, which meant he could enter. The bell chimed, and Janice entered. On the cushions on the bay window, Roman sat and stared outside. As Janice approached, he turned his face towards him, without meeting his eyes, and slowly got up. Just like he had had a growth spurt and no longer looked like a child, but like an adolescent. He was tall for a 13-year-old, rather slim, and was wearing a black tunic and pants, as every day since his parents' death. Patiently, Janice waited. It usually took some time until Roman made known what he wanted, and Janice dared to wait as long as he needed. Then Roman lifted his hand and brought it up towards his lips with a small gesture. Janice nodded and asked to confirm, "You wish for some water, Your Royal Highness?" Roman nodded, and Janice got the water carafe from the tray in the corner of the room. Quietly, he filled it with water and gave it a short once-over with his eye of truth to make sure it wasn't poisoned, and then handed it to Roman. Graciously, Roman took it and sipped a few tiny sips as Janice stepped back and watched him intently. The work he did here was not the same of the royal advisor, but one of the guardian or a servant. But then again, Janice was still a child himself. Many of his more complex duties were still taken care of by his father, because Janice still had a father to take care of the complicated and dangerous tasks the court had in store for him. And while Janice felt grateful for it, he also felt guilty the longer he looked at and Roman in his position, especially on a day like this, and thinking of the many things he still had to do. He was about to bow in front of his crown prince and excuse himself to leave when Roman raised his hand as a sign for him to wait. And so Janice waited. He watched as Roman opened his mouth, quietly cleared his throat, and took again a sip of water, before he at once looked up and for the first time in a year met Janice's eyes. A shiver ran down Janice's spine. There was a force and might behind the gesture that was inexplicably him. "I will attend the speech and the morning festivities. I will stand by his side." Roman spoke with a voice far stronger and slightly deeper than Janice had remembered him speaking before. Never had Janice thought on this terrible day something good, no, something wonderful, could happen. He didn't even care that tears were rolling over his cheeks and that his whole body was shaking in front of a member of the royal family. He especially didn't care as Roman pulled his brow slightly upward and a faint smile decorated his lips. Quietly, Roman walked up to Janice and put his hand on his shoulder, a gentle squeeze and a deep breath. "Am I understood?" Roman said ever so softly. Eagerly, Janice bowed his head and excused himself as Roman turned towards the window again. The moment Janice had left the room, he began sprinting down the hall towards quarters, with tears of joy still dripping off his cheeks as he passed by the guards and ignored their calls to stop, stormed into the room where he was preparing his garments for the festivities. With his furrowed brows, eyed Janice and stepped away from the tailor, who had been making the last adjustments for his outfit. He waited for Janice to catch his breath, and the young royal advisor sloppily wiped his face and tried to compose himself. As Janice took his time, grew antsy, and eventually asked him before he could stop himself, "What happened?" Janice looked up. There stood his in a black tunic and black pants, just like Roman had worn this morning as well. His hair was just as curly, the eyes just as green, even the face was just the same, and yet Janice had never mistaken him for Roman. Janice panted, and saw face fall, and added hastily, "He spoke. He said he would attend the festivities and be by your side." Janice did not complain, as simply stormed out of the room. He followed despite his burning lungs and more guards shouting, and he knew it was all worth it when he watched reaching Roman's room and enter without knocking. He knew it would be all right when flung himself in Roman's arms and cried into the nape of his neck as Roman quietly told him that it was okay. A coughing fit far worse than those before overcame the man, and Janice stepped to his side to stroke his back in a calming manner. The man quickly put one hand on Janice's shoulder to steady himself as the cough slowly subsided, and he found himself breathing more normally again. As he finally had finished, Janice let one of the guards bring him some water, and the two of them walked to the edge of the training ring and sat down on a bench. The man was breathing heavily, and his hands were shaking from the coughing fit. Almost, Janice reached over to him and helped him drink from the glass so he would not spill the water, but stopped himself in the last moment. This was ridiculous. He didn't know this man. He was a stranger and a potential threat. He was not supposed to care about him to help him on a whim. Janice reminded himself and shook his head. "I think this is enough for now," Janice said and stood up. The man wanted to follow suit, but Janice stopped with the words, "You have deserved a break after the assessment. I will talk with the king about your position, and will let you know what we decide soon after. You may now return to your quarter and wait there for your next orders." The man gaped. Janice could imagine why. He was not known to be merciful or kind. He had always been harsh and demanding, unlike Roman, who he had supported during all of his life and had always been warm-hearted and forgiving despite the lessons life had taught him. Janice had needed to protect the too pure man, and it had made him cynical and cautious. But there was something in this stranger that awoke just the same protective instinct, which usually kicked in when Roman was around. "Seize my sentimentality, stranger," Janice said sharply under his breath, knowing fully well that his left eye was glowing golden. "For it will not come upon you again. Enjoy your break, and make sure that I won't have to regret this. Otherwise you will pay for it." A nod followed, and Janice left the training grounds. The man watched as he instructed a few guards to bring him back to his quarters, and he followed as he led him back there. Not that he needed their guidance to find the place. Quarters was a generous name for a square room with a kitchenette, a table and a chair, a closet and a bed. There was a small bathroom with a toilet and a water faucet where he freshened up last night. Judging his sweat-drenched clothes, he would need to go to the baths for the soldiers, which would be an interesting experience for him. With a sigh, he sat down on his chair, ruffled through his curly hair. What was he doing? Why did he come back to the castle? This was torture to him, and it wouldn't do him any good to stick around here any longer. He should leave. He really should leave before the prince would come to the castle. After that, he would be hopelessly lost. The man listened up. With furrowed brows, he stared at the door. Now it sounded like a question somehow, and the man decided to answer and got up. "Yes?" he asked, and opened the door to not see anybody stand in front of it. A tiny cough sent the man's eyes looking downwards, and there he found Patton standing in front of his door. The little boy looked up at him with a shy smile, and before the man knew it, he crouched down on his eye level and returned the smile brightly. "Hello, Patton. It's so nice to see you again," the man said softly, and Patton giggled a little. "It's nice to see you, too. I was looking for you the whole outer courtyard. It's very big, and my legs aren't very long, so it took me a little while to search it all," Patton whispered quickly and leaned forward as if he was telling a secret. "I see," the man stage whispered back to Patton's amusement. "How did you find me?" "I asked one of the guards. She was very nice and said it was very nice of me to come and thank you for saving me." The man's expression shifted. He looked surprised, and Patton furrowed his little brow at that. Why was his savior surprised? Was it that unusual to ask guards for help? Didn't grown-ups ask for directions as well? How did they not get lost all the time? "You want to thank me?" Patton was very confused now. Why was this grown-up so confused that someone would thank him for helping them? That didn't make any sense. "You don't make any sense. Of course I want to thank you," Patton said and put his hands on the man's knees, causing him to look at him with big eyes. "You were very nice to me and saved me and are very cool. I didn't thank you, and you're supposed to thank people who help you. And I forgot because Sir Wilsophice told Miss Antinoy that we can go, and I was still a little scared from suddenly being no longer on the street, and that's why I came now to make it right." The man still looked a little surprised, but now he seemed more relaxed, and he was smiling, and Patton really liked the man's smile. He really, really liked him. "That is very kind of you, Patton. I feel honored that you came all the way to my tiny quarters just to thank me," the man said, and Patton beamed at him. Happily, Patton jumped on the spot and told the man, "It's no problem, and I didn't even thank you yet." The man chuckled as Patton stepped back and bowed before him and said, "Thank you very much for saving me, Mr." Patton looked up and frowned. The man tilted his head in question until he suddenly got what was most likely the problem. "I have not even asked your name yet. That's very not polite of me," Patton whined, tears forming in his eyes. Reacting quickly, the man shot forward and put his hand on Patton's shoulder. He smiled at him and racked his brain of how to console him most efficiently, and how he would explain to him that he was unable to tell him his name without upsetting the emotional kid any further. Eventually, the man settled, "It's all right, Patton. I'm not hurt that you didn't ask me for my name. You had other very scary things in your mind, and if I was you, I would have forgotten to ask something like that as well." Patton calmed a little and rubbed his eyes dry. He didn't see it, but the man gave him a proud look for calming down so quickly. Patiently, he waited for Patton to finish collecting himself until he finally was ready to ask, "So, can you tell me your name now, mister?" The man bit his bottom lip. He could not lie to this child. He simply couldn't give him a fake name. "I really want to," the man said, a bit shaky. "But I can't. I really, really can't." Patton frowned adorably and shook his head. "Do you not know your name, then?" "I do know my name." "But you can't say it." "No, I cannot say it." Patton mused for a second. "Can you write it down?" The man thought for a moment as well. "I don't think so. Can you already read?" "Not well, but I can read the letters of my name. This is a P and an A, 2 T's, an O, and an N. That's 6 letters because there are 2 T's," Patton explained excitedly, and the man giggled. And as the man giggled, Patton had an idea. "We could make up a name for you, because everyone should have a name, and making up things is fun," Patton exclaimed, and the man's expression grew softer. "That's a great idea, Patton. What name would you think I should have?" Patton pressed his pointer finger against his forehead to make the thoughts come faster. With a serious expression, he looked all over the man to find his first clue. "You've got curly hair like me, but it's brown, which isn't super rare though, so we can't call you curly or brown, I think." "Very well deducted." So..." Patton looked into the man's eyes and for the first time noticed their color. "Green. You've got really pretty green eyes. I like green second best after pink, so that would be a very good name, I think." A smile spread on the grown-up's face, and at once he pulled Patton into his arms and quickly jumped to his feet, eliciting a joyous shout from the boy. With a big smile, he tickled Patton's belly, and the boy giggled hysterically. Eventually, the man stopped torturing Patton and safely placed his arm under his butt and the other over the little boy's back to hold him securely, as Patton slung his legs around the man's waist and his arms around his neck. "I really, really like that name, Patton. Thank you so much for giving me such a pretty name," Green said, and watched Patton look at him with the stars in his eyes. "You're welcome," Patton said proudly, "and thank you for saving me yesterday, Mr. Green." Green pushed some of Patton's curls out of his face and simply smiled. Something about this little kid in his arms made him inexplicably weak, and he wanted nothing more than to hold him tight in his arms. "You don't smell very nice." Green could not help but chuckle as he looked in Patton's displeased little face and ruffled his hair. With a playful brow wiggle, Green shook the boy before he put him back on the floor. "Well, apparently you were saved by a stinky old man, huh? What bad luck you've got, kid." Green joked, but Patton did not look very amused. In fact, Patton looked almost like he was going to chide Green any second now, And then he actually did chide him. "This is not funny, Mr. Green. You want to smell nice and look nice. It's very important. You need to look after yourself." "Oh, it's very important?" Green gently said, and Patton nodded intently. "Yes, it is. Miss Rose, she takes care of us at the orphanage, always says that it's because people will like us better when we look proper and take care of ourselves, and then we get a new home and maybe a softer bed and maybe goodnight kisses and hugs. So you need to go to the baths and clean yourself. It's super important." Green blinked. He pressed his lips into a firm line, brows furrowing, and inhaled slowly. Then his face relaxed again, and he let himself sit down in the doorframe while still looking down at Patton. At once, Green was very tired, and it took a toll on him to keep smiling, but he did it anyway. "I see, but I'm not supposed to leave this room, kid. Also, I haven't been to the bathhouse here, so I don't know where it is and what rules to follow," he explained patiently. That statement did not seem to satisfy Patton. Before Green could ask what he was thinking, the little boy had turned around and ran towards one of the guards close to the stables and talked with them as he pointed towards Green. And just moments later, Patton turned back around and ran to Green with a very determined look in his eyes. "Get some spare clothes and get your towel. Miss Guard has allowed me to show you the baths because you are stinky and need a bath, and because she trusts me because I am very reliable," Patton announced. Green gaped. He simply gaped at the audacity from little Patton. From this boy that was looking at him with the biggest eyes and more certainty than Green had felt in the last 48 hours combined. And in his surprise, he went to grab some clothes he had been given, a towel, and then took Patton's hand, who led him happily towards the bath. Idly chatting, Patton talked to him and greeted whoever was passing them until they reached the bathhouse. Green stopped. He didn't know what to do next. He had seen this place many times from the outside, but never from within. Everything was a lot right now, and he felt overwhelmingly lonely and clueless in this moment. "I can come with you if you want." The voice he heard came from his side, and finally Green remembered Patton, who was still holding his hand and looking up at him with those trustworthy eyes. This most likely should be the point where Green should have told Patton that it was fine and that he should go back with Miss Anjali in the weaving mill, but he didn't. Instead, he squeezed Patton's hand and said quietly, "That would be really nice of you, kid. I'm a bit lost on my own right now, but you don't have to if you don't want." Patton smiled and pulled Green behind himself while he answered and led them to the dressing room before the baths. "Oh, I don't like the bath time a lot, but it's always much funner with the others around, and you are fun, and I like to help, so this is fun for me too." The bath was mostly empty as it was early afternoon, and most soldiers didn't shower during that time, so Green and Patton could take their time, and they needed that, as Patton explained exactly how Green needed to get in the line when many people wanted a bath and how to put away his dry clothes in one of the lockers so they didn't get wet. He did all of it with much passion, and Green had a good time as he and the kid undressed and went inside. Quickly, he made sure that Patton washed all the soap out of his hair when they had finished and helped him dry himself once they got back in to put on their clothes. Not once did Patton stop talking, and not once did Green feel alone again. It was no surprise to him anymore when he asked Patton if he wanted a snack after helping him out, that the little boy agreed with a bright smile. And so, they went back into his little quarter, and he found some eggs, salt, milk, and pepper in the kitchenette to make some scrambled eggs. Patton at first insisted that this was only breakfast food, but came around quickly when Green allowed him to turn on the stove and help make sure that the frying pan got hot enough before they put the eggs inside the pan. A couple of minutes later, Patton and Green could sit down and eat their meal. Patton talked the whole way through, Green not thinking of reminding him to close his mouth when he was chewing. The kid seemed to have so much to talk about, and he was more than willing to listen. And Green liked how his words filled the room, in his head and his heart. He liked how he didn't feel so forlorn with Patton around, and he hoped that he did a good job of taking care of him in return. He did not want him to get used by him. He just wanted to see this tiny face be happy, and the boy being safe. That's all he wanted, at least in that very moment. As they finished, Green put their plates away and they went to wipe Patton's face with a napkin he found in one of the drawers. Patton wasn't that happy about it, but soon forgave him when he scooped him up from his chair and let him sit on the table as he hugged him tightly. For a moment, Green was close to crying, but it passed, and he relished in the embrace Patton clearly enjoyed as well. Green frowned and slowly pulled out of their hug, which caused Patton to whine a little. He shot him an apologetic look and went to the door. Subconsciously, he fixed his posture and opened it to meet the gaze of the guard who had let Patton bring him to the bathhouse. He bowed his head and kept his mouth shut, waiting for her words. "I was sent by the royal advisor. I'm here to inform you that you have passed your evaluation and will be instructed to your new duties first thing in the morning, if you wish to pursue the position," she said firmly but not unkindly. It took a moment for the information to settle. Janice and Logan had spoken and agreed to keep him around. It left him feeling so many things at once, yet his face remained blank. He licked his lips slowly and nodded his head. "Thank you for this chance. I will be ready in the morning to receive my instructions," Green answered dutifully. The guard raised her eyebrow and angled her head slightly. He mirrored her, not quite knowing what her thoughts were, and, in hopes that he might understand, mimicked her. But it didn't help him to anticipate the next thing she said. "So you accept?" I don't have much of a choice, do I? With no permit in a time where King George is a real bitch, I have to accept any leniency that is shown to me." Green's hand shot in front of his mouth. That was too direct. He shouldn't have said that. Jan was right. He really needed to watch his words better. This would cost him his head. This would mark the end of him. And then it didn't. The guard laughed, and she shook her head. "You were given a choice without any attachments. You can deny or accept and will not face any form of punishment. It's the king's will." The king's will. How had Green ever doubted Logan? Green bowed his head and felt Patton hold on to his leg as he came from behind. There was so much he needed to protect, so much that meant the world to him. "Then I will be honored to accept this position," Green said, and bowed deeply. Chapter 3. Healing. More than 2 weeks had gone by since Green had joined the court. He had been trained, sworn the oath of secrecy to not tell whatever he heard while he was with the king, and was now steadily by his majesty's side. Janice had gotten used to it far quicker than he had expected. Green was louder and chattier than the other guards were with him. He soon had also begun to talk with the king, exchanging little comments about how he felt and why he wanted to do things the way he had done them. Yet whenever other people were around, or Green had to escort Logan from place to place, the guard became still and observant. Sometimes Janice even believed that he noticed things quicker than Janice himself did, and he had a magic eye to help him with that, while Green had nothing of the sorts. "Life doesn't allow for you to be inattentive. I cannot allow myself to miss any detail, no matter how unimportant it seems. We will only know afterwards which one has been crucial and which one was not, so everything is important right now," had Green's explanation been, and Janice felt many feelings about this very sentiment. Yet today, this was not one of his worries. Today he was focused on making sure that everything was perfect for Roman's arrival. The kitchen was instructed to cook his favorite meals. The prince's wing had been cleaned and decorated to the T, and Janice had most likely not slept more than 3 hours in the last 3 nights. So Janice was feeling perfect. "Are you sure you want me to be there during their arrival?" Green asked as he and Janice walked towards the foyer where Logan was already waiting for Roman to arrive. "His Royal Highness's guard will be there, and he is said to be more than enough protection for both of them." Janice shot Green a look. Green did not want to meet Roman. Janice had realized that soon after the return had been discussed, and he had reacted rather subdued to the whole conversation. Janice had tried to gauge what issue Green was having, but the man's lips were sealed about the topic, except that he had sworn that he had no ill intent against the prince. It was enough reassurance for Janice at the moment, and he really had no nerves to deal with Green's insecurities right now. He just wanted to see Roman. "One more word of you not attending," Janice hissed sharply, and watched as Green's eyes went wide, "and I will have you thrown into the dungeons and let them pull out every single hair on your body one by one. Am I clear enough for you?" "Yes, sir." Janice grunted, and Green opened the door for him to enter the foyer. Quickly, both found their respective places by the king's side, Janice to Logan's right, and Green to Logan's left, by the wall. Logan greeted them both leisurely and let his eyes linger a little longer on Green, who shot a few quick glances toward Janice. Then, for a moment, their eyes met. Logan nodded and turned his attention towards Janice. Subtly, because subtlety was one of the things Logan had to learn from Janice when he started taking over more important functions in court, Logan tapped against Janice's sleeve and glimpsed at his friend. Janice glimpsed back and lifted his chin a bit in defiance. "I don't think that Roman will be too happy to see that you have overworked yourself," Logan whispered, barely moving his lips. Janice scrunched his nose a little and retorted just as quickly, "The situation is tense. I cannot make a mistake even if it upsets the prince. You know I am still more than capable to do my work." "I don't doubt it." The butt hung between them in the air, and they both knew it would be coming next, as Logan added, "But Roman does not just care about how well you are able to do your work. He's worried about you as well. And I am the one who will never hear the end of it if he thinks I made you work too much." Janice didn't say anything to that, and Logan took it as a small win. Sometimes an argument with Janice was better set aside than completely won, and this one was one of those instances. Besides, Roman's arrival was finally announced, and they didn't have time left to get into the topic any further. There was bustling behind the door, muffled voices, and finally the doors were opened. Marching steps could be heard as Roman Thea walked inside. He was wearing a dark red jacket with golden adornments and a blood-red sash, black pants and shoes, his usual attire. Logan felt a weight fall from his chest and watched his old friend approach with a smile. Roman returned it lightly and whispered something over his shoulder to Virgil, who was following him like a shadow. "Salutations, Roman. I hope your journey has been enjoyable and without incidents," Logan greeted when Roman had walked up 4 feet in front of him. A smile, brilliant and shining, took over Roman's face, and he greeted with a little bow and flourish. "Good day to you, your majesty. My journey has been very pleasant, but I am happy to be home again even if the circumstances are quite dire." "Indeed." Logan felt his stomach turn once more, suppressed the urge to groan, and instead turned halfway to the door leading further into the castle. Elegantly, he pointed towards the portal and eyed Roman for a second. "Would you like to continue this conversation in a more private setting?" Logan said, and hoped Roman would accept quickly. Luck seemed to be on his side, as Roman gave him a quick nod and took his usual place between Logan and Janice, with Virgil shadowing him silently. Well, almost silently. When the 4 men began to walk towards the portal, Virgil abruptly stopped both Roman and Logan from walking by holding them back by their shoulders. Both stopped rapidly and looked into the direction where Virgil was glaring at. "Who is that?" Virgil's deep voice resonated in their ears, his stunning aura keeping all of them in place. The only one to react was the man who Virgil was talking about. Green was looking right up to Virgil. He had come closer to walk beside Logan, but now had stopped a good few feet away from the king. "That would be my personal guard, Green," Logan finally said, and pushed Virgil's hand off his shoulder. Logan decidedly dodged Virgil's glance and squared his shoulders. With a fluid motion, he asked Green to step closer. Green complied and lowered his gaze the moment Roman made step towards him to see him better. Green's hands were clenched tightly, and if the others could have seen his face, they would have noticed how he had pressed his lips together. But they didn't, and that was how he wanted it to stay. "Since when do you have a personal guard?" Roman asked skeptically. Royal Advisor Cellier has long since your departure insisted on me getting one, and now I've found a fitting candidate, Logan said smoothly, defiantly sidestepping Virgil and approaching Green. Green has proven to be attentive, observant, and trustworthy. The royal advisor himself can attest to it. Logan was now standing to Green's right, his left hand placed nonchalantly on his shoulder. But as nonchalantly as it looked, it took the breath out of Green's lungs. As much did it make his eyes sting, as much did it strengthen the yearning in his chest, and yet there was nothing for him to do. "Janice, you approved of this?" Roman said, and turned to look at the smaller man. "What on earth, Cellier? This guy could be from Reagan's secret forces as far as we know. What were you thinking?" Janice snapped back viciously as Virgil accused him of paying too little attention to their newest member of court. Logan watched them and crossed his arms with a raised eyebrow. Sometimes their quarrelsome relationship was quite entertaining to watch, but today he felt differently about it. He just wanted to sit down and move on with their discussion, even if it meant for the day to simply pass. Life was tiresome at this moment. "It might be a good idea to move this discussion out of the public ear, Your Majesty. Shall I break the conflict apart?" Logan looked to the side. Green was not looking up to him, eyes still trained on the floor, but there was something in the way he slightly tilted his head to the side that made it obvious to Logan that he was on high alert. That made him aware of how much Green feared for someone to be listening into their conversation. "I do not think it to be wise for you to get in between them," Logan said, and watched the three argue. "It would be better if I tell them to stop." "You don't need to shield me, Your Majesty. I'm your guard, and here to help you with whatever you wish, and if it means that the Poncho Pole will fight me, I will accept my fate gracefully." Why exactly that nickname was so funny to Logan, he did not know. He also didn't know when the last time it had been that someone had made him laugh so strongly that his tummy pleasantly hurt and he had trouble to get air. What he did know, though, was that he was glad to have Green by his side, who lightly supported him as he was wheezing with laughter. Logan needed a few moments before he could breathe normally again. He felt shaky, and the hand Green offered him was very appreciated. Hastily, he caught Green's look and found unfiltered concern and a tiny smile on his face. It made Logan try to compose himself, and he turned fully towards Green, away from the others. Over Logan's shoulder, Green looked to Janice. He had dropped his fight with Virgil the second Logan had begun to laugh. He had known his king for over a decade now, and what he was seeing was a completely stressed-out Logan, and it needed a lot for Logan to actually show signs of his state. "I propose we go to the prepared room in His Majesty's quarters. Do you agree, Royal Advisor Cellier?" Green asked swiftly. Janice simply nodded. Both Roman and Virgil went quietly as well, followed as Janice took the lead and guided them towards the king's quarters. Virgil and Green were flanking Roman, and Logan in between them, and observed their surroundings with sharp eyes. Guards were following behind, as an escort, but neither of the personally chosen guards trusted their abilities as much as they trusted their own. Their highest priority was the safety of their prince and king, and their resolve to ensure that was far higher than those of the usual guards. They arrived at the room. Janice opened the door and entered to make sure it was as he had requested it to be. After the short check, Roman and Logan followed, and Logan took a seat on the divan. Roman placed himself on the armchair next to him, while Janice remained standing. Green and Virgil, after telling the guards to stay on lookout outside, took a place on each side of the door and watched as the royals and the advisor exchanged several glances. Logan sighed and massaged his temples as he finally broke the silence and spoke up. "Please excuse my outburst. I don't know how to explain it." Janice shook his head and stemmed his hands on his hips. "You are running on your last leg, Logan," Janice said to Logan. "We had 3 new conflicts at the border to Reagan in the last 5 days, and it's only a question of time until there are the first casualties. I know you do not want it to go so far, but as a military man yourself, you must understand that we have to prepare for a battle, don't you? I do not see how we are going to talk this out with King George." 3 in the last 5 days? I didn't hear any of this, Roman said, and got up from the armchair while gesticulating towards Janice. We decided to keep quiet about it as long as no one got seriously hurt. We weren't sure if the situation would grow more tense and wanted to prevent an unnecessary panic from spreading. But now, you actually expect a war to break out over a few villages and some disagreements over the alliance talks with Sisette and Canaan? George is a petty man. Janice snarled at Roman's disbelief, and he has had it out for us for ages. He had it out for you too, Roman. I remember what he said at "We are over this, Jan." You asked him and he didn't lie that he didn't know anything about the assassination. He wasn't responsible for this. That doesn't mean he didn't have anything to do with it. He could have phrased it in a way that I couldn't catch the lie. He might have been the one to do this to you. Stop it, you two. This isn't leading us anywhere. We are not to think about personal grievances, but our people. And I need you to realize it is not our people that King George wants to fare a war against. He specifically stated that my methods, as well as my court, are not to his liking, and he wants to claim the villages close to the border to save them from our politics. If we can reach a compromise with him, all of this might be avoided. Logan's voice was firm but tired. Both Roman and Janice looked down to him. His hands were folded in his lap and his head hung low, completely unlike the otherwise always confident but kind demeanor he would display. Smoothly, Janice sat down next to him, making sure not to catch him off guard when he put his hand on his back. Logan, he will not listen to you. He never wanted to listen to you since the coronation, Janice said sadly, and Logan's shoulders sunk deeper. Seeing Logan shrink down like this awakened an old and heavy anger in Roman. It flared through his mind and loosened his lips. It has been 8 years. How can he still be hung up on this? Because he is elitist and believes that you're the only one who is supposed to be sitting on the throne, Janice retorted angrily. Maybe we should consider... Logan had taken off the crown and was looking at the golden shimmer. His thumb was running along the simple decoration and the few blue sapphires embedded in the metal. Roman had given the crown in commission for him, so he didn't have to wear the crown of the late king or queen. Logan had thought it to be quite excessive to have a new crown made for him, but in the current situation, he found himself missing it already. But he would sacrifice whatever necessary if it meant that his people would be spared from a war. I don't want the crown, Logan. But then, of course, there was that. Logan looked up to Roman and sighed. He nodded dismissively. The position and status he took had not only come because he was capable, but also because Roman couldn't bear the weight on his shoulders. It had taken him years to admit it and find the courage to present him as the king of Thenia. I didn't think of it as stepping back completely, Logan said and looked to the side. It would only be a representative measure. You as the official king, and I as the acting regent. He accepted me before you completely denied the throne, so it might be a viable solution. No! Was pacing along the hall. His mind was restless, and he could feel Janice's eyes on him. Of course, Janice's eyes would be on him now. Roman would finally return and was desperate to see him again. He just wanted to be sure that he indeed was all right, and that everything had truly worked out as well as everyone had claimed. The reports he had gotten from the messengers were far too stellar for his taste to be true. Roman having befriended the cold-blooded queen and even getting her to watch a play with him just sounded too far-fetched to not be a lie. A servant called from the door, and both and Janice turned towards them. The crown prince has arrived, and will be here shortly. It wasn't a second that needed to walk towards the door and be on his way to meet his. Janice was following him like a shadow, and shot him a chiding look as he rushed past the worried servants, to which simply retorted, "Fuck the protocol, I just need to know that he's fine." With that, Janice let it slide and let one of the servants go and get Logan as soon as possible. In silence, they continued walking down the halls and eventually reached the foyer to the courtyard, which was promptly opened. With proud and loud steps, Roman entered. A broad smile was plastered over his face. His eyes were shining and immediately met gaze. With a high-held head and a skip in his step, Roman steered towards his and greeted with a booming voice, "Good day to you, and it is a joy to be home again." Froze. Something fell in his chest as his came closer, eyes still on him and already recognizing and acknowledging the fear in his eyes, because Roman was loud. Roman's posture was straight and proud. Roman's voice was voluminous and strong. Roman's eyes were clear and determined. Roman was like he had been before, and for once, it didn't seem to be a dream or a nightmare. There was no moment to think about it any longer, as Roman had reached him and pulled him into a firm hug. The whole room stopped breathing. They watched as they melted into Roman's arms, as Roman cradled him and held his close. Quiet words were spoken, but no one but could hear them. No one but them needed to know of them. Something was mended, and they both knew that a new time had come for them. Swift steps in synchronous pace, and they parted. Was smiling widely with a common mad glint glimmering in his eyes as Roman smiled back with his head held high and mighty. Power was shining underneath their skins, energy at the tips of their fingers. Every person in the room could feel it, and more than a few guards were close to start shivering. But for one person who was standing slightly in the back to Roman's right, noticed them only now, and his brows furrowed at their sight. The person was tall, and the lower half of their face and upper body hidden beneath a shawl and a loose poncho. A batch of light brown hair was falling over one side of their face, and found himself intrigued. "Who have you yet to introduce me to, Roman?" asked, and lightly pointed with his chin towards the figure in the back. Roman's eyes lit up, and with a flourish he twirled around and waved for the figure to walk towards them. They promptly complied and approached. Their movement was near silent, and their presence almost non-existent. What a fascinating person. They looked at each other and recognized Roman's passion within a blink and began to smirk even before Roman explained. "This is Virgil Tessero. We met on my way to Queen Coraline, and he has proven to be quite an impressive companion, a perfect guard even." "One moment, please," Janice intercepted, and wrestled his way between and Roman. With a chuckle, stepped back and watched Janice tell Roman off for simply having a stranger come into the castle and having the presumptuous idea of having him become his personal guard. Roman took it with a smirk and told him that he could do as he pleased since he was the crown prince. They bickered more, but paid it no mind as Logan finally entered the foyer and steered towards him. Quietly, Logan took his place to left and eyed the spectacle in front of them. Most people would have been surprised how seemingly unaffected Logan was, but could see the deepening of the creases between his brows and the way how he slightly pressed his lips together as he was looking at Roman. "You can tell me outright if you want me to go, Gold-Eye." Virgil had straightened his posture and was most likely crossing his arms under his poncho. The rest of the servants had gotten death silent, and second he had talked back to Janice and even dared to call attention to his magical eye. Janice pursed his lips and clenched and unclenched his fists several times before he raised his voice with a cutting edge and told him, "I forbid you to talk to me in such a tone. I am a high-ranking member of the Athenian court and deserve to be treated with respect." "Aw," Virgil deadpanned with raised eyebrows. "I'm not Athenian, though, and your court interests me not." "One more reason for you to leave," Janice cried. Nothing of Janice's words seemed to be able to bother Virgil in the slightest. Instead, he turned around and looked to Roman, curiously observed the shift in Roman's amused expression to something softer. He definitely needed to have a word about that with Roman at some point in time. "Do you wish for me to leave?" Virgil asked Roman dutifully. Roman stepped close to Virgil and put his hand on his upper arm. This time, even Logan raised his eyebrows, and Janice looked like he would soon collapse on the floor in anger. But Roman paid them no mind. He smiled at Virgil and shook his head. "No, I do not wish for you to leave. I want you to stay. Virgil bowed his head, turned to look down at Janice, raised his eyebrows at him, and shrugged. I guess you just have to accept that, since you have to listen to him. It took them 10 minutes to stop Janice from trying to murder Virgil in the foyer. The whole thing only calmed down when Roman himself pulled Janice to the side and exchanged a few hushed and possibly very dramatic and sappy words with the royal advisor. Was laughing through the whole ordeal, and Logan sent for the servants to fetch Roman's luggage as well as the possessions Virgil had brought with him. Quietly, Logan spoke with Virgil after that, made sure he knew what he was getting into, and the group finally left the foyer and went into a smaller conference room where they could privately talk for a while without being observed by all the guards. On their way, Virgil and Janice were already bickering again, the former never quite letting Roman out of sight and constantly scanning the area for any potential dangers. Walking in between Logan observed the behavior of the new court member and side-eyed Roman for a moment. The crown prince noticed and shot him a curious look. What do you want to say, Advisor Rain? Roman said with a teasing smile. Logan looked once more back to Virgil before he answered. There is a story behind you and this man, and you will have to tell us about it, Your Royal Highness. Like you will have to tell me about what is hanging on this necklace I have never seen you wear in the whole time since you are here. It was a good thing that blushing made no noise, otherwise the whole castle would have known that Logan had turned rather red. It didn't help that snickered and put his arm around his waist as Logan's cheeks turned darker by the second. Roman laughed lightly as well, and for once Logan decided to let it pass, because there was no black. For the first time, Logan saw Roman wearing no black since he had joined the court. For the first time since the king and queen's assassination, Roman was not wearing black, but white. Roman's voice died. Janice and Logan looked to the door. Virgil started to Green next to him, and Green spoke. You cannot let him have this. You cannot stand down just because he threatens you. He will see it as a sign of weakness and will try to blackmail us even more. You are better than him. You don't need to play his games to beat him. You are Thena's king, without doubt. No one but you can lead this kingdom as well as you do, and you shall pride yourself with it and show him what you are capable of. Heavy silence hung in the air. A moment passed, and another one. Janice watched Green's passionate expression drain away and observed dread taking its place. Hollowly, he put his hand over his mouth and stared at Logan in horror. Subtly, Janice glanced to Logan, who looked like he was holding his breath. He couldn't focus on him, though, as Roman completely turned towards Green and caught the guard's gaze. You are speaking out of line, Roman said, and Green visibly pressed his hand closer against his lips. You are not allowed to take part in our conversation if not asked to directly or address your king so casually. Roman held his chin high, and his lips were pursed. Janice knew that look well enough and put his hand on Logan's shoulder. Beneath his shawl, Virgil began to grin. But by the gods, you're totally right. Logan is so much more capable of ruling than I could ever be. His planning is succinct and well thought out, and he looks stunning in a crown, Roman said, and shot Logan a teasing look over the shoulder. Logan furrowed his brow in a chiding manner and told Roman, Me looking good in a crown has nothing to do with anything you have been talking about. I disagree. This time Green and Roman looked at each other and both fell silent. Roman raised an eyebrow and Green looked to the floor. Roman looked Green over. He knew nothing of this man, not even his full name. He didn't know what story laid behind this stranger with the wavy hair and weird mustache. He didn't know how he happened to become Logan's first personal guard ever, the first one for whom Logan stepped over his own pride and accepted help from. Automatically, Roman's eyes darted over to Virgil. He looked into the deep blue and remembered the defiant way he had fought off the hooligans who had tried to hurt those sheep. He hadn't even known the owner, nor been tasked with taking care of the animals, but had still fought for them. It had stopped his carriage. It had caused their first fateful meeting. With a little huff, Roman put on a smile and turned back around to Logan and Janice. Janice's look told him exactly how he felt about this coincidence, and Logan's eyes were still set on Green. Roman could not help himself but chuckle. "I've never met this man, but I know there's a story behind him, and you will have to tell me about it, Your Majesty," Roman said in a slightly teasing but not unkind tone. Unease settled over the group. Logan turned his attention back on the prince, and Janice kept an eye on Green. He had tried to hide it before, but when Roman had begun to call him out on his intolerable behavior and Green had pressed his hands over his mouth, Janice had noted that Green had started to smile. He had known that Roman would not be mad at him, and Janice had a lot to consider now. But it had to wait for the moment. Now they had to finish this discussion. "A talk will be had," Logan said, and placed the crown back on his head. "But everything has its time. Now, you and Virgil should go and rest for a bit. I will have an official meeting tomorrow with the military council where we will go into detail. Until then, I would ask you two to rest after your long journey. Janice, please make their stay as pleasant as possible." Janice blinked. He still had his duties to fulfill, and he couldn't just go off with Roman and Virgil and have a free day with them. Just when he was ready to talk back, Logan leaned towards him and said quietly, "I am not the only one on their last leg, so to speak. Take a break. I have at least slept last night. Green will accompany me for the rest of the day." A single nod, and Logan got up. He walked to the door, and Green opened it for him, even though no one but Janice had heard what Logan had just said. One last time, Logan looked over his shoulder to Roman, and lastly to Virgil. "Good luck with them. Try to keep them from planning another masquerade ball," Logan joked. Under his shawl, Virgil grinned and gave Logan a little wink. Next, the door closed behind Logan, and after a moment, Virgil walked up to Roman and put his hand on the small of his back as he led him over to the divan and waited for him to sit down. Roman did so, and Virgil lowered himself to the ground in front of both Roman and Janice. "Still unable to sit correctly on a proper piece of furniture?" Janice teased tiredly and leaned against Roman's side. Janice almost let out a pleased gasp when Virgil put his hand on his knee, and Roman draped his arm around his shoulder. Their presence and warmth had grown on him over the years. Roman had been a constant in all of his life, but only thanks to Virgil's presence had they finally developed the dynamic and relationship they shared now. They had needed something new. Roman had needed something new, and Virgil had brought it. "Is Green the something new for Lo?" Roman asked, as if he had read Janice's mind. Janice sighed and buried his head in Roman's shoulder. He felt their surprise in the way Roman's hand on his back tightened and in the soft strokes Virgil brushed over his knee. "I don't know." Roman and Virgil shared a look. Virgil got up and closed the blinds by the window. Janice recognized the small rustling of Virgil's shawl being removed. "Talk, Cellier. It seems we need to know more about this man," Virgil said seriously. Janice sighed, pulled his face away from Roman's neck. With pursed lips, he looked up to Virgil standing in front of him. His scarred face was stern. Janice's eyes lit up in gold, and he found himself telling his two partners about this strange man who had entered his and Logan's lives over 2 weeks ago. Chapter 4. Moving Forward. Green was sitting outside the stables. He had helped clean them and was now observing the few soldiers, guards, and servants walking through the inner courtyard. The king hadn't left the castle in the last 4 days. He went from one meeting into the other and had told Green to take a break today. Green wasn't complaining, but he was getting worried. He had heard what they were planning for. He had seen what Logan was trying to prevent, and it got more and more clear that Logan was the last one who really was trying to stop a war from breaking out. With a huff, Green eventually got up and back into his little quarter and cleaned for a bit. Some of the other guards found it weird how much Green seemed to enjoy mopping the floors or cleaning his cabinets or even the toilet. They were even more weirded out by the fact that he had Patton explain every little step to him when he got started in his quarters. Sure, the kid was cute, but Reacting surprised when he told Green that he couldn't use the steel wool to clean certain pans had been a little too much in their opinion. Green didn't care about their opinion, though, and he was happy that the little boy had come to visit him in the mornings and evenings more often than not. His life was less lonely like this. Whistling, he finished scrubbing his counters and dried the wet surface. When that was done, he began to prepare 4 sandwiches and cut them into quarters, as he had noticed that Patton tended to eat more if the food was cut into smaller pieces. "Green!" Green turned his head towards the door and watched Patton storm inside the room with a big smile. He had told him last evening that he would be home the whole day and had been rather sure that Patton would show up as soon as Miss Angeli would let him leave. "Hello, big guy," Green said gently and caught Patton with one arm as he smash-hugged his side. "You're getting stronger each day. Have you grown again? Soon I'll have to look up to you." Patton giggled as Green picked him up and sat him down on the table and told him, "No, that's silly. People don't grow so fast that you can see a difference overnight." "They don't?" Green parroted with a grin and put the sandwiches onto a little wooden tray. "But I'm sure that I once grew 7 whole inches overnight. All the grown-ups were very impressed and very polite to me because they thought I had already grown up." "No, that's a lie," Patton said loudly and jumped from the table to follow Green outside. Green chuckled a little, waited for Patton to catch up, and sat down on his bench close to the stables and watched the kid climb up next to him. Patton puffed his cheeks and frowned adorably, and Green had a hard time not laughing at his anger. "Well, maybe a little," Green admitted, and put the sandwiches between them and motioned Patton to grab one. "But I did have a pretty big growth spurt once, and the grown-ups treated me like a grown-up after that. That is absolutely true." "But why if you were just a kid?" Patton asked with a full mouth. A shrug, Green looked over the courtyard and took a sandwich. He had never asked himself that question. Maybe he should have. "I don't know," Green admitted and looked down to Patton. "Maybe because I felt like I needed to be a grown-up and the grown-ups needed me to be one." For a moment, there was just Patton's chewing and the busy noise of the courtyard. Green didn't hear either properly. Images were taking up all his senses, and he could hear the color red take up all of his mind. It was gruesome and cruel. The nightmares were worse, especially when he was alone. Green blinked and was back in reality. Patton wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and stood up on the bench. Gently, oh so gently, he pressed himself against Green's side and patted his back with one hand. "I don't need you to be a grown-up. You can be a kid with me," Patton said warmly. It wasn't that easy, but for the morning Green would play with Patton and let the child distract him from his worries. "Careful," Green laughed as he caught the ball Patton threw into his direction. He managed to catch it despite the rather bad throw from the boy and showed him again how he could throw a little safer before he threw the ball back to Patton. This time, Patton managed to catch it and immediately threw it back to Green just as badly as before. A few weavers were laughing at the two playing together. Patton's joy had been known all around, but combined with the silly stranger, the child was beyond recognition. He was running and shouting around, his arms always moving and his little legs bouncing with energy. It had nothing in common with the smiling but quiet boy who was sitting between them and holding their wool or rearranging their spools. This child was alive and happy, and it was nice to see at least something good in times like these. Green threw the ball once more. This time it flew a little too far, and Patton turned around to go get it. "Careful with the street, kid! Look out for carriages!" Green shouted, and watched Patton stop and look both ways on the sides of the street before he crossed it. Green sighed as he walked a few steps back from the road. It was possibly smarter to change the game for now, but he mused, thinking about how Patton squinted his eyes together when he was looking for the ball. It was something people did when they couldn't see it properly, and Green suspected that Patton was rather short-sighted. "The boy seems to have found a liking to you." Green spun around and saw the royal advisor standing in front of him. Hastily he bowed his head and straightened his posture. Janice raised an eyebrow at the gesture and motioned for him to stop. "How may I be of service?" Green asked. Janice shook his head and looked over the street to Patton. "You are off duty, The king would not like for me to go against his orders." Visibly relaxing, Green's shoulders dropped, and he followed Janice's eyes and watched Patton picking up the ball. A little sloppily, he brushed over it and then shouted to Green, "It's dirty! I'm gonna go wash it!" "That's good, Patton. Just be careful." A yes followed, and the boy was already running over the courtyard to the fountain. Green sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. Gingerly, he looked back to Janice, who motioned towards the bench where he and Patton had eaten before. With Green's nod, they walked back and sat down. Green could feel Janice's eyes on him and tried not to get too tense around him. He had felt the shift in attitude towards him after Roman and Virgil had arrived, and he had yet to figure out if that was a good thing or not. "Is Patton often with you?" Green pressed his lips together before it turned into a treacherous smile. Fondly, he watched the dirt on his shoes and said to Janice, "He comes over as much as he can. He likes the food I give him and how I love his stories." "The boy is around 5. Janice countered, rather unimpressed. "None of his stories can possibly make any sense." Green chuckled and smirked at Janice. "True, but that doesn't mean they're not important to him, and I like him being around. Gives me something to do. Sense of purpose and all of that." "You have a purpose. You are the king's guard." For a moment, Green mused over Janice's stern words. "That's a job, a good one, an important one I like to do. But how long are you planning to keep me here? How long will you accept a man you know nothing about and can't learn anything about? The prince and his chaperone don't approve of me. It's a question of time until I will be gone. I don't blame you for it. I just wish I knew what game you were playing." If you moved your hand, you could see the muscles just work beneath the skin of the back of your hand. It was quite beautiful, Green thought, and he licked his lips. "But the kid is our future," Green continued, and met Janice's eyes again. "He will outlive us all if we're doing our jobs right. He should outlive us all. He's a good kid. He's kind and funny, in both ways of the word. I cannot help myself but care about him, and that's going to last no matter where I end up being. So, yeah." There was a long pause. Janice stared, and Green held his look quite effortlessly. "You sound just like the king," Janice said blankly. Green shrugged and looked over the street where Patton was coming from. "Our king?" Green said and stood up. "Has the right idea to try and do anything to stop a war from happening. The kids, the adolescents, the adults, and the elders should not have to suffer through a war, and I think that the king's court would do good to support him in that endeavor." And he finally looked at the royal advisor one last time before he went back to Patton. "Nor the court should have to suffer through another tragedy. No child on earth should ever have to suffer through what you and the prince must have seen." Royal advisor Jove Cellier was up early on his rounds through the palace. He had taken Janice with him, and they had just reached the east wing when he heard something moving behind him. "You broke your oath." Jove turned around and found standing in front of them. He was still wearing a sleep gown, and his face was devoid of emotion. Jove frowned, and Janice beside him began to shiver. Something was wrong. Very wrong. "Follow me," said, and began walking towards the south wing, the quarters of the royal couple. Jove and Janice followed the fast pace set and entered the quarters of the king and queen. And as they came, Jove noticed how the guards weren't here anymore, and he began to think of why that would be. "I sent them to search all the exits from the castle, the town, and the town walls. Maybe we can still find who did this," said without looking back to Jove. "Did what?" Jove wanted to ask, but remained silent as the boy halted in front of his Roman's parents' bedchamber, looked over his shoulder up to Jove, and then down to Janice. Gently he motioned for Janice to come and stand to his right, and Janice followed hesitantly. With his left hand, reached for the doorknob, and with his right hand he shielded Janice's eyes. "You shall not have to see this." then opened the door. The first thing Jove registered was that the furniture visible from his point of view was wrecked. The second thing, the blood on the wall. The third thing was whimpering. Roman's whimpering. He stormed inside. He instinctively looked towards the noise and found the young crown prince kneeling in front of his parents' bed next to the mutilated corpses of King Aeneas and Queen Rhea. It was a picture Jove would never forget. His oldest friend lifeless, bloodied on the floor, his youngest, only son crying tears on his chest and grappling his wife's hand like a lifeline. "What is it? What happened? Roman is crying, isn't he? Why won't you let me see?" Janice asked from behind, while Jove tried to comprehend what he was looking at. It kept him too distracted from noticing how his son fought himself free of grip and went after him. And then Janice saw and screamed and ran to Roman, took him in his arms and wrestled him away from the corpses. He took him to breathe, to look at him, turned his face away from the scene whenever he wanted to look back. Ever so slowly, Janice led him away to side and exchanged a look with. For the first time this morning, expression changed and gave Janice a weak smile. "Thank you, Royal Advisor Janice." Roman's sobs grew louder, and Janice and Jove stared at with horror in their eyes. Took a deep breath and turned towards Jove. He folded his hands behind his back and held his chin high. Despite only being a child of 12 years old and wearing a white nightgown, Jove had never seen someone look as regal and determined as him in that very moment. "Royal Advisor Jove of the late King Aeneas," said firmly, despite his voice jumping at the late. "You will aid me form a royal council to help me rule until I will be of legal age to rule and decide on my own, and you will aid me uncover who was responsible for the late king and queen's assassination. And Royal Advisor Janice, you will aid me by getting some water and get him to our court physicians. Am I understood?" "Yes," the father and son said in unison. Janice had not been thinking about Logan. He had been reminded of a man long gone who had a fight just like this with Janice's father a few days before his and the Queen's lives had been so abruptly taken. Chapter 5. Defense. It was late and the palace was asleep. The rose maze was peacefully quiet, and the moonlight bathed the world in a silver shimmer. It was beautiful and lonely. Roman could not help himself. He had known Janice for so many years, who loved and adored him. He had Virgil by his side, who kept him sane and safe. He had Logan, who had put up with all the unreasonable decisions he had ever made. And yet, as Roman sat down in the middle of the maze, beneath the rose arch on the bench, he felt void. He had, for all his life, felt a certain longing for something that was not there. It had become worse in the last few weeks, especially since Janice had been mostly preoccupied with meetings and aiding Logan with his duties. He knew something was off, and he was glad when they finally approached him and asked if he could go to Sisette and get some allies. He would get going tomorrow, and while he didn't like to leave Janice back, he knew it was the most reasonable thing he could do right now. It also was easier for him to not be in the castle. It made the void hurt less, in a way. Stillness. Roman's heart began to race. He jumped on his feet, feeling the tip of cold metal barely scratching the middle of his back. Twirling around, drawing his sword, which was sharp despite Janice's protests, and facing a figure in black, face hidden behind a black mask. An ambush. The ambusher stormed at him, but Roman dodged and evaluated his situation quickly. There were more people coming. He could hear the scurrying around now that he was listening for it. His chances could be worse. He knew the maze like no other. Better than the gardeners ever, and they were not aware that he was able to hold himself in a fight. Dodging, ducking, go for the legs and shove to the breast. One distracted, a second and third one came from the opening to his left, and one had jumped over the bushes in front of him. They were trying to corner him. They would not succeed, Roman decided. With a grunt, he maneuvered himself towards the one on the left, went for his wrist, and made him drop his sword. Next, he focused on the one in front, and he barely managed to pull away as the first ambusher grabbed him by the arm. Roman panted. No, he wasn't exhausted yet, but they had been cornering him, and he didn't know how to get out of this situation anymore. He couldn't go like this. He couldn't lose like this. "Hello!" The squeaky, maddening scream had the ambushers turn around. Roman used his chance and fled to the side as someone barreled into the one in the middle and threw him right into the thorns. Without thinking, Roman turned to the closest ambusher and began to duel them. In the corner of his eyes, he saw the third one approach him from behind, calculating already how he could fight that one off. "I've got your back. Worry about what's in front of you, Rami." There was something in Roman's chest. It was warm and loud and wild. It made him grin and go for his attacker, made him move quick and nimble, made him light as a feather, and made it almost playfully easy for him to fight them off, as he cut them into their right shoulder. They whistled. At once the two others moved away. Roman was about to follow them, but he stopped as a hand was put on his shoulder and held him back. And just then, the three ambushers were gone in the shadows. The night was quiet again, as if nothing had happened. Roman could be dead now, and no one would know until the gardeners would find him. Janice and Virgil would not find him, would only see the dried blood beneath his form, his lifeless corpse rotting amongst the grass and thorns. "It is okay. We are okay, Roman. Breathe. Slow and steady." Slow and steady does it. In front of Roman was Green, standing in the faint moonlight. He had stepped in front of him, had put his other hand on his left shoulder, and was asking him to calm down. And Roman did calm down. He had to. He had to quiet down and get out of the maze. They were still out in the open and needed to get away. But first, he had to focus on calming down. It would be fine. Never in his life Roman had found himself calming down so quickly, but he was not going to question it and nodded at Green, who waited for him to give him the green light to proceed. The two hastily went back to the castle. When they were barely in sight of the guards, Green already called for them, ordered them to immediately search the castle walls, the gates, and passageways to the doors. No one was to go alone, and they needed to search the rose maze this instant. They were about to dismiss his orders when they spotted Roman behind him. They froze on the spot, and Roman told them to follow his orders. The castle awoke. Roman and Green went inside, immediately heading towards the back room in the servant wing. Roman had never told Green that they should go there, but Green found the way nevertheless. On their way, Roman requested the guards to wake the king and tell Janice and Virgil to retreat. They would know where to look for them. Meanwhile, Roman and Green slipped by the guards and servant eyes, along the shadows and hallways rarely someone used. Roman knew them by heart. He had explored them when he was younger and studied every corner after the day it had happened. He needed to know where he could hide in a dangerous situation, and after all those years, the fear and terror had kept him from forgetting a single detail. The back room was in the last corner of the castle, a dead end where no one went when they were trying to escape or hide themselves in. And still, Roman had chosen this room to be his safe haven. There was security in an unlikely hiding spot, and he sat down on a wooden chair as Green positioned himself next to the door. He was looking over to him and scanning the room, all while listening at the door for whoever was to come in. They were quiet and waited. Roman wasn't quite sure when it happened, but after some time, he began to analyze the intruders' behavior. He thought about how they entered the premise, how they fought, and how they focused on him. The conclusion he got did not sit well with him, and he was glad when he could change his focus on the door as he heard someone approach from the outside. He knew the steps, and before he could say it, Green opened the door and let in Janice, followed by Logan and Virgil. The king had still a rather sleepy look in his eyes and was wearing a nightgown, but tensed immediately as he saw Roman sitting on the chest. Worriedly, he looked over to Green, hands pressed over his chest, and motioned Virgil to close the door. There was an ambush. The terror on Janice's face was indescribable. Without thinking, he rushed over to Roman's side, kneeled down in front of him, and cupped his face between his hands. How? When? Why were you not in your room? Virgil's voice was booming despite his low volume. Roman straightened up and softly pushed Janice's hands out of his face. He then pulled Janice to sit next to him while putting his arm around his shoulders. I could not sleep, Roman explained, and observed with one eye how Green led Logan to sit on another box as the king trembled under the stressful revelation. I did not mean to alarm you, and went outside to catch some fresh air. They came for me in the rose maze. Green came and fought them off. It cannot be longer than half an hour ago. You are not allowed to simply leave your room without informing us, not in times like these, Virgil hissed towards the prince. I can be killed in my own room just as easily as in the rose maze, Virgil. It makes no difference. If they want, they will find me anywhere. Virgil froze, and Janice gripped Roman's arm, exclaiming loudly, Roman! This changes nothing. I will go tomorrow. We need the backup, now more than ever. You are most certainly not leaving. We haven't even found out who did this yet. It might as well be someone from Sisette who allied with George to find you. I will not send you to your death. Janice had tears in his eyes as he begged for Roman to stay. He begged for his friend to be reasonable and approachable, to not fall back into habits that could have him hurt or even killed. And Roman just looked at him with those determined eyes and this heavy look. This look that made it clear that he would not just stop. This was not someone from Sisette. Green broke through the moment, and all eyes landed on him. It was a Reagan blade these attackers wielded, but it was not someone sent by King George directly. Otherwise, they would not have tried to kill him. What? Janice stuttered, but Green continued. It is smarter to take the prince hostage instead of killing him. It would force us to act quietly and would keep the other kingdoms from interfering out of concern for Roman's well-being. While killing Roman would lead to a guaranteed uproar in Sisette as well as in Canaan. And while King George is proud and overconfident, he's far from stupid. This is not a risk he would take. Another pause. Logan sighed and buried his head in his hands. He went mentally through what he had heard Green and Roman tell them just now and tried to puzzle the picture together. The timing was eerie. He had to consider if there was a mole among their midst. Even so, it could have been a coincidence. What was not a coincidence, though, were the attempt on Roman which could have also caused his own fall, since he only was holding the position because of Roman's order. So, it most likely was an operation contrived by someone in George's court who went behind his back, Logan concluded, and glimpsed up to Green, who nodded. Yes, that is it most likely. The way these people moved hints towards special training for a secret force, and their weaponry and clothing were perfectly tailored for each of them, which hints to a benefactor of high standing who could pay and arrange those things to be given to them secretly. They knew what they were doing and probably had scouted the area. Still, that they found Roman in the maze could mean that... Roman continued Green's sentence as if they had coordinated it. They had found me through magic. Yes, I came to that conclusion as well. They should not have known that I was not in my room. I haven't been outside in the maze for the entirety of my stay. They should have looked in my room first, but they hadn't been there, otherwise Virgil would have caught them. Silence stretched over the 5 men in the room for a moment. Outside, far away in the halls, the guards were bustling around, servants running and following the instructions Green and Roman had given them a few minutes prior. Why were you outside? Logan's voice was not sharp, but still cut through the silence like a hot knife through butter. Green, who the question had been posed to, opened his mouth, but was promptly cut off by Janice, adding, We need the truth here. Only the truth will let you leave this room alive right now. Roman froze. No. How? Green was not the traitor. He knew he wasn't. Janice was wrong to assume that Green was a mole just because he was out in the night without reason, because he somehow had the perfect timing in rescuing him, because he somehow had known that the swords were Reagan and their fighting style one of a secret force? Oh, no. Then Green dropped on his knees before the king. There was a look of deep devotion, certainty, and the uncharacteristic hint of shame in his face. Roman watched Green's hands twitch as he lifted it towards Logan's knees, but stopped and put them onto his own thighs. And Green spoke. I am aware that my knowledge of the situation and the details surrounding it are suspicious. If you need me gone, I will be happy to rot in your prisons or decapitated on your demand, your majesty. But I know the reason I have to give you will not be able to cease your worries, but I shall give it to you nonetheless. He took one last breath as he bowed his head and resumed his answer. I am plagued by nightmares. Have been for many, many years. They are senseless and violent and bloody, cruel with no rhyme or reason to it. I am quite used to the imagery, but once in a while they get especially troubling, and I find myself having such dreams far too often lately. I try to get to bed late because of this, but tonight I forgot the time and wandered to the gardens. They were quite beautiful in the moonlight, and it was then that I heard the ambush. I know this is not a sufficient answer, but it is the answer. I believe you. Logan spoke the words which Roman thought. Roman watched with a smile as Logan tapped Green under the chin, and the guard looked up with big, disbelieving eyes. For the first time since Roman had come back from his journey, Logan did not look like he was as tense as an overstretched spring. You do? Logan grinned and nodded. He eyed Janus from the corner of his eyes and saw him pressing his lips together in displeasure. The guard had spoken the truth, and Janus could confirm it despite the sour taste the whole situation left on his tongue. Yes, I do, Logan confirmed now verbally. You did not lie. The royal advisor could tell so much, and you have yet to make a single mistake in front of me or the others which would lead to me distrusting you. And I have to admit that it is quite a relief for me to learn that I made a good choice by having you by my side. I don't think I'll ever get used to this, said as he looked at the crown in his hands. He and Roman had met up in Roman's room after the morning festivities had ended, and all of the castle had quieted down. Now it was only the two of them, leaning against Roman's side. Roman had put his arm around his shoulder and was staring at the sparkling crown in hand as well. The faint candlelight threw dark shadows, and Roman tensed up a little, noticed, and pressed himself closer to Roman's side. Neither will I, Roman said after a few moments, and took the crown out of hand and set it on the night table. They looked at each other for a moment. Roman opened his mouth to say something but stopped, and instead signed, I'm sorry. Talking was still too much of a task for him, after a whole year of silence. Just shook his head and put his arms around Roman's torso to squish him in a hug. Minutes passed by, and eventually Roman wiggled out of embrace. Quietly, he got off the bed and motioned to follow him. He followed, and the two went to the bay window, which Roman opened and promptly climbed out of. Perplexed, stared at him for a moment before he followed as well, and climbed down the ivy vines which grew beneath Roman's window. When feet touched the ground, Roman took his hand and pulled him along in a hurry. Let him do so, and simply observed the dark surroundings until they ended up in the rose maze. Months later, Roman would finally explain to how he had spent many days out in the gardens and familiarized himself with the gardeners and how they maintained the bushes and the maze. Thus he knew exactly at which spot he could hide the wooden swords, which he pulled out of the bushes close to the middle of the rose maze. But at this particular instance, Roman did not explain what he was doing, and simply handed him the wooden sword. What is the meaning of this? Asked without taking the sword. Roman sighed and looked up to the sky. The moon wasn't out anymore, and the stars were sparkling up there in the prettiest lights. Roman licked his lips and looked back down, meeting eyes directly. I'm scared they'll come for us, me. Stiffened. He heard the unsaid, I'm afraid they'll come for you. I want us, me, to be prepared. They don't teach us, me, to fight properly, and I want to know how. I want to train. I want us, me, to be able to survive. A moment passed. Took a deep breath, and then the sword. For a few minutes, Roman explained the basic fighting stances he had seen the soldiers and guards practice, until he began to simply show them, as talking got too hard for him. They didn't stay outside for much longer, and soon went back through the window. Many nights like these were to follow, but that night, and Roman did not think of the future any longer, huddled together in Roman's bed and slept peacefully for the first time in a year. Roman had never been so relieved to hear somebody admitting that they had nightmares. Green's words had done something in his mind, and for a moment, a very small split second, the loneliness in his chest shrunk a little. All right then, Green's good, but we still aren't through with you, Roman. You will not leave tomorrow, Virgil said stubbornly. Roman shot up from his seat and balled his fists. You cannot decide this. No, I can't, but I won't accompany you to your fucking death, Princey, and you know that I'm doing you a favor. You are smarter than this. I am not stupid or naive. Roman all but shouted towards his friend and tried to get a grip on himself. Instinctively, Roman stepped back, his back touching the wall of the chamber, and he watched through the group gathered around him. Janice's expression was apologizing but stern. He was on Virgil's side, no doubt. Logan was unreadable, but Roman knew that in the end, Logan was a strategist, and him leaving the castle after what had happened tonight was far too risky. Yes, Roman understood their stances, but the problem was that he was useless except for diplomacy missions. He could not help prepare an army, he could not plan infrastructure or safety plans. The only thing he was a pretty face and a charming voice with some good social networking skills, and in the castle that meant nothing. Your Royal Highness. Roman's view was blurry, but he managed to look at Green, who spoke softly. You are quite brilliant with your words and your charm, and I don't doubt that you could get through another ambush. But remember that Sisette has no guards like we do. Remember that their walls aren't as thick as ours, and their history hasn't been filled with assassinations and bloodshed. We shall not bring danger to other kingdoms if we needn't, Your Royal Highness. We cannot bring the doom to other places just to save our necks. I know that at heart, you are too caring to do something like that. It was not the words exactly, nor was it the phrasing or the intonation, but never in his life had Roman felt his father's presence shining so much through a person. And with everything that had been happening tonight, he felt his hold on himself crumble. Trembling, he sat down on the chest, pressed his hand over his nose and mouth, and tried not to cry like a small child, because this man somehow reminded him of his father. Of course, Janice shimmied closer to him and asked what was wrong. Of course, Virgil knelt down next to him and calmly pressed his hand against his thigh. It took a minute until Roman was calm again. He managed to keep himself from crying and brushed his two worried partners off. I see your point. I know it has been a close call, and I understand the risks. I just wish I could be of use somehow. Here, I can't do anything, Roman explained to Green first, and then pushed his focus towards Logan. Logan raised his eyebrows and shook his head. Swiftly, he crossed his legs and told Roman, I can think of a few things you could help me with. Tomorrow we can talk about it in detail, but for now I will remind you that your mere presence and smile will let the people hope. They have lost your father and mother, the first to finally bring some sort of peace and prosperity to these lands, and you are the result of their beliefs and strengths. You are what remains, and no matter how good of a king I am, they need to know that their prince is alive and well. They need you alive. And so do I. So, thank you for staying here. It will be a great relief. Roman nodded, and Green and Janice announced that they were now going to check in with the patrols that were sent out to see if it was safe for both King and Prince to get back into their sleeping chambers. Virgil would stay with them and keep them safe. The door fell into its lock as Green and Janice left. Virgil eyed first Roman and then Logan for a few moments. He said nothing as Logan stood up, his legs shakier than usual. He only reacted when he suddenly leaned against a wall to keep himself upright. "Logan," Roman asked as Virgil helped Logan regain his balance and led him to the prince. A little floppy, Logan sat down next to him and rubbed his temples. "Just some lightheadedness. Nothing you shall worry about. Now, what had you moved so deeply by Green's words? I've rarely seen you in such a state, and I would like to know what brought it up." Roman kneaded his hands and opened his left one. He had thin, long fingers, long nail beds. He was told that they were the hands of his mother, but his complexion and facial structure were his father's, a memorial to both of them. "I don't know what it is with him, but..." Roman looked up and found the courage to meet Logan's eyes. "He reminds me of something I can't quite pin down, and just how he spoke, the way he addressed me, it was as if my father was here for a moment. He really reminded me of him there. And while it was painful to remember, it was also unspeakably comforting." Logan was not a touchy person in general, so when he hugged Roman, it came a bit as a surprise. What was even more surprising was the fact of how much Roman leaned into the touch. He buried his head in the nape of Logan's neck, and Logan let him do so wordlessly. They parted when Virgil remarked that he could hear Janice and Green come back. The area had been scouted, and a few traces of the intruders had been found close to the eastern wall, but otherwise there seemed nothing to go off. Janice had the guards patrol the wall, and would initiate a closer look on the kingdom's borders as soon as the next morning broke. Though for now, Logan and Roman could retreat to their rooms, with heightened security, of course. "Thank you very much, Janice. Would you and Virgil accompany me? I wanted to have a word. Green, please bring Roman to his sleeping chamber," Logan ordered and slowly stood up. Virgil quirked up his brow but wordlessly moved up to his side and opened the door for him and Janice. Green followed with Roman, and they parted in the hallway to get their respective wings. Roman looked at the guards standing alongside the walls, the servants bustling around with sleep still in their faces despite the hustle in the castle. "How late is it even?" Roman mumbled to himself when they finally got to his wing. Green opened the door to his chamber and said in the same moment, "1:30, Your Royal Highness." Roman blinked. That was indeed rather late. He gulped and walked towards his room. In the doorframe he stopped and turned around to look at Green. For a moment he mused, and then he made up his mind. "Would you terribly mind to come inside for a moment? I know your day has been long, but I doubt that another few minutes will make that much of a difference." Green's lip twitched, but he bowed his head and followed Roman inside. Easily, Roman strode across the room to his little sitting corner and told Green to sit with him. The guard followed and sat silently, waiting for Roman to say what he wanted to say. Roman straightened his pants for a moment and looked over the ruffles and dirt that had been caught on the bottom of them. It was rare for him to get this dirty, not because he didn't want to, but because he was kept from doing so. "You didn't tell them that I fought alongside you. Why?" Green shrugged. "You said I fought them off, so I assumed you didn't want them to know that you fought as well. And I had never heard people talking about your sword-fighting skills, so what I saw was most likely something you learnt in secret. And while Janice would react delightfully appalled to you hiding this from him, I don't want to be a tattletale. You've got your reasons, and I respect that, Your Royal Highness." Roman listened closely and saw how Green gesticulated during his speech. The movements of his hands were peculiar, not random and agitated, but had a method to it, like the signs he had made up during his year of mourning, Roman's mind added. Green had handled his panic more masterfully than Virgil had after 5 years of knowing him. He had used nicknames for him, had included himself when he told Roman they were fine. Thank you. Roman settled with, instead of voicing any of those observations, for the secret keeping, the saving, and for talking some sense into me. The gods know what would happen if I had kept fighting Virgil and Janice on this. Eventually, this would have escalated a lot worse than it did, and I have no intention of hurting those two. The look and grin Green had on his face told Roman that he had known so even if he hadn't said it. How odd. This stranger being able to just understand him so effortlessly did not worry or bother him nearly as much as it should. They sat there in silence a little longer. Roman's head was buzzing. His chest felt heavier, but more fulfilled than usual. He again and again eyed this new guard, thinking about what Janice had told him about Green, about the kid he saved, about things he knew but shouldn't know about. Green, meanwhile, decided that he needed to get Roman to sleep. Calmly, he said to him that they should probably head to bed now, and got a silent nod as an answer. He stood and turned away as the prince went to change into his nightclothes and watched as he silently crawled into his bed. He was about to bow and turn away when a question kept him in place. Will you stay? Green looked over his shoulder. The faint light of the candle next to his bed illuminated him in a flickering but faint glow. He looked so much smaller and fragiler than he should. In the room? Green asked with furrowed brows. Roman's voice was quiet as he said, Yes, and in the castle, in our lives, here with us. Roman added in his mind, but the words were stuck in his mouth. He didn't know why, but with Green here, he felt less lonely. To his luck, Green didn't question him. Instead, he simply nodded and sat down on the bench to the foot of his bed. Roman thanked him again and asked if he could blow out the candle. You may, Green said, and the room was coated in darkness. Chapter 6. Nostalgia. Good stamina, Virgil grunted as Green finished the lap behind him. After the ambush, the castle had been under high alert. The king's meetings had been reduced to a minimum, and he was to stay in his own heavily guarded wing. It had been a relief to hear Logan simply agree with Janice's proposal. Unlike Roman, who was anything but happy with the measurements Janice, Green, and Virgil himself had come up with. Logan had seen the reason behind it and was following their instructions as well as he could. Now Virgil had time to rummage through the castle and check it from top to bottom. While Janice was coordinating the court, he'd begun to search for possible breachers, questioning his way through the servants, guards, and the workers in the courtyard. Janice had sent Green to go with him. Despite the short time Green had spent here, he had made a few connections already, and Virgil could use all the help he could get when he was talking to people. Socializing was not his thing. He was a guardian first, and everything else second. Right now, they were training, though. Virgil had wanted to see how fit Green was, and got pleasantly surprised by his ability to keep up with him. Not many could do so, and it made it easier for Virgil to let him be close to Roman. It was hard for him to let anyone be close to Roman these days, especially after the whole assassination attempt. Not as good as yours, Green panted, and leaned forward to catch his breath. Virgil smirked and shoved him just when he straightened up. He stumbled, caught himself, and giggled like a child before he shoved Virgil back. They continued nudging and shoving each other as they walked to the edge of the racetrack and sat down. Virgil had 2 water bottles taken with him, one for Green and one with a straw for himself. With no comment, he shoved the straw under his shawl and drank as Green did the same. Is it very hot? Green asked, looking over the training grounds. Virgil fiddled with the hem of his shawl and stared just in front of himself. He knew what Green was talking about. I'm used to it. I know how I have to breathe, that it doesn't bother me. Also, the snake has made them give me one which is lighter and easier to breathe through, so it's fine. In the corner of his eye, he saw Green nod. He shifted and sprawled his legs in front of him and leaned back. Something told Virgil that he had dropped the topic, and he felt himself ease up a little. He never liked to talk about his face. It was just a sore topic. To get himself into a better mind space, Virgil decided to focus on something else. Quietly, he went through the last few days, over what he had seen and learned. Frustratingly, Not much had come to light about the intruders, and all possible points of entry had been guarded thrice as much as before. There had been no new breaches, but in the light of King George announcing he would hold a meeting with Logan in 2 weeks' time, it might only mean that they were waiting for the outcome of said meeting. Logan had invited him for the meeting and offered to meet him at the border, but the king insisted on coming to Thenia and meeting Logan there in person. While that meant a lot of preparations and much more night shifts for Janice, it lightened Virgil's worries immensely. Like this, he knew that there was top security with no intention of harming their king or prince. Green shifted next to him, pushing one leg under his butt and leaning forwards as he looked down to the green grass. He let his hands run through the single blades and smiled. 2 days prior, Virgil had seen him for the first time together with Patton. The boy had excitedly run up to him when they were questioning a farrier. The second when he had spotted Virgil, he had stopped and almost toppled over because of his sudden halt. Virgil was used to the reaction. Many people were scared of his appearance, and he did not expect the little child to be any different. And yet, when Green called for him, the boy had come closer and had watched Virgil carefully. Shyly, he hid behind Green's leg and gave him a curt wave. "He's not dangerous, kid. You can say hi," Green said to him in a voice so warm it could have melted butter. And to Virgil's surprise, the boy came out of hiding and actually said hi to him. And after he said hi awkwardly back and almost died of pureness this kid radiated when he smiled at him, Green had praised Patton fondly for being so nice and brave with a stranger. Virgil wasn't quite sure if encouraging this kid to talk to strangers was a great idea, but at the same time, he could see how much Green cared and how close this boy was to him. He talked and acted like a father around him, and in Virgil's mind, that raised a few questions. Green did look quite unassuming in his white tunic and the brown trousers, but he had an air of strength and might around him, which was hardly deniable, and yet he gave himself as a simple man who just liked feeling the grass on his skin. "You like to get dirty," Virgil stated. Green looked up and with no hesitation responded, "Oh, honey, you haven't seen anything dirty of me until you've seen me in bed." Immediately, Virgil swatted him in the arm, and Green cackled loudly at the way the tips of Virgil's ears flushed. He was close to simply getting up and walking away, but did not do so, as the curiosity was too big. He really wanted to know what Green's secrets might be. "No, I'm serious now," Virgil insisted, and punched him again for good measure. "Why do you enjoy the groundwork so much? Most soldiers don't mind getting a bit dirty and all, but you seem to thrive in it." Green chuckled and scratched his chin. It was stubbly, and the mustache didn't look nearly as well kept and pristine anymore as it had when Virgil had met Green for the first time. And yet somehow, Virgil found that the work seemed to make him look happier and more alive than before. "It's gonna sound strange to you," Green admitted after a few moments while looking over the training court, "but I didn't get to get messy all that often as a kid. I couldn't go outside and sit in the grass or roll around in the fields. I was preoccupied with other things. So this is like a second chance for me, and I'm having the time of my life doing this, quite frankly." "Huh. Yeah, I know it's weird. You don't have to rub it in, brooding beauty." "I didn't... Brooding beauty? What?" Virgil stammered at the nickname. Again, Green chuckled, and Virgil was considering to just walk away again. Yet he decided against it and took a deep breath before he looked down to his knees. It was always on his mind, always something that kept his thoughts moving, and one of the few things he could not talk about with Janice. "You need to swear that this is going to stay between us, man." The rustling of the grass next to him told Virgil that Green had straightened his back and was now watching him closely. Somehow, it felt familiar. "Prince Roman said something along those lines when we first met." The wind was blowing his hair away from his eyes. Not far from them, he could hear the carriages being pulled around, people walking and talking, and yet there was no sound that could have given away Green's presence next to him. I thought, it said that he met you when you interrupted his carriage on his way to Sasset because you were chasing away some sheep thieves. When would the prince have had the time to say something like I just said?" Virgil smiled. He looked up to the sky. The sky was a steely blue. No clouds, but no clear sunlight either. It was like it had been on that day. He had run after the thieves because they had taken a lamb, and he wanted to bring it back to its mother. On his chase, he had crossed the road and apparently startled the horses on the prince's carriage. He hadn't even noticed as he ran through the underbrush. His focus was solely on the two men in front of him, and as suddenly, arrow after arrow was raining down on them. He barely caught himself from being hit as well. One was pinned against a tree as the other got hit in the side and stumbled, dropping the poor lamb. Quickly, Virgil had shot forward and caught it barely before it could run away and possibly get lost mercilessly in the thick forest. "And who might you be? Another thief? What are you doing chasing those buffoons?" Virgil shivered. The voice was unmistakable, and the tone harsh and cutting. He lifted his gaze, cradling the little arm closer to his chest, and watched, of all the people who he could have come across in the forest, no other than Caroline Leto. A woman no taller than 5'2", black hair pulled back into a ponytail, greenish tunic, and pants blending in perfectly in the background. A short bow in her hands, which was pointed directly at Virgil's forehead. Even if Virgil had wanted, he could not utter a single word in that very moment, as someone crashed against his back from behind. Prince Roman had gotten out of the carriage the second it had halted completely. Virgil continued to tell, and finally looked up from his knees to meet Green's gaze full of wonder. He had spent more than a decade in the castle, and it had all been too much. Too much of his parents, his responsibilities, and his fate. He needed to get out, which was why he had agreed to the journey in the first place. So when something happened that felt new and like an adventure to him, he didn't hesitate for a single second. He got out to chase us, and outran his guards with ease. I almost fell over when he crashed into me, but caught myself and then helped steady him. I remember how he looked up at me. I think my scarf had moved down a bit, and it caught his eyes. He didn't look at me like other people did, with fear and disgust and all of that, but with awe. And then he looked to the queen, and you know what he did then? Breathlessly, Green said, "Did he smile at her?" That bloody bastard smiled at the so-called Ice Queen, and told her that her aim was amazing. She just raised an eyebrow and was about to threaten the both of us, and he just kept being charming and friendly towards her. He stood in front of me and shielded me from her arrow, and that had her finally convinced to lower her weapon and look at him more closely. I think she at first hadn't recognized him and only now realized who he might be, since, the Thea family hadn't attended any public events in over a decade, so most people didn't actually know how Prince Roman looked as a grown-up. Virgil paused for a moment. The flash of clarity in Queen Caroline's eyes rushed through his mind. It was an image for the ages. She was surprised and said to him that she hadn't imagined their first meeting to take place in a forest like this. And Prince Roman laughed and said he didn't think so either, but he enjoyed it far more than a stiff and cold throne room. And then they just chatted for a bit, as if no one had threatened the other with a short bow a mere moment ago. I was dumbstruck and couldn't say anything when Prince Roman asked me if I could help them getting the two thieves to his carriage so they could be dealt with in the next town. I just grabbed one, and the prince took the other, as Queen Caroline followed us and reminded the two thieves that they couldn't flee anywhere with her weapon. They were then put in the carriage, and Roman took one of the horses of his men as the queen took another. They escorted me with the lamb back to its herd and asked me to come with them to the next village. On the way there, I was walking next to Prince Roman and quietly listened to him and the queen talk. She was rather cordial and smiled quite a bit when she heard him speak. She praised his astute eye for her aiming skill and asked him if he didn't mind that his clothing had gotten all dirty and ripped. And there it was when I heard the prince say that he didn't mind his clothes getting soiled. Muddy and ripped clothes are proof that one has walked the world, are proof that one lives and experiences things. They are testaments to our lives, and I until now have been kept in a pristine little cage behind glass panes which kept all weather and wear away from me. Minutes of silence followed. Virgil didn't mind. He could tell that Green was letting that information slowly settle in his mind. "You care for him?" Green looked over to Virgil with wide eyes. Virgil stared back and continued. Jay said that at first he thought you didn't like Prince Roman, as you tried everything to avoid meeting him. But seeing how you act around him, after Prince Roman telling me himself that you were nothing but kind to him, I now see that Jay miscalculated. You care about him far more than you would like to admit, and I don't know why, but I'm grateful for it. Green swallowed. You are? I am, yes. He can need all the help and protection he can get. He can have a terrifyingly low sense of self-preservation. Jay always says it runs in the family, Virgil said and pulled his eyebrows up. Green cleared his throat and laughed half-heartedly. With a grunt he stood up, and Virgil did the same. It was time for them to continue with their day and get around to checking the guard station for unusual sightings. I can go. Was pacing around in his room. He knew it was the smart thing to do. He knew Roman was a better diplomat than him, and he had a better way with words than him. It made sense to send him on this mission and not go himself, or send Logan or Janice. But Roman was his only... He was the only one left in his family, and letting him go for the very first time ever was not as easy as Janice and Logan made it out to be, especially not now. Not when he wanted to ask Logan, You wanted to see me? Roman had entered chamber, and he was already wearing his outfit for the journey to Sasset, and heart ached. Slowly he turned around and closely looked him over. He looked cleaner and more put together than himself did. He reminded him more and more of Sarah, Roman's mother. "Ah, look at fancy you," said teasingly, but the wetness sparkling in his eyes betrayed him. Roman sighed and walked up to him. They looked at each other for a moment, and eventually lifted his arms a little while shooting Roman a pleading look. Roman easily complied and pulled him into a hug. The whole situation was hard on Roman as well. In all of those years, they never had left their homeland, nor left each other's side for a whole month. This was new and scary for both of them, but it had to be done. Roman had promised to help as well as he could in his time of needs. I have to go. You know I need to do this, Roman mumbled into neck, and he felt him pressing him even harder against his chest. I know, mumbled back before he finally let them part from the hug. I know you have to. This place always haunted you more than me, and I'm glad I don't have to deal with Caroline. Roman could not help himself but snickered at the comment and shoved in the shoulder. They laughed for a moment before guided them towards the sitting area and sat down with him on the divan. They remained quiet for a short while, just relenting their own thoughts and enjoying the other's presence. You are sure you can do this, right? Said in a small voice. Roman bit his lip and took hand. He squeezed it, let it go, and signed, I'll be fine. Around, he dared to not talk and sign as much as he pleased, and was glad that Roman still felt comfortable enough around him to do that. A tap on shoulder. He looked over. Roman signed, concerned, Will you be fine? He took a deep breath and folded his hands in his lap. Would he be fine? There was Janice. He was like a brother to... At this point, he knew so well what was going on in his head, could predict so easily what others deemed to be unpredictable about. He would take care of Roman. He had promised so, and knew he would do anything to keep up that promise. And then there was, of course, Logan. Logan, who had accepted the position as his military advisor at first, later also the title of his international relationship advisor, and even as his counsel for the education system. Logan, who was loyal, smart, and lovely. Logan, who had begun to flirt back 3 years ago. Logan, who had finally kissed him for the first time 2 years ago. Logan, who had told him that he loved him right after that first kiss. I think I will be fine, said with a smile on his lip, and he took something out of his pocket. Roman watched as fiddled with a box and suddenly realized what it was. He inhaled sharply and looked up to him, his hands tightening their grip around the box. "You'll ask him?" Roman said breathlessly and stared at the little box. Simply nodded and exchanged a look with Roman. They hadn't been together for a long time. The burden Logan would have to carry as part of the royal family was huge, and no one knew that better than them. They had lost Roman's parents, because of that burden, and yet Logan made happy. Roman could see it every time they spoke together, and in every moment when they managed to catch a glimpse of the other during meetings. They gave each other a safe place to retreat and a strong shoulder to lean on bad days. Roman began to grin and put his hand over to stop him from clenching his fist anymore. "It's about time. He's certainly eager to finally spend every night with you," Roman joked. Simply grinned at the comment and fiddled a little more with the box. On any other day he would have complimented Roman's slightly suggestive jab, but right now he was simply too nervous to do so. "We both know that he will say yes. There's no need for you to be nervous," Roman reassured as didn't say anything else. Huffed and shook his head, still staring at the box in his hands. "I know," said bitterly. "He will, but this is going to be so much on him, and I'm thinking of making it even harder for him, Ro." Roman blinked and looked at him seriously. They had the same thought. "In case of your death, you want him to become king in my stead, don't you?" Lips were pressed together in a thin line, and Roman let out a long breath. Then he let out a laugh and leaned his shoulder against side. "He makes a better king than both of us combined. Me. I'm not going to fight you on this. If anything, I'll encourage it even," Roman told him softly before he fixed unruly bangs. Let Roman fuss over his hair some more. He truly had inherited Roman's mother's elegance and warmth, and tried to indulge in it as long as he could, until Roman would undoubtedly have to leave, and he knew that Roman indulged in it as well. The rest of the day was rather uneventful. Nothing new had been seen, and they had to head back as empty-handed as in the first few days. Green was quieter during all of it, and Virgil was questioning himself if it had been something that he had said this day when Green suddenly started to talk on their way towards his quarters. "What gave you the idea that I care about the prince? What of my behavior gave it away?" he asked rather quietly. For a moment Virgil mused and then replied, "I think it's a bit the same behavior you show around the boy. You soften your tone and have the patience of a saint. Frankly, I think it's your fatherly side that's coming through." The steps next to Virgil stopped abruptly. He stopped immediately as well and turned to see Green's mortified face. His breath hitched. Sweat started to build up on his brows. Virgil did not hesitate, and after a short, "Can I touch you?" which was answered with a nod, he pulled Green away from the street into the little room he called his. Slowly, so very slowly, Virgil managed to get Green grounded again as he told him how to breathe and had him drink 2 glasses of water. The first one he almost completely spilled due to his shaking hands, but the contents of the second glass made it almost completely into his mouth. Several minutes later, after the panting and shivering from Green had subsided, Virgil sat down next to him on the bed. Green let himself fall backwards on the bed, and Virgil watched him closely. To his surprise, Green's eyes met his, and were clearer than he had expected them to be after such an intense stress reaction. "What on earth gave you the idea I could be a father?" Virgil furrowed his brows. "I told Janice that I didn't have anything to do with kids." Green spoke further, but Virgil cut him off. "Jay asked if you worked with kids. At least, that's what he told us, and that's not the same as being a dad. And the way you treat Patton reminds me of how Jay's father treats kids. He's like the only good reference I have for a father figure, and you check all the boxes. Sorry, I assumed wrong. Didn't think you'd freak out that much, but, sorry, it's fine. You don't have to tell me anything about it. It was out of line." Green had closed his eyes. He threw his arm over his face, and only his mouth was visible now. He began to grin bitterly. We were trying. It had been so quiet that Virgil had almost missed it. Almost. But he heard, and his mind was racing. These 3 words told him so much more about the mystery man than he had expected to find out. There was a we, a partner of sorts, who was close enough to start a family with Green. But this partner was no longer in the picture. But why? How had Green, who fought quicker and harder than most people he had ever met, lost his partner? And more importantly, how did Green cope with such loss on his own? Looking at his still body, at the tenseness in his arms, and the forced smile on his lips, he wasn't dealing well. With a broken voice, Virgil mumbled, "I'm so sorry, dude." A snort. "Whatever for, gloom and doom? You're not the one who took him from me, took my life. It's fine. Don't tell Janice, the prince, and especially not the king. They've got better things to worry about. They shouldn't waste their time on some stupid no one who is dealing with things that can no longer be changed. It's fine." He lifted his arm and sat up. His eyes darted down to his feet. He lifted his gaze and met eyes with Virgil once again. A little smile, sincere yet small. "But for what it's worth," Green said and put his hand on Virgil's shoulder. "Thanks for thinking I'd be a good dad. Didn't think I'd ever turn out to be good enough for that." Chapter 7. The throne room was deadly quiet. No one spoke. Some almost didn't dare to breathe, as Logan Rain and George Seymour stared at each other. The arrival of the king had been deadly quiet, the words exchanged cutting polite and superficially. Rarely Logan's lips were pressed together so tensely in a smile. Rarely people could see King George force a grin for such a long time. The formalities had taken up a good 40 minutes at this point, and Logan was glad that they had finally moved on into the conference hall, where they would discuss the possible truce offerings. Janice was setting up the presentation of the current events at the shared border together with Gene Seymour, the older brother of the king who was acting as his right hand since he refused the throne years ago. The man was slick, sleazy, and ruthless, and Janice had expressed his dislike for him at least 15 times a day since he had started working everything out with him. Janice begins the presentation by giving a detailed account of the last few attacks and breaches that had happened at the northeastern borders in the last weeks, and recounted all the reports of stolen and destroyed goods, the injured soldiers, and the few hurt commoners who had been attacked by the forces. Gene thanked him when he finished and began to add reports and sightings from the Reagan side of the conflict. Immediately he began to defend their people by putting the blame on the Athenian soldiers, who supposedly had irritated and mocked their soldiers until they simply had to react. It cost Janice all the nerves he had to not scratch his own eyes out because of the vibrant and ostentatious colors Gene's lies produced. "And thus I thank the Athenian court for their attention and conclude my reports of the current events. I shall give the word back to His Majesty, the King of Athenia," Gene said with a slimy bow and stood down. Logan had listened to all of it with a neutral smile. He had expected the outcome and had prepared for the situation, and now the time had come for him to answer, and bowed his head as Gene retreated and directed his attention towards George, who was sitting on the other side of the table. He looked stiff, wearing a deep violet coat with furred rims. His coal dark eyes were pulsating with power and anger, which was barely veiled behind his expression. Logan needed to be careful with what he was going to say, and especially how he was going to say it. Calm, but not without vigor in his voice, Logan began to speak. "Thank you so much for your intel, Advisor Seymour. I apologize for the inappropriate behavior my soldiers displayed and will have them investigated and put into place as we see fit. I hope that could be an acceptable first step to overcome our differences." George raised an eyebrow. Logan kept his expression straight and continued. "As for the claim of Val de Torsel, as far as the reports go, the people there do not wish to be part of Reagan, but I will, of course, allow you to question them yourself to make sure that my claims are right. "And if these claims are right, you will keep the valley?" George countered coldly. "There is no economic use of the land for you. It is on the other side of the Blue Mountain Range, hard to access and cultivate. What I am offering you is a relief of those barren lands, and we both know that the people of Val de Torsal are culturally closer to my kingdom than yours. They always have been. It will be easier for me to deal with them than it ever has been for you." "I don't disagree with those claims, Your Majesty, yet I will listen to what my people wish for. Even if their wish to stay with Thenia were a burden for the kingdom, we can and will carry it, as long as that is so desired." King George's jaw tensed. Logan kept on smiling calmly. "But I have an offer to make to you," Logan said, and waved one of his advisors from the side, who came with a scroll and displayed it in front of the gathered court. "Since you are right with your claim that Val de Torsal is very closely linked to the Reagan culture, I have drafted a new arrangement on the duty system on the borders, which shall allow both neighboring regions to cross the borders without fees and waiting lists. Like that, your concerns would be addressed, and it also would allow our kingdoms to have a more prolific exchange between our cultures." Logan paused and folded his hands on top of the table. He had thought a long time about this next offer and hoped that it would be worth the risk he was taking right now. "Also, I wish to enter an alliance with Reagan. It would entail the help in food, water, as well as endemic crisis and the support of our army in times of war. This arrangement can be exclusive if you so wish, and we will be willing to stop our talks with Sisset and Canaan immediately if you are considering this offer." There was a mumbling among King George's council. Logan didn't watch them. Jean broke off the rest of the council and walked up to George. He whispered something in his ear. Logan did not watch him. Logan only watched his fellow king's reaction. His chest ached when he saw the cold expression turning to ice. "Where is His Royal Highness?" Logan sighed and looked to the side where Green stood. He was still under the command to look after Roman, but had been allowed to attend to this meeting. At Logan's look, he bowed his head and stepped forward, keeping his head low but turning slightly towards the foreign king. The Reagan council laid eyes on him. "His Royal Highness, Prince Roman," Green stated evenly, "was excused from this meeting by the court physician as was stated in the greetings formalities. He is not in the state to attend." That was a lie. Janice had fabricated this excuse for Roman to stay out of this because Logan, Roman, and he knew that it wouldn't take much for Roman to become angry and unreasonable in King George's presence. And yet, he wished in this moment that Roman would have been here as George clicked his tongue dismissively and waved Green to stand down. "There is no talking sense with a guileless commoner playing king like you, Rain. This talk is over," King George announced and stood up. The urge to scream and shout rippled through Logan's body. Instead, he just stood, smiled, thanked the king for his visit, and let them be accompanied outside of the castle. Old men were talking over each other and fighting about what would be best for Thenia. Why had ever thought that would be any different after he would be officially been crowned? With a subtle sigh, he blended their shouting out and looked around the room. This was his first meeting with the military leaders and advisors since the coronation, and the first meeting without royal advisor Jove had let him retire as he became. So Janice was now taking over almost all the tasks Jove had still been doing for him. The military meetings were the only exceptions, which Janice would not attend, and felt a bitter forlorn in all of this without his royal advisor by his side. At least like that, he would have someone to joke with or make funny faces at when no one was looking. Now he had to settle with staring at Logan Rain. The young advisor was sitting close to General Lacour, who was being rather quiet as usual. By now, knew that Logan had gone to the Mercer Academy and was a commoner who had, with the help of a scholarship and a brilliant mind, worked his way up to the position he was now upholding. He had faced many obstacles and was admittedly even more impressed by him after each new fact he learnt. The meeting was reaching its end and was listening to several of the military men fighting about how the boundaries towards Reagan had to be secured more fiercely. as he noticed Logan lightly clenching his jaw and fists. A spark of curiosity got enlightened in eyes, and a simple motion of his hand, he stopped the discussion. Immediately, all men looked at him, but he did not pay them any attention. He was completely focused on Logan. "Advisor Rain," said, and motioned towards him. "You seem to have something to say. Please correct me if I am assuming wrong, but otherwise, I would like to hear what you think about the proposition to raise the security measures by our boundaries towards Reagan." All eyes were on Logan now, who for once did not look as neutral and well put together as he usually did. Talking directly to him in favor of listening to all the others who had been talking was not the diplomatic thing to do, and Logan felt a few unflattering stares thrown into his direction. "Advisor Rain, would you enlighten me?" Logan snapped out of it and bowed his head towards. Before he explained, "I do not think that upping the security at the northeastern boundaries will be useful." Commander Tama was about to interrupt Logan right there, but stopped as held up his hand again and said, "I want you to let him speak. He at least knows how to be straightforward with his opinions." And that was all the push Logan needed. Confidently he continued, "After the coronation, we have had a calmer and more ideal relationship with Reagan than we had in many years. To return to the tense atmosphere from before would be inefficient, as we can trade many goods with them and profit from the cultural exchange. This is our chance to strengthen our relationships with them and offer them a lessen the duty fee as a first step. I also could see an exchange program between our academies and universities, since their education and research systems are developed quite well, and we could learn a lot from each other." Ears rang. This man. "This has nothing to do with military strategy," Commander Zhao said. Wanted to speak up, but Logan came before him and retorted coldly, "The military strategies you are thinking of belong to war times. I do not wish to think of or reach war times under any circumstance. My concern is to the people of this country, and not its army or the warfare industries. The has made a point to focus on the education system, infrastructure, and health services, which serve the people of Thenia as well. Why not use these new resources instead of outdated and inefficient strategies that will lead to unnecessary conflicts and the potential losses of lives? We have good people who can and want to protect our country. They should be put to use, helping within our borders instead of protecting us from a non-existent threat from the outside. What you are talking about will not help our people, nor do I think it is what our wants for his country. Or am I mistaken?" With his legs crossed and his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, watched Logan intently. Then he pulled his hand away and revealed a wide smirk, to the surprise and horror of the council, except for Logan, who had not yet seen what this smirk could mean and was utterly clueless to what was about to happen next. "You are not mistaken, Advisor Rain. Your proposals and the ideas are more than welcome, and I will have them discussed at the next meeting. You may present all those points to me and the rest of the council. Of course, you may gather whoever you need for a committee and tell me which people you need to realize your projects. Is this acceptable to you, Advisor Rain?" Logan's heart was almost standing still, or maybe it was beating too fast for him to feel it beat anymore. He couldn't be sure, as he simply agreed with conditions and stood up as the announced that the meeting was to end now. But Logan did not go outside. He stood still as the others left, besides who was looking at him with a coy smile. As finally all had left, walked towards him, and Logan's brain decided to function again. "I am honored that you gave me this opportunity," Logan said quickly and lowered his gaze. Wanted to tease him that he had been able to look at him before, but let it be as a moment went by, and instead decided to give him a little space by looking towards the door of the conference hall. "I'm sure you will do a wonderful job," said gently, and saw how Logan raised his eyes a little from the corner of his eye. There was a bit more movement, and Janice was looking inside the hall, as he had waited for to come out. When Logan began to speak, "I do not want to be ungrateful for what you give me, but why did you want me to speak? I had not said a single thing before." Turned his head back to Logan. Their eyes met, and something intense was laying in the air. With a smile, everything shifted. "Who do you serve?" Logan blinked. "Thenia's people. And you." Snickered and squeezed Logan's upper arm, who looked at him with big eyes. Playfully, tilted his head and pulled him to the side. He began walking towards Janice, who had a hard time to not start groaning at behavior. "You put the people before me, Rain," said, as Logan's mind was still short-circuiting, "which makes you a truly great advisor. I would love to work with you a bit closer, if you were open to that." At that, Logan halted in his step and sputtered in a high-pitched voice. "Pardon me?" Threw him a confused look until he noticed the deep flush over his nose and began to write out laugh to Janice's dismay and amusement. "Oh, not like that," cackled with a suggestive eye wiggle and let go of Logan's arms. "I meant that I wanted to give you a position as my personal military advisor, since Royal Advisor Cellier doesn't fill that role. If you would be interested in that, of course." Logan looked up, still with a brightly flushed face but a little less tension in his shoulders, and replied, "Oh, I will consider it, as it is quite a big responsibility I were to carry if I agreed to this offer. Nevertheless, I am very honored by your trust. I promise I will do anything in my power to not disappoint your trust in me." As Logan bowed, looked over his shoulder to Janice, who simply shook his head. Why did always have to choose the hard and unconventional path in life? Janice thought as he watched, looked fondly back to Logan, and let himself smile a little. At least his job would never get boring. Logan was pulled into a follow-up meeting. They were talking about the entry of the soldiers, the first locations which would put under attack, and if they were to wait for the Reagan court to officially declare a first date for an upcoming battle at the frontier, or if they should do so themselves. To Logan, most of it was a blur. His head was spinning, and his mind fighting with the realization that he had failed to keep the conflict from escalating. Thenia's people would suffer because he had not been able to mediate successfully, and so many innocent people might die because of it. So much would be lost. After 2 hours of sitting with his counsel, Logan excused himself. Green was again stationed with Roman, and Janice was overseeing the current military meeting, which left Logan unsupervised for the first time in weeks. Quickly, he walked through the halls, avoiding all the well-populated areas, and eventually ended up in a storage room in the proximity of the kitchen. He slammed the door behind him and paced around flour sacks and dried meats while panting and pulling at his hair. Once more, Logan began to feel faint and hoisted himself on a chest. He didn't understand, and he felt the nausea coming up again. Since weeks, this had messed with his head and health, and he did no longer know what to do. He had managed to keep Janice's questions away, but he didn't dare to go to the court physician now. Not when the conflict with Reagan was escalating. They couldn't have a weak king. They couldn't have a king who was about to cry in a storage room because his head was dizzy, his heart ached, and his lungs burned. Yet before a tear could fall from his eyes, the noise from something falling off the shelf yanked Logan back into reality, and he stood up immediately. He ignored the dizzy feeling and cleared his throat. "Who's here?" Logan boomed through the small room. The sound of a tiny whimper dissolved any spark of anger Logan had felt in the moment. Quickly he stepped around the shelves, looking for the source of the little cries, and soon he found what he was looking for. Behind a shelf full of jars of jam, between 2 potato sacks, he found a little boy who he had seen once before. Through curly brown locks, little Patton glimpsed up to him, several food items pressed fearfully against his chest. Had it been anyone else who had hidden in this storage room with Logan, he'd have asked them how they got there, what they intended to do, and then called for the guards. But it was Patton who was sitting there on the floor, and Logan would not ask him those things or send him away. Instead, he slowly crouched down a little ways away from the boy. He made sure there was enough space for Patton to get past him if he wished to do so. That was a little loud, wasn't it? Logan said gently and watched Patton immediately relax. I meant to ask who's here, but it seems like I have found my answer between the potatoes. Patton giggled a little and carefully came out of hiding between the potato sacks. He wiped his nose with his arm and walked towards Logan. A bit clumsily, Logan sat down, and Pat knelt down in front of him. Silently, Logan watched as Patton put down 5 apples in a neat line. Next, he put a tissue on the floor and looked up to Logan with big eyes. I know I should not take things from the castle. It is forbidden and bad, but I was going to share with some of the other kids in the orphanage, and these looked really, really good, Patton explained bashfully, and put 2 muffins and a cupcake on the tissue. Logan was about to reassure Patton that he was not in trouble for taking 2 muffins and a cupcake from the kitchen when a growl cut him off. With a flushed face, Logan pressed his hands over his stomach, which growled again with hunger. You should not skip lunch, Sir Will Suffice, Patton said decidedly and shot Logan an impressively scolding look for a 5-year-old. Taken aback and still embarrassed, Logan replied sheepishly, I didn't skip lunch. I don't know why I'm hungry again. But maybe that explained why he was feeling a little dizzy and nauseous. His blood sugar might be too low. Maybe you're growing, Patton pulled him out of his thoughts. That's what Miss Antinoy always says when I'm super hungry. It's because my body needs food to grow and make me taller and stronger. Do you know that, Sir Will Suffice? Logan could not help himself and smiled. I actually did know that, yet I don't believe that would be the case for me, as I have stopped growing a few years ago. But did you know that the body does not only need food to grow, but also to have energy to function adequately? So, you mean that you might be hungry because you already used all your energy? For the big meeting with King George, Patton said with a concentrated frown. Logan blinked. The public did know of the meeting, but it was a little odd that a 5-year-old would know of it. He was about to ask when Patton stood up and stretched his hand out for him. With big eyes, he pointed to the side where Logan had come from and said, If you're tired, you should probably sit more comfortably. Come, let's go to your box. Mr. Green would want that for you. Logan let out a brief laugh and got up with a grunt. He kept holding Patton's hand and let the boy lead him around the shelves back to the chest he had been sitting on. As Patton wished, he sat back down and watched as Patton went forth and back between the shelves to gather his food and bring it over to Logan. Lastly, he brought the muffins and the cupcake and looked at them intensely for a moment before he eventually held one muffin out to Logan. I can share with you. We have enough food in the orphanage, and I'm sure I can come on another day and get some treats, Patton explained and put the muffin in Logan's hand as he didn't reach for it. Perplexed, Logan looked down at the muffin and then back up to Patton. The boy smiled and took the other one in his hand and climbed next to him. Happily, he let his legs dangle down and held his muffin up as if he were toasting Logan. Bon appetit, Patton said, and Logan finally toasted back with his muffin and took a bite. Before Logan knew it, the muffin was gone, and he realized he had really been hungry and still could eat some more. As if Patton had read his mind, he looked at the cupcake and simply handed it over to him. There was more hesitance in the gesture than before, and Logan took out the knife he usually hid in his boot. With a handkerchief, he wiped over the blade and then cut the cupcake in half. With a grin, he pushed one half towards Patton and took the other one for himself. It didn't take the 2 of them a minute to eat their halves, and Patton soon asked Logan to cut the apples into slices. Logan obliged, and Patton watched fascinatedly how he was handling the blade. Logan took the opportunity to ask what had been on his mind. Did Mr. Green tell you of the meeting today, or was there another reason you'd be aware of it? Mr. Green told me, Patton answered and took an apple slice. I was with him last night, and he explained to me that today was a very important talk between you and King George. It decides over the fate of this kingdom, he said, and that is pretty scary. I don't know if I would have to have talks that decide over the fate of the kingdom. That's really scary. Logan hummed and dried his blade from the apple remains. Quickly, he put the knife back in his boot and took a slice for himself. It is quite scary indeed, but it is my duty as king to face it nevertheless. Patton nodded, and they ate in silence for a few minutes. Is there gonna be a war? Logan gulped. He glimpsed over to Patton. He looked at him with big watery eyes and concern that should never be visible in a child's face. Logan had failed protecting his kingdom and this child. I'm afraid so, yes. Patton did not start crying. Instead, he dug his fingers into the fabric of his pants and balled his fists forcefully. Logan slid closer to him and put his hand on his back. Slowly, Patton leaned against his side, and Logan just drew circles on his back. It was all he could do right now. Will Green have to fight in it? Tears began to drop from Patton's cheeks, and Logan gently lifted his face and wiped them away. His guard had gotten close to Patton over the past month. Green had mentioned Patton ever so often, always joy and fondness in his words when he spoke. Janice and Virgil both had told him that the kid frequently visited him and how they played together close to the stables. I understand that Green is very important to you, Logan asked softly, and Patton nodded. I do not plan on sending him to the front. He will stay with me, but that will be dangerous as well, I'm afraid. But I will frequently remind him that he needs to be careful so that he can come back to you. Do you think that would help? Instead of an answer, Patton shot forward and hugged Logan ferociously as a wave of whimpers and tears shook through him. Logan held him close. He could barely imagine the pain Patton was going through. Finally, the orphan had found the first real parental figure in his life, only for him to lose him right away in a senseless war. How was this fair? How was this real? Logan didn't know, and he pulled Patton on his lap to hug him properly. Patton didn't resist and let his king hold and cradle him fiercely as he slowly calmed down. Eventually, Patton was quiet, but for a few sniffles. His head was laying against Logan's chest, and he listened to his heartbeat. With a few grumbly noises, Logan's stomach made. Patton blinked and wiped his eyes dry. No more crying, he decided, and opened the little satchel he had been carrying with him. Inside, he had Green's surprise from yesterday evening. He checked if it was still there, and then cautiously put the satchel down next to him and slipped from Logan's lap. There had been jam on the shelves, and the whole kingdom knew that their king really liked jam. Quickly, he walked around and found the shelf with the jam in question and carefully took one jar out of it. He looked on the label, but couldn't quite make out if it was a picture of a strawberry or raspberry. Both were good enough, he decided, and walked back to the chest and his king. Could you take out the spoon I have in my satchel, Mr. Will-Suffice? Patton asked, and Logan opened it with a frown. He seemed surprised when he actually found a wooden spoon amongst the clutter in the little bag, as well as something wrapped in several napkins. Yet before Logan could ask, Patton took the satchel back. He gave Logan the jar, and then fished the thing in the napkin out of the bag. Carefully, he began to unwrap it, and finally Logan could see what was hidden underneath it. Sugar cookies? Logan asked incredulously. Patton grinned and nodded. Quickly, he motioned for Logan to open the jar and explained in the meantime. Green made them for me yesterday. He said it was a gift because I've been so nice to him, but I know that he just likes giving me things. He knows I don't have a lot of stuff, and I'm very excited about anything he can give me, so that's pretty cool. And because your tummy is still making noises, I thought we could share some. Did I bring raspberry or strawberry jam? I can't see it on the label. Logan needed a moment to catch himself. He didn't know why, but his head somehow got stuck on the first sentence. Green bakes? Logan asked with a flushed face and opened the jar with a pop. Patton shot him a strange look and then took the jam out of Logan's hand and began to scoop some of it onto the cookie. But he just started? He says he isn't that good yet, but I like it a lot. I know he tries very hard. He also told me to share things if I can. He says that it's annoying, but it's more fun to share. Patton explained and handed Logan a cookie with jam on it. A bit of the jam got stuck on Logan's finger, but he could not bring himself to mind. Instead, his mind clung on the picture of Green sitting in front of the stove, waiting for his cookies to bake and tapping his fingers on his knees as his patience ran out. But eventually, Logan managed to focus again and looked at the cookie in his hand. Just smelling the jam made his mouth water a little, and he knew he could not resist the temptation much longer. You can eat it. I still don't know if it's strawberry or raspberry, though, Patton said, and Logan glimpsed down to the jar between the two. The fairly big picture of a raspberry was on the label, and he told Patton as much. The boy took the jar and held it closely in front of his face. Logan did not comment on it, but he knew that he would have his optician visit the orphanage and pay for the glasses these children most likely needed. When Patton had put the jar back down and took his own cookie, Logan toasted to him gently. "Thank you for sharing with me. I'm sure it will be very good." The joyous giggling from the little boy almost made him stop cringing at his own bad pun. When Patton was quieted down again, they began to eat their dangerously sweet sugar cookies, and Logan felt himself being thrown into heaven. He definitely needed Green to hand the recipe to his cook so he could have more of those. He really wanted more of those. As Logan took his third one, making sure not to take more than Patton, Patton said, "I think Green will be happy that you like his baking. He talks about you a lot." Logan almost choked, but managed to keep himself from doing so and said, "Is that so?" "Mm-hmm. He says you're a very good king, very kind and forgiving. I think he really believes in you, and I think he misses you a little when he had to guard Prince Roman. He talked more about you then." Logan listened closely and stopped chewing when Patton gave him a firm look. "I think he likes you." Logan almost spit out his food, which Patton ignored and mercilessly continued. "And I think you should like him back. He is very good at hugging, and he knows the best way how to clean pans now. I showed him." "Really?" Logan coughed in a squeaky voice. "That's great, Patton." "Yeah, and also, you like to have him around too, right? That's why you want him to stay with you for the big fighting, because you don't want anything to happen to him." A few moments with some more coughing from Logan passed. Then there was quiet. Logan sighed and slid from the chest down onto the floor. He knelt down to look Patton directly in the eyes and cupped his cheek with one hand. "Such things require time and devotion, Patton. Love of any kind needs to be cultivated and cherished, and to do that, all parties involved need to devote time and effort for the others. And as king, especially in this situation, I have to be fully devoted to my kingdom. I have to be devoted to you. I have to be devoted to him, too, and make sure I will do my very best to lead us all through this crisis. I cannot simply choose to give all my time to him, Patton. I cannot be selfish in this position, not when so many lives are at stake." The look in Patton's face was heartbreaking, but Logan usually went with the truth, and he would not make an exception here, especially not with Patton, who seemed to be far smarter and wiser than many kids his age. Or maybe Logan simply didn't know that many kids his age. "It is very admirable of you to wish him and me a happy ending, Patton." Logan tried to soften his approach. "I am thankful that you care for us, but that is not your job. You are still a kid and should have nothing to worry about but your friends and what you want to play next, okay?" Patton nodded. He didn't seem convinced, but apparently had accepted his explanation. Logan let his hand sink from Patton's cheek and rested both of his hands on his shoulders. Patton's eyes seemed so heavy, and Logan felt himself almost cooing at the sleepy expression. "Can you hold me? Your hugs are pretty nice, too," Patton said and stretched his arms out for Logan. With a little chuckle, Logan scooped Patton up and got on his feet. Like a koala, Patton clung to Logan and began to drift off the second Logan began to walk around. Softly, Logan kept swaying Patton in his arms and felt him growing heavier and heavier in his arms. He walked back to the chest and sat down with his kid in his arms. Gently he adjusted his weight, and Patton nuzzled against his chest. "When the war's over, can you ask him?" Patton mumbled. "Ask who what?" "If Green wants cuddling, you silly." Patton sleepily giggled and closed his eyes. "I think Green would like being held like this." Logan didn't think it was fair for Patton to be able to fall asleep after saying that and leaving him a blushing mess. With a little kid in his arms, the image of Green in his arms, head on his chest, and his hands tangled in his long hair, felt almost like a memory instead of a vivid daydream, and Logan had a hard time to ban the picture out of his mind again. It helped that Patton snored tiny whistle snores and took Logan's mind of thoughts and feelings for Green, which he would not name at this point in time. He just kept focusing on Patton in his arms and felt himself slowly feel heavier too. Today had been a terrible day. He had a war at his hands. His people, his friends, and family would be forced to fight for no reason but the stubbornness of a man who did not wish to listen to reason. So many children like Patton must be worried for their parents and trusted guardians who were going to fight for their kingdom. He had never wished for this to happen. Enveloped in his thoughts, Logan had lost track of time. He didn't think of the fact that there was a meeting which he had walked out of, that there was Janice, who worried about him constantly these days. He didn't think of the fact that Janice could have started looking for him already, and had told Green and Virgil to do the same, as he had no idea where the king could be. Logan didn't hear the door opening as he watched Patton's sleeping face. He almost didn't hear the steps that were approaching, but suddenly he registered them and looked up. He had not expected Green to be standing there with his mouth wide agape and staring at Patton on his lap. "Is he asleep?" Green whispered. Logan found himself simply nodding and stood up. He noticed how Green looked him over and realized that he might look a little messy from his own agitated hair-pulling and the snacking with Patton. He opened his mouth to excuse himself, but the words died on his tongue when he saw the smile bloom on Green's face as he looked closer at Patton. So Logan walked up to him and gently gave him the boy, quickly fixed his own hair, and made sure that nothing was sticking to his face anymore. Green was preoccupied swaying Patton and waited until the king stood by his side before he took Patton's little satchel and left the room with Logan by his side. "How long have I been away?" I had no indication of time in the storage room. Logan was keeping his voice low. "Close to an hour by now. The royal advisor got antsy," Green explained and shot a look to Logan. "I don't mean to intrude, so ignore that I even asked if I'm out of line, but is there a reason why you were eating jam with Patton in there?" For a moment, Logan said nothing, and Green expected that his question had been too intrusive. "My blood sugar seems to have dropped a bit during today's events. Patton advised that I eat something." Laughter, bright and loud laughter, echoed from the wall, and Logan stood still as he watched Green's face light up. Something clenched in his chest, but it didn't hurt. It felt familiar, and he wanted it to stay. "He can get quite bossy, this little one. I hope he didn't pressure you too much, Your Majesty." Logan shook his head and smiled at Green. He didn't get to say more as Janice and Virgil appeared around the corner and asked what had happened. Logan didn't go into detail and only vaguely hinted at Patton. He asked Green to bring him back to the orphanage and question him later on how he got into the castle undetected. Green agreed, and Logan went back with Janice for his meeting. The day kept on going with preparations and scheduling for the next few days. Logan didn't find time to do much but agree and listen to his advisors until it was already late, and he headed back to his chamber. But there was still one thing left to do, and he turned around and got to Janice's quarters. He walked by his room, voices quietly talking from the inside, and he rolled his eyes and headed to his office. As expected, the light was on. With one knock, Logan entered. "Virgil, Janice stopped as he turned around in his seat to see Logan stand there. Before Janice could say anything else, Logan stepped inside and closed the door. He smiled at him and raised his eyebrows. "I won't keep you long. They must be awaiting you in your room," Logan said and walked closer to his desk. Janice shifted a bit in his seat but kept his face blank. It didn't do anything to hide his embarrassment. Not from Logan, at least. But Logan was not going to point it out. Not when he had a favor to ask. Janice crossed his legs as he waited and realized after a few moments that no request would come. Curiously, he watched his king, his friend. Right now, Logan seemed not to wear the burden of the crown, but the burden of a man, and Janice wanted to know what that was. "What can I do for you, Logan?" Logan leaned against the desk and intertwined his hands in front of him. He almost looked sheepish. "Do you think Roman still needs Green as a guard? Or could I have him back with me?" Logan met Janice's eyes as he asked, but lowered his gaze when Janice didn't say anything. He sighed and walked away from the desk. Maybe he was being foolish. Maybe he shouldn't have asked. "Why are you asking my opinion? You are the king, Logan. You can have whoever you want as your guard," Janice said. He headed towards the door and looked over his shoulder to Janice. Why did he ask for Janice's opinion? For his permission? "Of course," Logan said and opened the door to leave. "Don't stay up too long. They'll be worried." Somehow that phrase didn't sound like it had been meant for Janice. Chapter 8. Loyalty. Logan's chamber was lightly dimmed. It was early in the evening, but most of the castle had already settled for the night, since tomorrow would be the day where the conflict with Reagan would finally take form in battle. Troops were waiting at the borders, and before the sun would rise, Logan would be with them as well. He had insisted on going there and gotten his will despite Janice and Roman's protests. Only Green had stood behind him and even reminded Janice that Logan was a trained soldier and was most likely better prepared to take on people in a fight than Janice had ever been. The argument made Logan smile. It still made him smile, and he put his hand on his chest. Something was there. Something he didn't understand or expect, and he would have to wait until the fight had been fought before he could figure out what was happening with him. Yet now he would have to focus on what was to happen next. He would have to focus on the first battle, on the war at the doorstep of their kingdom. He hoped he would do well enough for his people. A knock on the door, Logan called for them to enter. Janice and Green came in, and with no words spoken, Janice sat down next to Logan on the edge of his bed. Green remained standing close to the door and looked to the floor. In a neutral tone, Janice said, "Is everything ready for tomorrow? You still wish to go?" "Yes, I still wish to go," Logan persisted coldly. We both knew the answer to that question. "Well, sue me for hoping you would come to your senses. Just because you have a military background, that doesn't mean you need to partake in the war directly. Even George wouldn't show up personally. It's not a place for a king," Janice said more forcefully this time. "No, it isn't. But for a soldier it is. And as a soldier I came to court. I'm aware that my role has changed, but I don't wish to simply stand by as citizens of Thenia get slaughtered in my name. It is not the ruler I wish to be." "I understand. I find it foolish, but I understand." "Janice," Logan mumbled at the resigned response of his friend. The royal advisor didn't pay his mumbling any mind. He knew what kind of man Logan was. He knew that it was pointless to try and steer him into a different direction with any argument he could possibly muster right now. And yet, he had to try. For Roman's sake, for the kingdom's sake, and for his oath's sake. The halls of the castle were long and shiny, much shinier than anything Janice had ever seen in his life. His father held his hand, and his mother had reminded him to be well behaved when he and his father had left for the trip. Janice did not really know what well behaved meant, but he had agreed nevertheless. His mother was happy when he agreed with her, and he liked her being happy. He also liked the shiny wall and hallway. People were walking around. Servants are what his father called them, and they all lowered their heads when they encountered his father. That was because his father was important to the kingdom. Janice knew that. He knew a lot of things for a 4-year-old. He also knew that it was serious when his father took a deep breath and told him to straighten up when they stood in front of a huge door with 2 guards on each side. And so Janice straightened up and watched as the guards opened the door. Inside there was a big room filled with more toys than he had ever seen. He wanted to run inside, but stopped and looked up to his father, who was still holding his hand and was looking from him towards the divan inside of the room. Janice followed his look and saw 4 people sitting on the divan. King Aeneas and Queen Rhea holding hands, and each had a boy on their lap. The boys were a little taller than Janice. The one on King Aeneas's lap wore a green tunic, and the other one on Queen Rhea's lap wore a red tunic. The green one smiled brightly, while the red one hid in his mother's chest. Once more, Janus looked up to his father. He nodded and let go of his hand. Janus slowly walked inside, in front of the royal family. He knew he was not supposed to look into their eyes, and looked to his feet as he did a little bow. He heard a giggle and looked up. The green one was laughing and waved at Janus. Janus waved back and saw how the red one started to smile too and waved back. "You must be Janus," Queen Rhea said, and Janus nodded. "It is a pleasure to meet you," King Aeneas added, and Janus smiled. Janus's father walked up to Janus and bowed before the royal couple. Both bowed their heads as well and smiled at him. Janus's father said, "Their Majesties, it is an honor to introduce you to my son. May I say something before and Crown Prince Roman can acquaint himself with my son?" Queen Rhea waved her hand in approval, and Janus's father got down on one knee looking at Janus. Firmly he put his left hand on Janus's shoulder and looked at him intently. Janus knew that meant he had to listen very closely to his father. "The prince," Janus's father said and squeezed Janus's shoulder, "will grow up and study and train to become the next king and archduke of Thenia. That means he will hold much power, and people will try to influence and deter him from his way. That is one of the reasons why our family has sworn to protect the rulers of Thenia. You, Janus, will grow up alongside him, and will be trained to protect and advise the crown prince to be the best of your abilities. That is a big responsibility, but I am positive that you will grow into this role and bring honor to our family." Janus nodded solemnly, and his father smiled a tiny bit. That made Janus very happy, even though he was not entirely sure what his father had talked about. Then his father stood up again and motioned him towards the divan. The kid in green had already climbed off and was jumping towards Janus, while the kid in red was still climbing off Queen Rhea's lap. "Wait," the boy whined and turned to him and sticked out his tongue. Janus giggled, and both boys made an offended noise and tackled Janus to the floor. "Only I may laugh at Roman," announced proudly with a wide grin. Janus held back a giggle and nodded as seriously as he could. Looked happy with that answer and climbed off Janus. He stretched out his hand to help him stand up, then tilted his head and asked, "So will you be my advisor now? My best friend?" Janus nodded, waited for a moment and asked, "Do you swear it?" And Janus replied, "I swear on my life that I will be your best friend and advisor." "I worry for you, Logan. Your health has been getting worse and worse these days, and you simply decline any form of help. The people need you alive and healthy. Roman can't become king, and I do believe you're the best fit for this role. And you are my friend. I don't want to see you suffering." "I am touched by your concerns, Janus. I truly am. And if we weren't in this situation, I would go to our physician. I guarantee it. But if any word goes out that I might not be at my highest, anyone in my presence might be in danger. Green was right when he said that if I show weakness, they will use it against me. I can't risk that now. But I will see once this is over. I promise." Logan answered once more, in hopes that Janus would give in, but Janus did not give in. He frowned and got up frustratedly and massaged his temples. He pressed his lips together and looked from the floor over to Green. The guard glimpsed over to him, and Janus reminded himself that maybe he was not the one to get some sense into Logan. Maybe he would have to hand the torch to him. But one last time, Janus would try to appeal to Logan's heart instead of his mind, and hoped it would do something. "We don't know when this will be over, Logan, and we need you here during all of it. Roman can't go on the throne. It's not an option. I can't afford to lose you." Logan simply nodded at the last statement and looked towards the floor. He simply was a piece on the chessboard, and Janus was trying to keep him from getting into a checkmate. This was his function as an advisor. No matter how much of a friend Janus claimed to be, In the end, he was simply doing his job. In the end, Logan's health was Janice's job, and Logan was a fool to think he had any agency over his actions and his body when he accepted the crown. It is too late for me to see her now. I will go after the first battle is fought, not earlier, not later. You have my word. Janice sighed but accepted Logan's stubbornness. At least he got him to see their physician in the foreseeable future. Quietly, he bowed his head and walked towards the door. Green met Janice's gaze. He saw the pledge in Janice's look and swallowed silently as Janice looked back over his shoulder and told Logan, I bid you good night, my friend. Rest well. Thank you. You too, Logan said back as he stared down in his lap. The door closed, but there were steps approaching him again. Beyond his control, Logan found himself smiling. Sit with me? Logan lifted his gaze and met Green's eyes. There was a question if he should dare to do so. The light twitch of Logan's eyebrows was answer enough, and Green sat down next to his king. As he sat, the bed moved slightly under his weight, and Logan felt comfort coming from the sensation. They sat in silence for a few minutes. Just by that alone, Logan felt his walls crumble. His thoughts stilled, and he sat his hand down next to him on his bed. With his right hand, he accidentally brushed Green's leg. Green inhaled softly, and they looked at each other. Are you worried about seeing the physician, Your Majesty? Logan let his shoulders sink and gave himself a moment before answering. I am uneasy with the dizziness. I will admit it. But it has lessened a little this last week, and so has the nausea. I see. Why do you not want to know the cause? You are otherwise so curious about everything. Why not know for certain what you are dealing with? If I was certain that it wasn't anything big, I would agree with you, Logan whispered softly. Green put his hand between them next to his. But I am not certain, Logan continued, and if it is something big, something more bothersome or even life-threatening, I won't be able to give my all to Athenia, and I can't risk that. I can't get distracted now. Green shot Logan a look filled with worry. It was not what Logan wished for, but he couldn't bring himself to lie to Green. I see. Even now you're holding us over your own well-being. You truly are a king for the ages, Green said with a wavering voice. Logan didn't know why the phrase shook him as much as it did, but his hand flinched, and he touched Green's. He didn't pull away. They both held their breath. Green swallowed. He blinked and looked into Logan's mismatched eyes, brown like the soil of the forest and the dark shade of blue during dusk. I understand, even if it pains me. I understand. And I would act the same. I will act the same, Your Majesty. These people, these lands, this kingdom, they mean everything to me, and I will do all I can for them. I swear to lay down my life, if it is what it takes, for this kingdom and its people. Words were said without leaving his mouth. Logan had never heard anything so clear as those words. He put his thumb gingerly over the back of Green's hand. Green batted his eyelashes, and Logan put his left hand over his heart. They shifted in their seats, both being drawn closer, and Green's eyes hanging on Logan's lips. Patton is worried about you not coming back. Logan's voice was breathy and quiet. I'm worried about not coming back to him. I'm worried about you not coming back at all. They leaned forward. A dry whimper escaped Green's throat as their foreheads touched. Their noses were brushing against each other, and so little lacked for their lips to touch. And yet, it was a word between them. They knew they couldn't. They knew it was not possible now. Maybe never. Green was not strong enough to pull away. They barely touched. The skin on his face was burning, and back of his hand prickled so wonderfully. He couldn't pull away. Logan did not want to pull away. He wanted to feel more, wanted Green more. He wanted to hear his voice, have him undo his bun and run his fingers through his hair. He didn't want to pull away. But eventually, Logan did pull away. He looked at Green, opening his eyes, at the strong emerald color and the watery shimmer. He wanted to make it go away. He wanted to make the sadness disappear, but he couldn't do that. They moved apart. Green's arms were shaking, and Logan felt so very guilty. He should have done something. He didn't know what, but he felt like he should have done something, and it would have kept Green from feeling like this. "I should not have put you in this situation," Logan said, but his heart was screeching with something else. "I abuse my power when I act like this. I apologize. I shouldn't force myself onto you." The something within Logan was screaming louder when Green forced himself to look away from him. It cried and yowled in agony when Green slid away from him. "May I leave now?" Logan bowed his head. Green got up and left. Logan sat there for some time. It felt like his chest had been ripped apart. He slid under his covers. His bed was too big. His covers were warm, but in a wrong way. He hugged one of his blankets and pressed it to his chest. He hugged them fiercely and hoped that somehow he would find sleep. Green could scream. Green could die on the spot. Abuse my power? Was that what he thought back when he had started working with Green? That Green had abused his power? That he had tried to force him into something? That his intrigue with Logan had been pretend? That his interest hadn't been sincere from the very beginning? How much had he wanted to kiss Logan senselessly to make him realize that he hadn't been forcing him to anything, to show him what and how he felt? But no, he had to sit back. He had to get away from his love, from his heart, and tomorrow he would have to accompany him to a battle they shouldn't need to fight, because George shouldn't hate Logan, because they shouldn't be in a war with Reagan. Why even be alive? Why had he said anything? It wouldn't have made a difference. She hadn't been able to tell that he wasn't one of them, or that Roman was one of them for that matter. The difference was so tiny and laughable. It wasn't even really there anymore, and it was what had cost him everything. For the first time of his life, he understood why his father had hated his heritage so much. "I will go with him." Green hadn't noticed how his feet had carried him to Prince Roman's quarters. He just realized when he stood in front of the bedroom door and heard Janice talking. Quietly, Green held his breath and listened to the response Roman shot him. "You will go and I can't? How is that sensible? You are no fighter. You are our advisor, and the military never interested you in any way." "Just because it does not interest me doesn't mean I don't know anything about it. Also, I was trained to fight. I know how to throw an attacker. And lastly, I cannot allow you close to a battlefield, Roman. I've never even gotten close to losing control like that. And I'm not going to chance it." Janice shouted, and Green shut his eyes with a wince. "Dude, what are you doing here?" Green forced himself to open his eyes and shot around. Virgil was standing in front of him. His brain went blank. He said something and turned on his heels. He marched away until he felt the cooling evening air in his nostrils. His cheeks were cool too. He was crying. With a huff, he brushed the tears away and went to his quarters. He took off his clothes and washed his face and brushed his teeth. For a few hours he laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, spending one more night thinking about breaking free, giving them hints on who he was and who they were to him. Spending one more night on a hopeless endeavor. It was around 3 in the morning when he got up, dressed himself, and left the courtyard. He walked to the orphanage, climbed the window, and entered the room where Patton was sleeping. Silently, he walked to his bed and knelt down. There were other kids, but none of them stirred. It was only Patton who batted his eyes open and looked at Green. A sleepy grin before it turned into a sad smile. Green took him in his arms and let the boy hug him fiercely. He let him mutter goodbye. "Please don't go," without any objections. He didn't want to leave this boy without a father. He knew what that felt like. "I have to go to the king now," Green whispered and scratched Patton's little head fondly. "I have to protect him and make sure that he's okay. But when I come back, I'll make sure to tell you good night every night in a soft bed in our home, to give you all the goodnight kisses and cuddles you want." "Really?" Patton's voice was so small and hopeful. It gave Green the strength to endure this life a little longer. It gave him the determination to try and get back from the battlefield. Yeah, I promise. One last good night, and he tucked the boy into his bed. Silently, he climbed out the window and went back to the castle. A war was awaiting them, and Green would not let it reach his castle gates. Chapter 9. Bittersweet. Logan had never had to actively fight on a battlefield. They prepared him during all his life for the moment when it would become so far. They had taught him to think quick, to act without remorse, and to see the danger behind his back. Logan had been better at it than the rest of his unit. He had wielded his sword with skill, analyzed situations rapidly and accurately, and was willing to make the hard decisions. None of his higher-ups had ever thought that he would become the one to sit on the throne. None of them had expected him to stand in the soldiers' camp on the wet and soaking soil in the robe of a king and a crown sitting on his head. Logan had not expected so either. But here he was. The battle had begun, and all he could do was wait. Nurses, a few elderly people, too old to fight but still wishing to fulfill their duty, had stayed back in the camps with him and were preparing for the incoming wounded. Janice was somewhere amongst them as well. He had insisted on staying with his king and was helping in the ways he could. "I will go to the eastern gate. Maybe someone will need my help there," Logan announced to Green, who was putting down some boxes with various medical equipment in it. The guard quickly placed them on the ground and made sure that the medics had seen it and ran over to Logan. It was not that Logan had requested him to stay by his side at all times, nor had Janice for that matter, but Green refused to leave Logan out of his sight, even for a moment, since they had left in the early morning. Logan simply accepted his behavior, and they walked silently to the gate. Just one younger man was there as well, keeping his eyes out for the first soldier to head back. There was nothing to be done there. Logan had known, and so had Green. There was not much to be done here anyway. They could see the battle. They heard orders being shouted and people screaming. Logan's chest hurt from the sight. He lowered his gaze and turned it over to Green. He was staring at the horizon with a steely glare, his upper lip shivering with barely concealed rage. "This is a tragedy," Logan mumbled, and Green's eyes flicked over to him. "It's an outrage." Logan's eyes went wide as he heard those words. Green was direct, was harsh if needed, and could over-exaggerate his words like no other, but the pure anger in his voice was nothing like any of the things he had heard him say before. The audacity to not listen to reason, the audacity to fight for land which he isn't even interested in, just making a point by sacrificing the lives of the people he wanted to protect. I can't believe him. I can't believe that he let Jean talk him into this nonsense. Whistling, a static high note rang in Logan's ears. "What?" Green didn't look at him. He didn't even seem to register Logan's tone or his confusion. No, Green was wrapped up in his thoughts and forgot who he was speaking with for the first time since Logan had met him 2.5 months ago. "George is hot-headed and proud, but he's not evil or cruel. He didn't hate King Ananias, and he knows that you are smarter than him. He could talk to you. He could confide in you as he did. He confided in all of us after... His brother is the most ludicrous thing that happened to him, and now he's listening to a man who hungers for the power he chose to give up himself. What kind of move is that? How stupid has he gotten?" "Green." He flinched and ripped his eyes away from the horizon and looked at Logan as if he had been slapped. His name had gotten him back to reality and out of his head. "Why do you talk about King George as if you knew him? Who is we, and what is the meaning of this?" Logan asked sharply, and Green gulped. Green stepped back. There was nothing around them that could serve as a distraction. There was nothing he could do to dodge the question, and he didn't want to. He so badly wanted to say what was going on, who he was, and just fall in Logan's arms and be held by him. But that was not something he could have anymore. "I can't say, Your Majesty," Green said, pained, and held up his hands defensively. "I shouldn't have said anything. I apologize. All of this is driving me crazy. I must be losing my mind a little." Green chuckled weakly, but Logan just glared. He glared not because he distrusted or was angry with Green, but because there was something he didn't know, something he felt like he should know, and yet he didn't. He was frustrated with himself and with Green for not letting him help. "Who are you really?" Logan blurted and stepped closer to him before a shout stopped their conversation at once. The shout was Logan's title, and it came from the young man who was the only one in their proximity. And besides his title, he also screamed a warning. Logan would never be able to recall. He turned around himself and faced a young man, almost still an adolescent, wearing the uniform of the Reagan Army. A sword was in his hand, eyes focused on Logan's chest, and he bolted forwards. With a sword, Logan knew exactly how to parry this hit. With his shield, he could have blocked it. With his dagger in his boot, he could have done something as well. But none of those things were available to him at the moment. All he could do was try simply to dodge out of the way, and he was about to do so. Green was quicker. Green shot in front of him, sword drawn almost in time, but his movement was stifled by surprise, the sword not able to parry the other blade. Steel met his flesh, just beneath the ribcage. There was much force in the young man's panic, enough to send the sword through him. Green's blade fell, and blood soaked through his shirt. He looked down to the weapon in him, followed it to the hand which was holding it still, followed the arm, and then met the young man's gaze. He was mortified. Green smiled. "Good hit, kid. It's important to always believe in your strikes. It's important to follow through." He was on the ground, sword still in him. He hadn't thought it would hurt so badly. "Step away from him!" Green's sight was getting blurry. He was losing too much blood. He would die. He would bleed out. How his father and mother had bled out. He would die. Thud. Pain. So much pain and faintness in his head. Green? Something wonderful was resting on his arm. His sight focused. There was Logan. His Logan. Was this the last time he would see him? I'm scared. Thought dying would feel different. Green muttered. Logan was smiling. He was smiling. Why was he smiling? "The medics are almost here. They will do everything to save you." Logan was crying. He was smiling, but he was crying. He was being strong for Green. "Nobody should have to save Patton." Logan put his hand on his cheek. "Don't worry about him. I'll make sure this ends now. None of my citizens should suffer like you. I will do it for them. I will do it for you." "And there he is," said softly and leaned against the doorframe. Logan was sitting in front of his vanity, eyes glued on the mirror until his partner, now his husband, had called for him. With shining eyes, Logan turned around and looked at with wobbly lips. Quickly, stepped inside and closed the door. He knew that despite it being their wedding day, Logan would not appreciate for everybody to see his more emotional side. 7 steps and stood next to Logan, got on one knee beside his chair, and draped his arm around Logan. Logan leaned into it, and they let their heads meet gently as they looked in the mirror. "I'm so lucky to have married the most beautiful man in the world," said, and watched Logan's cheeks turn red as a smug smile grew on his own lips. Logan leaned closer against him and mumbled, "I do not think that something like the most beautiful man exists in an objective sense, but I appreciate the compliment. You look quite stunning yourself." Gingerly, Logan touched Bangs and pushed them back before he pressed a little peck on cheek. He then pulled back so could stand up. Did so, only to sit down on Logan's armrest and to stare at his husband in awe. Softly, he rested his head on Logan's and smiled at their reflection. Logan's smile did not quite match his pure enthusiasm, as it was slightly subdued. "What is it, my love bug?" asked. Logan rolled his eyes, barely masking the fondness behind the motion. "Are you nervous for your coronation?" Logan's gaze fell into his lap, gently squeezed his shoulder, and stood up to stand behind him. With no further ado, he began to massage Logan's shoulders and pressed a little kiss on top of his head. I know that this is what I want, Logan said after a few moments. Hummed agreeingly, and Logan continued, I have your blessing as well as your brother's. The people seem to like me well enough, and the fraction of people who are against me taking the throne next to you have never been so quiet. I just... Through the mirror, Logan caught, look, what if I cannot be the king the people deserve? Halted. Within the blink of an eye, he straightened up and rose his chin just ever so slightly. The posture was perfect and regal, one of a king. Logan gulped. He knew that could never be him. Do you think I am what the people deserve? Do you think I was not nervous before I officially got crowned after having ruled for 6 years as a child? I was born to do this, Logan. I was trained and educated for it, and yet I know I am not the people deserve. He took a deep breath, hands joined behind his back, voice clear and strong as he continued. But I was all they had. It was not a choice for me or anyone else to make, and so I gave my all to be enough for them. Suddenly the stiffness was gone, and let his posture drop, and all but draped himself over his husband's shoulders. But it'll never be enough, my star, and it's okay. I'm trying every day, and they forgive me when I fail, and they will forgive you even more. Because you, my love, you are so much more qualified to do what I am doing. I have seen you attend my meetings, talk with my council, and stand your ground with the nobility in such a masterful way. You have Roman's diplomatic nature and are a greater strategist than I could ever wish to be. You were the first thing I dared to take for myself since my parents' assassination, and I have never regretted it ever since. No, Logan did not cry. Did not wipe away his tears as he got in front of him and caressed his cheek with his thumbs. I love you beyond words, Logan said quietly, and watched face light up like a million stars. Oh, and I love you eternally, my beautiful, beautiful husband, said as they kissed. It tasted a little bit salty, maybe was a little bit emotional as well. You will do great for them, Lo. I know it. Logan tilted his head to the side and pulled onto his lap. With a yelp and a laugh, he complied and let Logan give him an uncharacteristically firm hug. Hugged back and waited for Logan to let go. He didn't. Not for a long time. Gingerly tapped Logan's shoulder and hummed, What is there still, my bug? Logan squeezed closer to his chest. I will be good for you, no matter what you think. But I know this world has never seen as kind and as grateful as you. And I will make you see that. I will make you realize that you are far more than the people ever deserved. No, did not cry. Logan did not wipe away his tears as he stood up with his husband and got ready for his coronation. A rush of warmth ran through Green, and the fear was gone. He didn't manage to focus on Logan anymore. But he didn't need to. He knew he was there. He knew he would follow through. He closed his eyes with a smile. Logan knelt next to Green's body. There was a red patch of blood on his knee. He swallowed thickly and lifted his hand up to his head. Graciously, he took off his crown and put it down above Green's head. Then he rose from the ground and shot a look to the young man who had tried to warn him. Your sword, and then get the medics, Logan said, and without question, he was handed the sword. The man ran and shouted for help immediately, and Logan turned towards the one who had tried to stab him. With barely any effort, he slapped the sword out of his hand and grabbed him by the back of his neck, twisted him around, and held him against his chest, sword tickling his throat. And then Logan walked. He walked towards the battlefield, his heartbeat steady but slow. The young man in his grip was trembling, but Logan didn't care. He would soon be where the fight was, and nothing would stop him anymore. Not Janice's calls for him to wait, not the sight of a battle. Nothing could stop him now. As he stood behind his men, with an enemy pressed against him and crippling grief in his chest, Logan stood still and took a breath, and then he screamed from the bottom of his soul. He screamed out in terror, in anger, and in misery. and the soldiers in front of him stopped. They stopped and watched their king step forward with a young, trembling man in his grip. They watched as he moved further and further until he stood in the midst of the battlefield. Enemies as well as allies stopped to move around him. "What are you doing?" Logan called out to the soldiers around him. No one moved. "This soldier just injured a man fatally, a man who did nothing but protect me, a man who wanted to go home to a child he cares very much about. And this soldier is young too. He will have to live with what he has done for the rest of his life." Logan lowered his sword and pushed the man away from his chest, hands still tightly holding onto the back of his neck. "You all will have to live with what you have done here right now. You will kill each other in the name of a crown I am not willing to wear anymore. Not if I can't stand with you. Because I am one of you. I am a soldier. I was trained as one, lived as one in my youth, and expected to die as one, but I did not. And that is not for I am smarter, richer, or more powerful than any of you, but it is because my prince was kind. My prince believes that my wish for peace and prosperity for all people is the only way to rule, and so do I." He let go of the man, and the man turned to look at him. In shock, he watched Logan Rain's tears fall. "You are the people. You are those who fight our fights. You are more than your generals and your kings. You are what makes your homes homes. You can end this war now before anything worse happens. You can lay down your weapons and go home. Go home to your families, your animals, and your houses, and do what you want to do instead of injuring and killing strangers." And then Logan dropped his sword to the ground. He looked around the crowd with his chin held high, despite the tears running down his cheeks. He watched his own soldiers lower their weapons. A moment or two passed, and the enemy did so as well. Logan lowered his head. A whimper shook his body, but he caught himself and looked over the soldiers again. Weaker but still clear, Logan said, "Whoever is hurt may go back to the camps. We will treat anyone who needs help. That includes Regian soldiers, too." A few of his soldiers confirmed, and Logan nodded to them. Slowly, he folded his hands behind his back and began to walk towards the camp. Soldiers began to follow him. The closer he got to the camp, the closer he got to the little group of people gathered around the eastern gate, the more his legs started to feel faint. Someone caught him when he tumbled and put his hand over his mouth as he spotted the stretcher which was put beside Green's body. "Your Majesty?" Logan looked to the soldier who had caught him. She looked concerned as he tried to regain his balance. "Excuse me," Logan said, and shot her a half-hearted smile. "Today seems not to be my day." She just nodded and stayed by his side. They got closer to the entrance, and Logan watched as several people lifted Green on the stretcher. People were talking, and orders were thrown around hastily as they carried him away, and Logan regained a bit more composure and told the soldier that she could go. He would be fine. "Logan!" But apparently Janice wasn't. Agitated, Logan looked around until he finally spotted the royal advisor running towards him from the entrance. He almost tumbled over his own feet, and Logan found himself unnerved, but at the same time relieved. He wasn't the only one to struggle with everything that was happening. Just before Logan, Janice stopped, and finally Logan realized that Janice was holding his crown and had red eyes. He felt his stomach sink, and his eyes automatically flickered towards the medic who disappeared in a tent with Green. "Why are they all coming back? What did you do?" Janice asked, his fingers clenched around the golden object in his hands. Logan inhaled and exhaled slowly. He knew the smile on his lips didn't reach his eyes. "I advised them to stop, and they did. The battle is over," he said easily, and put his hands on Janice's. Janice gulped. There was nothing of his usual composure left, nothing of his snark or silver tongue. Logan had to take matters in his own hands. Quickly he ordered a few soldiers who were unharmed to spread the news, inform Roman of what had happened. He asked around if anyone needed more help, and designated someone to be in charge of the camp for the time being, as he retreated into his tent together with Janice. Logan soon took a seat on the makeshift bench they had put in the middle and tapped on the spot next to him. Janice sat down. He was fiddling with his fingers, visibly shaken, and Logan gave him a minute to collect himself. Minutes passed, and Logan expected Janice to talk, but nothing came. He was just unnerved and fearful. Logan decided to put his hand on Janice's knee and waited for his friend to look at him. It took nearly a moment, and he met his king's gaze. "What is on your mind?" Logan asked kindly, his throat feeling dry from the words he had shouted earlier. In front of him, Janice grabbed the edge of the bench, his knuckles turning white, and his shoulders began to shake. And for the first time ever, Logan watched Janice begin to cry. He watched as his body shook and his lips refused to stay pressed together, and wails and sobs escaped his lips, and despite his own pain, despite his own regret and guilt, Logan sat closer and took Janice in his arms. He knew he was no Roman whose hugs seemed to be able to cure every sadness in the world, but he had to be enough for the moment, and Janice didn't recoil. He let Logan hold him, buried his head against his chest, and gave in to the soft pats Logan drew on his back. And between his wails and tears, Janice muttered something. Logan heard it. "I thought it was Roman. I thought I saw Roman on the ground. Then I thought it was Aeneas. I saw his corpse again. I saw it." Noon and the afternoon passed. Some of the tents were already gone, and a few soldiers had already returned to the castle. Logan and Janice would stay here until the next morning, when they would get back with the rest of the injured soldiers. They would be treated close to the castle. Green would be one of them, if he survived the day. It wasn't clear yet. It was around 6 in the afternoon when 2 horses approached the camp, one black and one white, with Virgil and Roman on them respectively. Roman had dealt with the first people to come back from the battlefront and had given all the instructions which had been needed in these first moments, before he had put himself on a horse and rode straight towards the battle himself, because these messages hadn't been sent by Janice, and he needed to know why it hadn't been Janice who had asked for him. When he got down from his horse, Virgil close to him, he soon found out why. Janice came running for him, cradled Roman's face the second he reached him, and looked into his eyes. He was disheveled, and no words formed as he opened his mouth to say something. Roman took him in his arms. He felt his heartbeat speed up, and shot a look to Virgil, who looked just as alarmed as Roman did. Quickly, they tried to figure out where Logan was to get some answers, but the king was faster than they were. Logan walked towards them, shot a quick look around, and motioned to them to follow him into his tent. Janice clung to Roman on the whole way, and Virgil ended up patting the royal advisor's back out of worry for his companion. The second they were out of earshot from the rest of the camp inside the tent, Roman asked, "Okay, what on earth is going on? The messenger told me that you simply stopped the war with a speech. What happened, and what did you say?" Logan told them to sit down, and he retold what had gone down these past few hours. He left out who had protected him, and at first it seemed that neither Roman nor Virgil questioned the absence of Green. But there came a point where Roman noticed and finally asked the question, "Where is Green helping, actually? I haven't seen him yet." Logan paused too long. Virgil was the first to realize, and shot up from the ground in front of Janice's feet. Roman looked at him confused, and the realization didn't come until a few moments later when Virgil began to speak. "In what condition is he?" Virgil asked. Roman's eyes grew wide, his ears filled with white noise, and suddenly everything went black. The one good thing that came out of Roman fainting was that Janice finally snapped out of his state of panic and started to function again. Quickly, he had placed the prince on Logan's bed with Virgil's help, and they left him with Logan in favor of making sure that everything was running smoothly in the camp. The atmosphere was calm, and very little had been heavily injured, and yet Virgil felt how a thick fog of uneasiness was laying about them all. The voices of the people were hushed as they spoke, and for once he could tell that it was not because he was close, but because something was different. It took a moment for Virgil to catch on, but soon he found that the closer they got to the tent where Green was treated, the quieter everything had gotten. He asked Janice about it, and he told him that everyone, even those who hadn't known Green before this day, had reacted strongly to seeing him hurt. A few had even started crying despite themselves. Without saying, both men knew that this was not only odd, but had to be related to whatever spell had been put over Green. Yet all that speculation would be for naught if Green would die of his injuries, and as of now, none of the medics treating him had come out to tell them anything about his state. And so, the evening came. Logan and Roman rested in the tent, both feeling rather emotional over what had happened today. Janice, while still unnerved, was now taking care of the organization and left Virgil to keep an eye on their royals. It was not much that Virgil could do but make sure that both Logan and Roman took their meals, which turned out to be rather difficult in Logan's case, as he had trouble to keep his food down and decided to only eat a few spoons of the soup he had been given. After dinner, Logan was laying on his bed, Roman's head on his lap, as Virgil sat next to the entrance and listened to what was happening on the outside. This form of closeness was not something Logan let himself have all too often, yet he could not imagine how he would do it if he didn't have Roman around. The comfort of the prince's presence was enormous and was the only thing that kept Logan going at this point. "We'll have to find out who he is after we get back." Logan lifted his head and glimpsed to Roman. The vibrant green eyes caught Logan's mismatched ones, and Roman nodded his head for emphasis. "He's not just someone. We both know it. Our reactions should not be as extreme as they are, Logan." Logan bit his lips. Could it not be that all of this was just because they were under such immense stress? That he was this emotional because the air of war was still occupying the atmosphere? It had to be this, and not some weird conspiracy, correct? "I can't agree," Logan said, stricter than he felt. "The situation is extreme, and we should not make assumptions on several oddly placed coincidences." Before Roman could answer, Virgil stood up. Both royals sat up and watched as Virgil opened the tent for Janice to enter. From the outside, they heard a few people talk with each other. The fabric of the opening closed, and Janice looked over the two and then to Virgil. There was a short twitch on his lips, and he turned back to look at Logan and Roman. Subconsciously, both of them held their breath. "I just got news from the medics who are treating Green," Janice said, put his left hand over his heart. "They told me he was in stable condition and can be—" He didn't get to say the rest, as Logan dissolved in tears of relief. Janice was soon by his side, holding him from the side as Virgil brought him some water. Roman was crying himself, but a smile kept itself steady on his lips. He had been right, and now not even Logan could disagree with him anymore. Chapter 10. Revelation. "We still have no clues where is to start with our investigation." Virgil sighed and put the letter opener back on Janice's desk. Janice sat on the chair behind it, while Roman paced around the room, and Logan sat on the armchair in the corner of the room. Roman was muttering silent curses under his breath, and Janice watched him closely. They had been sitting together for a few hours. He and Logan had retold over and over again how he had met Green, but nothing out of the ordinary had happened that day, except for Green's arrival, of course. The day before was also quite unremarkable, to the point of both Logan and Janice not having anything important to say about it. "I'm aware, Virgil," Logan said, and scratched his eyebrow as he looked over to the window. It had the view to the inner courtyard, where the makeshift medic tent had been set up. "But there is nothing else I can tell you. We didn't learn anything about his background from himself, so we have to construct who he might be from the things we have seen ourselves. Well, we know he had a partner, possibly a husband." Janice, Logan, and Roman stared at Virgil, who took the letter opener in his hands once more and fiddled with the blade. "A husband?" Logan said with a shivering voice. Virgil glanced over and nodded. "Yes, he mentioned him. No details, but that one existed. I assume he never mentioned this to you?" Logan shook his head and stared down at his left hand. Did he imagine it? Or was there a band of lighter skin around his middle finger? He blinked, and the image was gone. The skin was just as brown as the rest of his hand. A loud stomp almost shook Logan out of his chair, and he looked over to Roman, who stood with his back turned to them. His hands were balled into fists. For the first time, Logan noticed how broad Roman's shoulders were, now that they were held with tension. Dramatically, Roman turned around and glared at the others as he announced, "We know him! We know him, and he obviously knows us. He knew how to calm me down. He knows exactly how to get on Jay's nerves. He knows what all of these nods mean, and he knows everything what you are thinking, Lo. And so do you. You just know each other. A look and it's clear. You just know, and it's like, it's all we should need to know in order to figure out who he is, but there's something preventing us from making the last connection, and it's driving me mad. I can see that, Roman, Janice said, and vaguely motioned against Roman's hand. But what are we supposed to do? We have nothing to go off of, and he knew about the panic room. He brought me there. He knew it was safe. He knows the castle. He knew the courtyard, but he was no servant, and we can't remember it because of a curse. With that, Janice stood up. His brows were furrowed deeply, and his lips were pulled into a harsh snarl. Roman growled at the expression and pressed his hands against the side of his head while shaking vehemently. You can't deny this anymore. It has to be a curse. Don't talk lightly about magic, which has been used to eradicate my ancestors. The only ones who would dare to use such powers would be the unnamed, and she hasn't been here since months before Green's appearance, Janice hissed. Roman wasn't affected by Janice's anger. In the contrary, he seemed to get even more worked up and turned away towards the door. Come on, Janice, Roman said as he gripped the door handle. This thing is affecting me, which means it has to be her. No other magic is strong enough to do so. Roman pressed the handle down and left the room. Immediately, Janice went after him, and both Logan and Virgil followed, rather confused about what the two had just been talking about. They watched Janice getting next to Roman and how he opened his mouth to chide the prince, but stopped. His expression changed, and he silently kept walking next to Roman, who steered towards the back room in the servants' wing. Nobody said anything when Roman opened the door and entered. Nobody made a noise when Roman paced around the room for a few minutes. They just came inside, and Virgil closed the door as he was the last one to enter, and waited with the others for Roman to get a grip on himself again. He watched his partner walk in circles and eventually stop in front of the wall opposite of the door. He was staring at it, and Virgil exchanged a worried look with Janice. Ro? Virgil began cautiously and walked up to him. I know you want to solve this, but there is nothing in this room. He has been inside here only once. We won't find any clues here. Roman stepped closer towards the wall and put his hand on one of the stones. This wall opens. What? Perplexed, Virgil stepped back. Frantically, Roman moved a chest to the side and again put his hand on the same stone as before and pushed down on it. A low, creaking sound. The wall slid aside and opened a passage into a dark tunnel. For a moment, 4 men just stared inside. Then the prince went inward, unbothered by the dark. His eyes adjusted effortlessly and taking on a red color. His ears were taking in every sound. He knew immediately that the light steps just behind him belonged to Janice, that the heftier ones, but muted ones, were Virgil's, and that the hastened ones were Logan's, at the end of the group. Roman, where are we going? We can't see. Janice had grabbed his arm, and Roman halted. He turned and looked down to his friend. In his head, something was revolting and trying to get his memories back, but it wasn't working right. Instead, he turned to the side and gripped a torch which had been placed in a torch holder. He didn't question why he knew exactly where the holder was, or why it was hanging rather low, but just took it and rubbed the top against his palm. Flame enlightened immediately. He held the torch up over his head for a moment and looked back to the others before he resumed walking down the tunnel. There were crossings and the other walls which slid aside when Roman pressed them. Nothing of it seemed unfamiliar to him, and he knew that that alone should have freaked him out. Yet it didn't, and he followed the way he somehow knew he had to go. In his focus and the others' worry, none of them noticed that on several stones sat little coal drawings. They didn't notice that there were little signatures beneath them, one from Roman, and another they would not have been able to read, not because the language or script was different, but because their brain would refuse to put the letters together to a word. They walked down into a dead end with a wooden door in the middle. Roman opened it, stepped inside, and with no hesitation, set the torch into a torch holder to his left, as if he had done so 1,000,000 times before. As if he had done so before. Roman shook his head. The others entered behind him, but he just looked at the room. It was a square room, maybe 10 feet long and wide. A worn-down couch was standing against the wall in front of him, a little shelf to the left of it, with books and pencils and coal sitting inside them. On the wall of the door, close to the torch, was an easel, a blank canvas sitting on it. "I have been here," Roman mumbled. He didn't notice how Janice had stepped to his side and flinched when he said, "I would hope so. Leading us through a tunnel system you don't know anything about wouldn't be something I approve of. Also, when have you ever found these tunnels? Why am I not aware of them?" Roman didn't respond. His eyes had deviated to the wall to the right, and his breath was stuck in his throat. Silently, he walked towards it, walked to the wall with a portrait hanging on it, with a family portrait. Oil pastels, vibrant colors, and strong gradients, which made the 4 people in it look like they would come alive any second now. Janice inhaled sharply as he saw it. Virgil's eyes went wide. Logan gasped and leaned against the wall. In the portrait, they saw a man with light brown skin, short brown locks, eerily green eyes, and well-kept beard standing next to a woman with slightly darker skin, dark brown hair, and a beautiful bun, brown eyes, and in front of them, 2 boys, looking identical with brown skin, dark curls, and eerily green eyes. They all were wearing regal clothing, man and woman wearing each a crown which hadn't been worn in over 2 decades at this point. It was a portrait of King Aeneas, Queen Rhea, the young Prince Roman, and... "It's him," Roman choked out. Janice shook his head and pressed his hand against his forehead. "No, how did we never see the resemblance? It can't be. It can't. Roman's head was pulsating, and he let himself fall back on the couch. Virgil was beside him immediately, holding his hand and trying not to think too much about what he was seeing right now. Janice kept staring at the picture, at the boy in front of Aeneas with the green tunic and the wide grin, with so much more confidence than Roman's. And Logan pushed himself off the wall and slowly stepped towards the picture. He looked at the colors, at the way they blended into each other, and he recognized the technique. He saw the hand putting the colors down on the canvas in front of his inner eye. He saw the same hand holding coal and sketching him. He heard a voice telling him to sit naturally, heard the voice asking him fondly, teasingly, if he could draw a nude, and he heard himself say, in a just as fond, teasing way, that he could if he behaved himself. "He drew this. He used to draw me," Logan whispered, and he felt his memory slowly breaking free. "He draws things he sees in his nightmares and burns them. He moves so much in his sleep. He almost threw me off the bed when we started sharing. He doesn't like it when he has to sleep alone, and he usually comes to check on me when I take a nap. He didn't." Logan panted. The day before Green, that day, he didn't come check on me when I took a nap. "And there you are." Mus froze, and it had been a normal day. He had spent the morning with Logan and had a meeting over the alliance talks with Janice after that. Lunch had been calm and nice. Logan had excused himself soon after dinner to take a nap because he felt a little tired. Mus had taken the time to get back in his room and relax for a while. He just wanted to go and check on his husband, but got caught up in the view over the gardens, the rose maze, his home. Mus gulped and turned around. His grin was maniacal as he stared into the glowing green eyes of the dragon witch. "There I am," Mus cackled, and looked her over with a wicked grin. "What has you come here to my humble chambers, dragon bitch?" The creature scowled at the name. She stood far taller than Mus, her grayish skin, the black flames miming her hair, and the deep red coat underlining how foreign and out of place she was amongst humans. She was a creature of nightmares and the underworld, her name a testament to the creatures she had eradicated. "Don't test me, child. You will pay for your arrogance," she growled. Mus grinned as sweat began to form on the back of his neck. It made no sense that she was here now. She was only allowed in the castle at certain times. Janice knew the schedule by heart, and he would have been with at all times had one of her visits been close to come. "Oh, will I?" Mus hummed, and racked his brain for the reason why she would be here. And the reason took his breath and smile. The creature saw his change and began to grin. She walked towards him, held her hand under his jaw, and forced him to look up. He had to control himself to not snap for air. "Who was stupid enough to make a deal with you?" Her chuckle was wicked, and her eyes glimmered with satisfaction. "Oh, look at that," she hummed, and let her thumb stroke over his cheek. "Your father's desperation and your mother's rage. I didn't think I would ever see such a delicious last expression ever again." Mus's heart stopped. He grappled at her wrist and pressed it down from his face. "What did you just say?" "Last expression, my dear," she answered, unimpressed, and pulled her hand out of his grip and began to pace through the room. "I was ordered to kill the last demon blood in the kingdom. I am here to get rid of your treacherous family once and for all." "You killed our parents? You killed my father for making your powers ineffective everywhere but within our kingdom's borders?" Mus glared at the dragon witch, who simply raised an eyebrow. "Oh, child, you should know we can't do anything against our own kind without a deal. Someone sent me, and someone sent me again to kill you, the last demon blood." Loud and hysterical cackling stopped her words. Mus was overcome with grief, with disbelief. His father, who had decided to stop all the bloodshed his family had brought over these lands, his father, who had never shed a single droplet of blood despite having hungered for it, his father, who had been nothing but kind to his people in the other kingdoms, had been assassinated for the blood he had been born with. But there was also relief in the fact that contracts with demons had to be followed closely, and Mus knew that she had made a grave error. "Already breaking down? I expected more of you, Thea," she snapped at him. He regained his composure and tilted his head to the side. With a smirk, he began to match her pacing, both of them walking in circles around each other. "Oh?" Mus hummed. "I'm not breaking down, dearest demon. I just think you might have made a deal you can't fulfill here." "Why would that be?" "Tell me what the contract is. Not the contractor. I know the rules." She hissed but complied. "I, the Dragon Witch, shall end the life of the King of Thenia, the last demon blood in the lands. I shall do so as brutally and cruelly as I please. They were almost kind this time. They didn't even tell me to go for your lousy husband." Mus almost snapped at the comment over Logan, but kept his anger to himself and simply huffed with a grin. "Your deal is faulty, because I may be King of Thenia, but I am not the last demon blood."
"What?"
Eyes glowed at her rage, and he said, ever so pleased, "It is my brother." The Dragon Witch screamed and jolted back, hands shooting up in front of him and eyes opened widely to see what she was going to do next. Angrily, she threw her arms in the air, screeching and revolting under the revelation she just had, and went straight forward for Mus's neck. He couldn't do anything but choked as her fingers grappled him against the wall, and she brought their face close to each other.
"You spawn of that stupid woman, you creation of foolish love. You keep me from my reward and keep me from freedom?"
Mus yapped for air, and she loosened her grip. He took a deep breath and grinned dangerously at her. "Shitty being an incompetent demon bitch, huh? Couldn't be me," she screeched right in his face, the breath smelling rotten and toxic as it hit his nostrils. A clicking sound got lost in the noise. "Oh, I will make you pay, wretched thing, you," she whispered sweetly, and felt his stomach turn. "I will kill the king with demon blood. He's not next in line now, but he will be if you don't exist, won't he?" "If you kill me, no." Her voice was wicked and smooth, sugar in a deadly dose. "I won't kill you. I will erase your existence from their minds. I will make your precious advisor, your best friend, forget you. I will make your people, your most treasured people, forget you. I will make your brother, your last living blood, forget you. I will make your husband, the only one who you ever dared to ask for his love, forget you. And you will suffer seeing them, knowing them, and not being able to say a single word about it. You will see your brother die as a king he never wanted to be, and it will be all your fault. Mrs. eyes were wide with horror, from the words he had heard, from the realization he just, but mostly from the look Logan shot him over the creature's shoulder, and his terror grew as Logan shouted in white rage, "Let go of him!" She was faster as Logan charged forward. She lifted Mus off the ground, holding her fingers up to snap. Logan's look changed. Mus tried to reach his arm out for him, but he was already too high up off the ground. It dawned then that it was too late. "Logan!" Mus cried. Snap.
Remus!
Chapter 11. Love. The scream in the heart of the Athenian castle rang through the air. The veil was lifted, and at once commoners as well as nobility realized what they had forgotten. The servants in the castle, the soldiers and weavers, now realized who that weird new guard had been. They realized that they had joked, eaten, and lived with their king. Outside the Athenian borders, 3 courts got in motion, and the king in the north called for his older brother to immediately be brought to him. But within the stone walls of the castle, Logan didn't pay any mind to these things. No, he ran. He ran back through the tunnel, threw his jacket off, didn't turn around when he lost his crown. The back room, the halls, the gate, to the inner courtyard, and finally the tents with the hurt soldiers. They all passed by him in a blur. But the moment Logan entered the tent where his Remus was in, everything became painfully clear again. On a cot, between 4 other men, lay the king in a white robe. His hair was sticking to his forehead from sweat, and his eyes were closed. Everyone, except for another man sleeping on the bed to Remus's right, was looking at Remus, and Logan felt his legs give in. Hastily, he stumbled forwards and just managed to kneel down to the side of Remus's bed before he would have fallen without any control over it. And as Logan knelt and watched Remus's face for the first time in what felt like an eternity, tears welled up in his eyes. There he was, the man he adored, he loved, he had married. Suppressing a whimper, Logan looked through the room, searching for a physician or nurse. He spotted a woman next to the door, her eyes wide as plates and her face unspeakably pale. "How is he?" Logan managed to say, despite his voice cracking. The nurse bowed her head and gulped before daring to say, His Majesty is stable. The wounds seem to be healing well, and miraculously no vitals were severely damaged through the attack. I will get his physician, who will be able to tell you more, Your Majesty." Thank you so very much," Logan said under tears, and the nurse left the tent in a hurry to find the physician who had treated Remus. In the meantime, Logan gingerly took Remus's left hand with his own. Something made a small clacking sound as they touched, and Logan looked down on his hand. His ring was back again, and so was Remus's. More and more, all what had happened sunk in, and Logan started to cry. He tried to be quiet, to not disturb the other soldiers, but all of it came down on him, and it felt like he was tearing him apart from the inside. By the time Roman, Janice, and Virgil finally entered the tent, Logan was positively sobbing. Roman joined by his side mere moments later. Hushed whispers came up around them, the presence of both kings and the prince in a tiny tent being too unorderly for no one to not say anything about it. Usually Janice would have stopped the talking with a single glare, but in the face of everything, he could not bother himself to scold them. It was hard enough for himself to not break down at the sight of his oldest friend lying motionless in a bed because he had let him become the guard of his own husband. And so, Janice told Virgil to sit with them and waited for either a nurse or a physician to return shortly. In the next half hour, Janice eventually got an update on Remus's state, which was, everything considered, much better than Janice could have hoped. Had both Roman and Logan calmed down and gotten up from the floor where they had been kneeling. Now, he stood with Virgil at the entrance of the tent, Roman sitting on the bed close to Remus's feet, and Logan sat on a stool, still holding his husband's hand. Virgil shot Janice a look. He simply shook his head. No, he wasn't fine, but there was no time for him now. Logan was one of the hardest people to crack, but being together with Remus for 10 years, being married to the man for 8, and then suddenly being cut off from him without even knowing it, had done the trick. And he didn't even want to think about how terrible all of this had to be for Roman. No, just looking at the prince gave him enough of an idea of what was going on in his head. It was time for Janice to get his mind off of all of this. He needed to find out how the other courts reacted, what George was doing now, and who the fuck had made a deal with a demon. He just had to leave the tent, which was easy. Virgil could protect them. No one should come for them now. What do you need? Janice flinched and looked up to Virgil. What do you mean? Virgil shook his head and looked over to the bed and then back to Janice as he put his hand on his shoulder. You're trying to convince yourself to get out of here, and I think it's stupid. The king is important to you, just as important as Ro or I are. Just stay. Tell me what you need, and I'll go get it. No time to be emotional. No time to feel guilty. It was enough that Logan as well as Roman were out of order. He couldn't slack off now. But if he would let Remus out of his sight, he might break out in tears. The decision was made for him. Logan held Remus's hand tightly, but not too tightly. His other hand was resting on his stomach. Thoughts were flooding his mind, and new tears formed once more in his eyes, despite his best efforts to stop them from running. He barely registered Virgil's voice in the background, nor how Roman slid towards him to put his hand comfortingly on his back. Movement from beneath his hand sent a shiver up his spine. He looked from his hand to Remus's face and found his eyelids twitch slightly. He squeezed his hand in reflex, and Remus squeezed back. Green eyes flickered open, and before truly seeing what was in front of him, his eyes already darted towards Logan. You're Matt, Remus's slurred, but was cut off. Remus. The name came out with panic and relief and adoration. Logan didn't know what to feel, how to express it, and what to do, but it all became clear just after a few moments. A few moments which Remus needed to understand where he was, to realize that this indeed was Logan crying over him, and that he had just heard his actual name for the first time in months. Oh, my brilliant bastard, Remus said fondly, and reached with his free hand for Logan's face. Finally, he got to smile, the too wide and too inappropriate smile of him again. Finally, he could see Logan eye to eye again. Finally, he had his life back. And to celebrate this, he put his other hand on Logan's shoulder and pulled him with all the dizzying might he had in a kiss. Logan reciprocated sloppily, and after a few seconds broke away as giggles and hiccups shook through him. Remus didn't mind and pulled him close. Under his breath, he cursed as he realized how sore and aching he felt, and just then, Logan helped lay him down with gentle hands. As Remus's head was resting on the pillow again, he whispered to Logan, "You're too kind. I'm not made of glass, you know?" "I've gathered," Logan hiccuped quietly. "Any other human would have died of such a wound. What on earth were you thinking? What did she—" "Wait a sec, darling," Remus interrupted and blinked. The longest 30 seconds of silence passed. Just that it wasn't silent exactly, and that was what Remus had been listening for. With a spark of mischief, but mostly fondness, Remus asked Logan, "Could you look under my bed?" Logan looked like a third eye had just sprouted on Remus's forehead. "Come on, humor me," Remus pouted. Usually, Logan would not have humored Remus's silly request, not in front of his soldiers, even less in the presence of Janice. But today he would let it slide. Shooting Remus a stink eye, he pushed himself back from the bed and lifted the sheet, which was dangling over the side of the bed, hiding what was underneath it. He blinked, and then he smiled. Gently, Logan pushed his chair back further, shared a short glance with Remus, and crouched. He lowered his head and looked under the shabby cot. "And there I thought that monsters wouldn't live under beds," Logan said softly. "What a scary little monster you are. You were trying to get to our king, weren't you?" And then there was a pause where the whole room heard a little sniffle, and how something shuffled under the bed. Perplexed, they all stared as Logan crouched down further and stretched his hands under the bed. There. No need to feel afraid. No one is mad. Would you do me a favor and show me your scary face, little monster? And after a few seconds, they watched as little hands grabbed Logan's arms and the king pulled a little boy with curly hair out from under the bed. Roman gaped from the end of the bed, and little Patton grappled Logan's arms even closer as he heard the noise. Parentally, Logan shushed him and quietly checked if he could see anything out of the ordinary with him, but luckily found nothing. With his free hand, Logan took a clean handkerchief from his pocket and began to wipe Patton's face down. Patton tried to duck out from it and stopped to sniffle, but Logan was persistent and eventually had been able to clean his face up. Now you look like a dashing monster. Much better, isn't it? Logan asked with a grin. Patton pouted, but a little smile broke through when he heard the voice from behind him. Hey there, Pat. Did you want to check on me? Remus said, and promptly had the little boy sitting directly in front of his face as he jumped up on the bed. With some struggle, Remus sat up again, mindful of the bandages and the pain from below his ribs. He didn't want to tear anything, but he really wanted to see eye to eye with Patton, and as he finally sat with his eyes glued to the floor, Patton nodded his head fiercely, but kept his lips shut closed as if he were afraid to speak. Patton, what is it? Why aren't you looking at me? Remus asked and tried to catch Patton's gaze. Patton's eyes were red and puffy, but he managed to get himself to look up, and yet despite his sad look and uncertainty, Remus saw something mighty shine within him. With a tiny voice, Patton said, Do you still want me now? I'm just a little kid. Why would you want me? How well Remus understood that question. How well he could feel the pain and doubt in it. He knew that he had to and would destroy that doubt, no matter how. He tapped on Patton's cheek and made a funny face, which made his little boy smile. Well, for starters, Remus said next, I promise to give you a soft bed in our home and goodnight stories and kisses every night. And that's a lot easier now because I won't have to ask JJ to give me a raise to buy a bed. And more importantly, me not wanting you? Very unlikely. So very unlikely. I mean, who would turn down a kid who is kind and brave like you? Who would turn down a kid who says hello to the most feared guard of Prince Roman? Who would turn down a kid who has broken into the castle for snacks and to check on his friends? And who would turn down a kid who has taught a king how to clean a pan and how to use the public bathhouse? Remus pulled Patton into a hug. Patton's tears sank into Remus's shirt, but he didn't mind. He just held him and looked to Roman at the foot of the bed with a gentle pleading in his eyes to wait just a moment longer. He had to take care of his boy first. Oh, Pat, how could I turn you down when you are the reason why I stayed here? Because I planned on leaving the castle that day when we met. I planned on leaving all of this behind because it hurt so much that they didn't remember me. Because of you, I stayed. Because of you, I got everything back, and even more. Remus exchanged a look with Logan. He nodded with tears in his eyes. Carefully, Remus pulled Patton back and ran his fingers over his wet cheek, feeling himself tear up. I've got you. I've got a son. And there were teardrops. If you want us to be your dads, of course. I get both of you? Patton shouted excitedly and looked from Remus to Logan. We're kind of a package deal, Logan said, pointing to the ring on his finger. So, yes, if you so wish, we can become your parents. Yes, please, and I don't even have to make you become a couple, Patton cried joyously and jumped around Logan's neck, who barely managed to catch him in time. Remus shot Logan a pointed look, but didn't ask what the statement had been about. Soothingly, Logan picked Patton up, explained to him that they had to let the physicians and nurses do their job and let them take care of Remus. Patton barely resisted. He had been hiding under Remus's bed for a long while, and it had exhausted him quite a bit. When Logan stood face to face with Janice, told him to stay with Remus while he would see what he needed to attend to, Patton had fallen asleep in his arms. You're sure he's not overworking himself? Remus asked as he shifted in his bed. After months of sleeping in a hard, uncomfortable bed, his own mattress had felt foreign, but with Logan by his side, Despite them not being able to cuddle, since Remus had still to heal quite a bit, things had been bearable. Roman was sitting on the edge of his bed and rolled his eyes at Remus's questions, as he said, "As if we would let him do that. I promise we won't let him do anything too taxing. He's been with Pat for most of the time, actually. I've done most of the work with Jan's help." Remus pursed his lips and Roman sighed. "It's been a day since we remembered. You need to give him time. Jan feels like he failed you, and you know what happened the last time his family failed." "I was a kid," Remus grumbled and crossed his arms over his chest. "Our parents had just died, and I just wanted something to make sense. I know Jove hasn't been responsible for any of this. He didn't break his oath, neither did Jan." Roman nodded and took his hand. Remus let him and watched Roman for a few minutes. They had spoken a bit after Logan had left, but there were still many questions that needed to be addressed. "They'll ask at some point why I knew how to fight," Remus began, unusually subdued. Roman shot him a glance. He shook his head. "Don't be like that. It was my idea, so I'll take the blame. Mom didn't want us to learn how to fight because of me, and you just had to follow through to not make me suspicious. But frankly, at this point, I don't even know if I can fall into a blood rage. I mean, I sat in our parents' blood and it didn't happen." "True. Still makes me a demon, I know. Don't remind me." Remus snickered and slapped Roman's arm. "I didn't even say anything, but I guess that happens with an identical twin." Roman mused over the next words for a while. He had gotten the better deal in the end. The younger brother, the spare. Being a demon had always frightened him, but with Remus by his side, everything had seemed easier. Janice helped him figure out his powers and strengths and was also a pillar of support in his youth. A deep inhale. Roman caught Remus's eyes, and he pressed his lips together and nodded. "I think it's time we tell them," Roman finally said. Remus sunk deeper into his pillow and grimaced. He'd expected that Roman would want to take that step. They both had wanted to take that step for a long while, but Janice had told them to hold back. A thread of humor pulled at the corner of Remus's mouth, and he said, "I wanted to for a while, but now would be a good time, especially since the curse was the dragon witch's doing. It'll be easier to explain to them why she did what she did to me. Still don't know how Virgil hadn't figured you out. Like, does he have his eyes closed in the bedroom, or does he have a fetish for blindfolds?" "No, you dumbass, he thinks they're tattoos," Roman whined. "Tattoos? That's hilarious. How did he get that idea?" "I don't know, man. He just assumed, and it's not like everyone knows what demon marks look like. It's a fair guess for him. Don't make fun of it." Remus continued to laugh as Roman whined and hit him once more in the arm. It didn't do anything to stop Remus from teasing, but at least Roman felt like he had at least tried to defend his partner's honor. But after a while, Remus finally had laughed his last laugh, and the twins sat there in silence. There was another thing that was weighing down on Remus's chest, and he wasn't sure how he should broach the topic. "Pat will be in good hands. You're just as good as Dad was." Remus's heart stopped beating. Roman looked at him fondly, like Remus never could. "I've noticed when you came to protect me. You'll do well. Pat's lucky, and so are you. Finally, his wish is going to be fulfilled. No more demons on the throne. With us, this chapter will finally be over," Roman said, and laid his arm around Remus's shoulder. For the remaining time, Roman stayed in Remus's room. The brothers just held onto each other. It was scary for them to let go of their secret, but at the same time, both of them looked forward to it. They wanted to be seen, wanted to be free of their past, and somehow, through this tragedy, they had gotten a chance they never could have dreamt of. The war had officially been called off. King George had sent an official apology to Athenia, promised a relief fund, and had backed out of the alliance talks between the four kingdoms for the time being. In a letter directed at Remus and Logan, he relied that Jean had been responsible for what had happened to Remus. He had fallen into madness and was beyond reason, which was why he had him removed from his position and thrown into a dungeon. There was going to be a trial when they had more evidence of his treacherous alliance with the Dragon Witch, but if they wished, they could weigh into the sentence since they had been the most affected by his actions. It had been Janice who responded to George's letter. Remus was still resting for the week, and while he had read the letter, he did not feel up for making a decision over a life sentence. And while Logan was more than willing to speak a few words with the king, they had decided together that they should give George a bit of rest as well. He had been a friend for a long time, and while Jean was a terrible person, he was the reminder of George's family, and that was a hard truth to come by. And so, Janice had answered that they thanked him for his information and offer, but would, for the time being, hold off with a comment, since the royal couple was still recovering from the past months before they would decide on such a difficult topic. But this was not the only thing which had kept Janice busy. He had to redo all of the warding symbols around the castle. He had to answer messages from Sisette and Kanan, had to keep the court in order, had to get the papers ready for Patton's adoption. There was no time for him to sit around and chat. There was certainly no time to visit Remus, now that he was supposed to be resting. Indeed, it was his duty not to disturb him, to guarantee a quick recovery and, "Hey, Jan." Janice jumped around. In a white nightgown stood Remus in front of him. Janice looked around, making sure that his head was not playing any tricks with his mind. But no, this was Remus standing behind him, even though there was no way that he could have approached him from the direction he had been coming from. "The secret passage is pretty practical for getting around quickly. I found them when we were 10 or so. Dad said to keep them a secret," he explained a little sheepishly and scratched the back of his neck. Janice scoffed and wiped away some non-existent dust from his sleeves. He would not give Remus the satisfaction of having startled him. "Thank you very much." "Come on, I didn't mean to startle you." "You should be in bed." Janice tried to turn around and walk away. Emphasis on tried. Despite everything, Remus managed to close the distance between them and grabbed him by the arm. Viciously, he charged towards him and lost all his vigor the second he saw his best friend's sad look. "Jan, please stop avoiding me." Angrily, Janice pursed his lips and yanked his arm away from Remus's grasp, but didn't attempt to flee anymore. He didn't want to leave Remus, and so he stood and glanced up to Remus with an expectant look and a seemingly cold expression. Remus knew was as fake as the smile on Logan's face when he had listened and gossiped with nobility over other nobles. "I know it's been a lot on you, and I absolutely get that you're stressed, but..." Remus's voice cracked, and he continued quietly, "I don't want to be without my best friend any longer. Rose my heart, Lo's my lifeline, but there's nothing without you. I'm nothing without you. You're my bestest friend, and I didn't get the chance to talk with you about the fact that I'll be a dad soon. A dad, and you'll be an uncle, and help me not spoil the cute little brat Rotten, and..." A cracked whine cut Remus off. Without thinking, he pulled Janice in a hug. They quickly shuffled into Janice's office and finally took the time to address what had been bothering them. Janice confessed his regret and shame for distrusting Remus and making him work so hard, even though it was his job to take care of him and protect him. Remus listened and admitted that it had stung at first. He understood Janice's dedication to his position and thanked him for keeping Logan safe during his absence. He thanked him for being there for him, despite not knowing it was him, and swore that he was not angry with him at all for doing his job. And finally, Remus could tell somebody how much it hurt to be so close with all of them without being able to tell them who he was. He told how much it cost him to restrain himself, how much he hated every second of it, how Patton had been the only one to keep him from turning crazy. The longer he talked, the more he marveled over the boy, and Janice found himself smiling at his adoration. It was the same passion and love he had seen in Aeneas and Rhea's parenting of the twins, and Janice knew that Remus would do well as a father. Eventually, Janice got reminded of the time, and the two got up for dinner. With sparkling eyes, Logan greeted Remus, and Patton tackled him in a hug. Excitedly, he told Remus that he and Daddy had gone to the physician and showed off the glasses he had been given. Remus smiled at every word and just waved at Roman and Virgil when they joined for dinner. This felt like things had finally fallen into place. The same evening, Patton had convinced Remus that he should be allowed to sleep in his dad's bed. this evening because it was a very special day. When Remus asked what was so special about today, Patton had simply said, "It's today, and it's only today once, and it's also the 4th night that I have 2 dads, and it's very special to me." To that Remus had no objection, and he helped Patton get into his pajamas and tucked him into their bed after he had gotten ready himself. Animatedly, he told Patton a good night story and watched as he fell asleep despite his best efforts to stay awake. A few moments passed, and Remus heard the door to the bathroom opening and turned around. There was his Logan, in all his beauty. His long hair was hanging down to his mid-back for once, his dark blue nightgown falling gently down his sides. He was breathtakingly beautiful. "You're beautiful," Remus whispered. A smile broad and wobbly spread on Logan's lips. With happy and big steps, he walked towards his husband and took him by the hands, squeezed them and twirled the 2 of them in a circle before he stopped and kissed Remus on the forehead. This was odd, amazing, but odd. Logan didn't do sweet and mushy stuff usually. "What is up, my bug? Just happy to see me?" Remus said with a suggestive lilt in his voice. Logan snorted, pushed his glasses up and rubbed his eyes. Now Remus was beginning to worry, and he found himself cupping Logan's cheek and quietly shooing his husband's tears away. But Logan smiled and took Remus's hand and pressed his palm against his lip. He kissed it gently and shook his head with a serene expression. "I am more than happy, my star. What I am feeling is beyond words, and beyond everything I could ever imagine, my love," Logan said, and guided Remus's hands down to his waist. Remus held him and looked at him with a worried frown, but Logan kept on grinning. "You have brought us home a son. After 5 years, we finally get to be parents, and of such a wonderful boy. Who would dare wish for more?" Remus relaxed and said in a breath, "Yeah, who would? It's unbelievable." "Yeah, I know." Logan bit his lip. A teary laugh shook him. "What if we'd be blessed with a second one after trying so long?" Remus's mind blanked. His eyes went wide. His hands tightened around Logan's waist. He opened his mouth, but the words escaped him. To his luck, his husband knew exactly what he wanted to ask. "I had my suspicions when we got our memories back, and today finally got to see my gynecologist when I went to the court physician with Patton. And she said I'm about 12 to 14 weeks, and that the baby seems to be okay so far." Had Remus been uninjured, he would have lifted Logan from the ground and spun him around in circles. Instead, he kissed him deeply and passionately, before they broke off with delirious laughs on their lips and pulled each other towards the bed. They sat down and looked to the sleeping Patton, thinking about how he would hopefully be excited to be a big brother. They looked into each other's eyes for a moment before Logan broke the eye contact and took Remus's hand. Gently, he laid it on his belly. He wasn't showing much yet. This was the first child, and he didn't gain too much weight over the last few months. But there had grown a little round line over the last 2 weeks, and finally he had an answer as to why. A wonderful answer. Logan watched Remus look at his middle in awe, and then look back at him with this look of absolute and utter adoration. Logan could only hope that his own gaze reflected the same. "You're wonderful," Remus whispered. He leaned forwards, and Logan met him in the middle, their foreheads touching lightly. And Logan answered finally after so many days, "And you're ridiculously breathtaking, my agent of chaos." Thank you all for listening. Again, this story was Never Met You, written by Nad98. I really hope you all enjoyed it. I do think it is an absolutely amazing story. I want to again thank everyone who helped me on this project, and I hope you all have a wonderful day.